Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. How are you? How do you handle these uh, summer days? Uh, be right back. Let me just turn off the ventilator so you don't hear the noise. That's it. Much quieter now, isn't it? Okay. Uh, I'm still working on the opening repertoire. Things are tough because there are some sidelines in the French that I cannot simplify. They are just way too computerish, way too complicated, way too memory intensive. And right now, I'm close to solve them, at least one. So maybe I'll have luck to finally come up a plan that is simple enough for everyone to understand and a position that is intuitive enough that so we don't have to memorize the lines. Until that happens, I will do whatever you want in the stream. So uh, I I will make viewer arenas. We'll can do puzzles. We can play against each other on Lichess or chess.com. I can analyze the games. We can do online coaching if you want, or simply chat about anything. So for now, while we wait, maybe we can do some puzzles. Really doesn't matter. Again, everyone are encouraged to join and to tell the solution if they see it. I don't care about the rating or I don't know any other reward. The point is just to uh, see as many ideas and memorize as many of them. And that's going to be hard here because Lichess never gives you the same puzzle twice. So you see the motive once, and that's it. So it's all about your memory, and my memory is not so good as it used to be. But okay, we can have fun. We can try to solve puzzles and see uh, what how much how many of those ideas will stay in our memory. Again, if you want to play against me or if you want me to uh, commentate on a game or maybe you want a viewer arena or something else. I mean, a couple of streams ago I played against Engine. I played Engine match again, and it was really fun because that engine was written by one of my followers, and it was a really nice experience. I drew one and lost like 6 games. Uh, then I yesterday commentated on a game on games from one of my friends anonymously to surprise them, and they saw the games and they were actually uh, very happy to see such an in-depth analysis. So I hope that it will help them. So if you have anything that you want to do, stop, just drop a message in the chat and we'll do it. No problem at all. But so far, we'll simply do some puzzles because my tactical skill is abysmal, just horrible. Okay, find the best move for white. All right, white has nice battery on g7, but okay, that's the only thing that he has. Knight hangs very well, equal amount of pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra pawn. White to move. So I can simply collect a piece. And what am I missing? If I collect a piece, what is it that you have as a threat? I mean, objectively, uh, you do have queen f5 maybe. giving a check, but okay. Pardon, queen f5 does nothing. So why am I afraid of taking on h5? That doesn't work. Okay, there is this move. Pardon, queen f3, and we threaten to go to h3 and then drop the rook to the first rank. So how do I defend h3? I cannot defend that. Uh, Pawn. Oh, I can play bishop g3. So takes, queen to f3. I do have bishop on g3. And I'm actually holding everything together. On rook d1 though, threatening checkmate, how do I defend? I don't. So that's the catch. That catch. Queen f3 and the rook h1. Rook d1, pardon, hitting the h1. Hmm. So that is the catch. Of course, this raw cow. Okay, where is it? Why can't I ban the guy? Here it is. Banned. Wanna become famous. Hmm. I guess they improved. Bots. Huh, nice. Okay, so what can I do? One? Of course, there was a yeah. This does not work because there is a rook takes h3 with check and then queen drops. So what is the catch indeed then? Oh, wait a second. If I take queen f3, pardon, bishop to g3. Okay, let's use different colors so you can follow more easily. Queen f3, then, pardon, bishop goes to g3. We block the h3. So the only, yeah. On rook d1, we have rook a1, but there is queen to h1 checkmate. So that's the catch. Find the best move for white. Okay, f3. If I play f3, I still have no way to save the day. But okay, if I take, he has queen f3. We we and pawn is on h5. Therefore, king may not go to g6. So, what about rook h8? Then king must take. We take with check, and he simply plays king h7, and we get nothing in return, don't we? No, rook g8 should not work. But then again, hmm, interesting. Okay, one more time. Let's try. Let's try one more time. Okay, so I take here. He goes the queen here. Bishop g3 covers everything, and rook goes to d1. Rook is here. Queen is there. So Okay, I play queen c2, hitting the king. With check, he may not retreat because that should be queen c2 winning. No, no, it's not. He has nothing. Yeah, that should allow me to win. So queen c2 should save the day. So if I take, what can he do otherwise? Queen f5, the queen f5. But then there are no threats, are there? Like, what is it that you're threatening? I can simply play f4, may not, and say, okay, I don't know. I don't see any solution. I think that we need to take. And oh, rook d1. Okay, this is okay. A mistake. Let me see the solution. So f3. Okay, and then a deflection. So on this move there is queen c2, isn't it? Yeah, queen, queen c2, 3. Nice. I miscalculated that line. Okay. Find the best move for black. Black to move. Okay, if I take here and he takes, I get queen, but there is this 7 fork. It's not good. If we take with the bishop, takes the queen, we take the queen. So that works for us. So if we take with the bishop, he needs to take with something else. But how? No matter how he takes, we take the. Are you kidding me? And d7, and then what? Rook c1, and then what? Rook f8. And on this move, okay, all right. As you can see, my tactical skill is abysmal. So find the best move for white. He must take. Okay, b5. You don't have much choice here. Queen e6. Find the best move for black. Find the best move for black. There is no check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5. Equal amount of pieces. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. So black is 2 pawns down. Equal amount of pieces. Therefore, he needs to do something fast. A glaring feature of the position is this weak king. So what happens if I play knight d4? Knight d4, queen to e3. But then bishop on c5 comes. is here, knight is here. Queen e3, then bishop can go to c5, and again the threat pertains. Knight to a4 would hit the queen. Hit the queen, but we do have knight to e2 with check. He takes the rook, and we take the bishop. This is check, and then we just move the queen. That's one. I think that this should work. Bishop e3. Wow. Yes, even that. Okay, we have this. We win. Check this with computer one more time. Instead of that, we have this. I would have played bishop c5, and I'm I'm misplaying it. All right, very well. Hmm. And what's with this? Again, this works. Bishop. This is for the okay. That there is a checkmate threat. Nice. I had luck. Okay. Uh, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Equal amount of pieces. 3, 6, 7. 3, 6, 7. Everything is equal. So what's the catch here? This queen is uh, slightly restricted. So is g6 the move? That's what you want. Most likely g6. And now knight f3 with check eliminates the defender. Very well. Nothing special. Queen f1. Okay. Queen f1. So check anymore. Here there is no check anymore. Okay. I simply drop the rook here. This rook will take, and on king g8 we do have, well, this rook can simply checkmate. And what's the problem with this? Okay, find the best move for white. Okay, okay, this one is a little bit tricky. Okay, back rank is horribly weak, but black cannot exploit it yet. Fast, something fast. Um, h6 doesn't achieve much. He'll simply take. Oh, and my rook hangs. So what is the catch? Like that either. Hmm. If I go here, he takes the rook. Let's use another color. We can play hg, and then what? There is rook d7. threat. So again, for all who joined, it's white's turn. You need to find the best move for the white. So I think f6 is very strong, but there is a knight defending that square. Pardon? In h5 won't cut it. He can just exchange and collect the rook. If I give the queen for two rooks, what happens then? Bishop takes with check. Got nothing there. Literally nothing. Funny. I don't know. I don't see any solution. What do you want me to? Something like my queen drops. Yeah, that's the problem. It is this. No. Show me the solution. Rook e6. Nice. Takes, takes. Is indeed busted. Okay. Ah, yeah, nice coordination. Nice coordination. So he to go somewhere. No, here any rook check gets the queen. So this is the only move. Very tricky. Okay, for the queen at least it will turn into a mating attack. Okay, apparently my tactical skill is still horrible. Three black plays. And of course, this gets the queen, doesn't it? You get the queen. Very well. That's enough. I lost enough today. I'm not in the mood. Okay, there is no one. So we'll play Blitz until people come. Okay, London. London is it? Uh-huh. C3, Queen A5. All right, very well. You play your game, I'll play mine. Knight to D4, maybe he'll play E5. Most likely. I have no problem with that. D5, bishop on F4. Or should I play that move? No, G3. We'll change a plan a little. Knight to 6, bishop G. He might play E5. Okay, castle. Okay, the knight to D2, E4. So, what do you play now? What do you play now and how do you play? We'll have queenside pawn majority, which will be great in the endgame. Ah, okay, I hit the queen. Now the d4 will be covered. We can take it like this. And how do you play this? Okay. If I do it like this and play c4, he may take, but we will take on d8. We don't have to take on d8. Maybe. Maybe we don't have to take. Bishop a6. Very well. I'll take it. Knight d5. Okay, he didn't want to take the exchange. I don't know why. He stood better. He stood better. Now there is a weakness on c6, but b2 is also slightly off. Bishop f6. Be nice for him. So I still think black is better. Knight b4, knight d3. A lot of options for black. Bishop on 5. Okay, bishop d5. E d5 is the only move. He may not take. Okay, now we have bishop f4, hitting the rook. Maybe he'll play b7. Maybe rook c8. Okay, knight on d4. I like my position. c2 is defended by the knight. Bishop e5. I'm not gonna allow him to chop off my knight. Okay, I'll gladly take. Queen to d2. And I will have a better endgame. So I'm praying for an endgame with the knight versus his bishop. I would love to play that endgame. So c file doesn't do much. Rook e4. Okay. Takes. This is checkmate. Anyway, he takes, but he may take on c1. I may take on c1, 4. And I don't have much. Queen c3. Yeah, there is nothing for me there. If he takes, still defense. Okay, very well. Knight to 3. d5 is attack. He may play, pardon, bishop c4. But then we can pin. We'll definitely need a file for our pieces. I need to just exchange one pair of rooks and I'll stand just fine. Right now he has the initiative. Yeah, so we'll first pin the bishop. This is impossible because I collect the rook. Knight a5 is coming with b3 and we'll definitely grab one uh, rook exchange. So I'll be happy camper. Takes. Okay, and you will take. Very well. So he will chop off the knight. definitely, and say, look, I have a passed pawn, and you have two, pardon, two double pawns. Yeah, you have two double pawns. He'll play maybe d4, or God knows what next. Okay, d4. We do have four. No, not enough. Five. Okay, we want to play queen c7 maybe. Queen c7 is nice because if he takes, there is this rook e8 checkmating move. So it's not such a bad thing to play. And if he makes Luft for the king, well, a7 drops and I will actually have two passed pawns. So yeah, me too. Rook c2. Mhm. Let's see. Check, check. Okay. So he now claims that he d3. Check. Okay, here I am. So he'll play d2. Next. Queen to d3. Rook b2, or maybe even queen b2. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, before. What then? b5. Then, okay, king, check. Yeah, nice. He wins this. Okay, okay, he wins. I misplayed. Okay, you play again. Okay, now it's time to win. I don't think he knows how to counter Scandinavian. Yeah, he plays the. Okay, knight d7. Okay, c6. I'll just play c6. Doesn't really matter. Knight bd7. Okay, so what next? What next, my friend? You need to tell me. What is it that you play? I'll play 5. I'll play 5. He takes. I take. And queen e2. Okay. Castles. Damn it, he has enough. No, I'll play something like this. I'll still defend. We'll go castle short. He will castle. Queen. Okay, we'll exchange queens. Let me see. I'll go here because these weaknesses need to be defended. There is no discoveries yet. Rook f8. Now we take and collect the bishop on e2. Okay, rook a to d8. f4, knight f6. His bishop is slightly blocked. Bishop f3. Knight to b. Shouldn't have anything yet. And knight will try to hop on c4. special bishop pair, so he's slightly better in the endgame. Bishop on c5. Um, maybe I'll get b4 enforced and say, all right, you have just weakened your d4 square. So I don't think he'll play that move. I don't think he has rook e8. We'll take with the rook. We'll take. Let me see. Is there any reason for me to take like this? Okay, I'll take it. And now I'm gonna check. Hopefully, okay. Knight to c4 comes, and this is nice for me. I think I have this move collecting one of the bishops, which is something I'm very happy to see. Mhm. So for this move, I'll take with a check. It doesn't have knight a4 anymore. It doesn't. Not yet, and I will gladly chop off the knight. Knight a4. Okay, knights will drop. Mm, h6. Okay. King. All right. This is a draw. This is a draw. But we may try to somehow swindle the opponent, maybe by playing something like this. Claim, okay, your move. Before king d6, my king is slightly more active. Amounts to little, but okay. Beats nothing. All right. What about this move? No, actually, we can go. Yeah, g5. Why not? Let's create some imbalance. g5, king e6. All right. He might play f5. Okay, and we'll take. I'll take it like this. h4, there is g5. Very well. He goes here and he wins these pawns. That's what White's plan is. Of course, we're not going to allow it. Play king c7. Of course, bishop d2, a5 is coming. Very well. Okay, and let's go for the a5. So we'll create one pass pawn. King to d8. King will go to b5. Is nothing special. Where should he go? b8. Never mind. Bishop on e3. He takes. I'll take this one. h4. Here I go. Starting to push. h5. f6, and now your turn to move. Okay, takes, takes, bishop f4, maybe b7 comes. Yeah, b7. All right, and now what? Okay, here I am. All right, bishop this. No, we don't need it. Need this move. Okay, after this move, what do you play? Okay, your move still. Okay, let's go back. Take. You have 4 seconds, buddy. I will flag you, no matter what you play. How? Is he gaining like time? Is that it? Bro, he has no time. Okay. I don't like what I did, but I need my points back. We'll try the London. Oh, again. Uh-huh. Same opponent. Let's see. The decider. Okay, c3, b6. Okay, knight d2, bishop d3. Okay, he plays some reti. And cat h3. Let's have a retreat square for our bishop. Okay, and now let's see. He hasn't placed any pressure on d4, and e4 is sufficiently defended, so we'll grab some space with our pieces. Hey, Quiet Pills, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so he wants to go for e5. Fair enough. Queen to e2. Very well, queen to e2. So he will drop the e5 bomb. Very well. And e5 is coming. I will take. He will take. And let me see. I'll just play bishop on g5. Okay. And now the question is, what will each one of us do? And no, bishop e3. I'm not gonna give the black bishop. We'll have rook d8 and rook d1 and rook c1 at some point. Although he does have a knight c5, but I can take them. Okay, bishop on, pardon, I cannot make that move yet. Okay, okay, so that's the catch. I know what to do. Rook f d1. Okay, he might. Okay, rook d1. No, a3. No, why not? Why not? Why not? Okay, I'll chop off. Let me see. I'll chop off this knight. That's not so bad. And now let me see. Should I care? No. Knight on b3 should give me the c file. If not, okay. Or there is a g3, preventing knight f4. All right, time to play the move, brother. And the catch is I actually have something like this. Okay, bishop c4 will be tough. c4. Okay, bishop c4. There is a lineup. Definitely a lineup. Um, knight f6, knight to d2. We are defending e4. Everything is neatly defended. This rook needs to enter the play. We'll do it like this. What's this? Aha, so his knight goes there. Okay, knight to d6. Then what? Okay, rook c3 definitely. Knight to d6 goes there. Bishop. I may play f3 next. We'll see. Knight c4 may come to exchange one of the knights. f3, e4 is now well protected. h4. Okay, this is definitely nice. Knight to c4. If we exchange, the knight will stand very well. It's very powerful. Might be if you don't want to. a4, where does the knight go? To d4. Then what do we have? Okay, I'll go a4. 4. And okay, I'll take. And let me see now. There is a dark square here, there. Okay, queen d2. Queen d2. He doesn't have the b4 heavy. Defending everything. Maybe queen h3 is his plan. Maybe. But shouldn't be that dangerous. Bishop h6. Queen to e1. We are still holding b4 under control and our dark square. Okay, there is check, so bishop f1 should expel the queen. King h2, very well. There is no more bishop e3, check. That was the whole point. Bishop on, well, wait a second. Let me expel that queen. Queen, okay, bishop g2, f5, e5, and f4 is coming. Mhm. Okay, is that the name of the game? Very well, very well. Tapi, I understand you entirely. d3, bishop f1, he'll, he might play d2, I'll take, thank you, and all right, here you are, you play your thing, I'll play mine. All right, thank you. And you have 13 seconds to win the game. Okay, before this. Okay, he wins. Of course he does. In 6 seconds. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll resign. Still sleepy, but okay. Never mind. E4, D5 takes standard Scandinavian. Tapi. It happens to all of us. Okay. Knight D7. This is something that I'm trying to make work, but doesn't work. It's a horrible move, Knight D7. But I don't want to play the game so with double pawns as the main line goes. Huh. Very well, Queen C7. No more lining up, pardon, between the bishop and the queen. Now this bishop stands poorly. Nice, he is losing a tempo. D5, okay. Knight D5, so how will you take? C D5, he'll take with the bishop, and this is nice. Now we castle, bishop hangs, we finish development, and we gain enough time for action. He blundered the bishop, nice. Okay, left. I need to wake up a little. Okay, what's this? G6. Very well. C3. E4 will play a little bit more actively. Just a little bit more actively. B6. Bishop on D3. C5 castles. Really no problem for white. And let me see what is coming next. Hmm. Rook C1. We'll try to play the endgame. H6. Okay, I just need to not blunder and we'll be fine. Bishop on uh, f4. This is much better. Bishop b7. Queen to e2. And now k3. Should I worry about it? I'll just grab space. Right? No, I'll play h3. So I can play bishop e3. I'll play h3 first. Your move, brother. Your queen has no space. Your queen has no space. Here I am. And what do you play next? F5? Oh, that's a joke move, isn't it? E6. Very well. I do have enough space to play G4. He shouldn't have anything at the moment. What happens if I play G5? See? How do you react? And after bishop G5, this pin is annoying. The G5 square is weak, and I pay the price with a slightly weaker king, but I'll take it. I'll take it because he cannot make it, cannot punish it yet. Uh-huh. So that's your idea. That's your brilliant plan. Double attack. Okay. Three times attacking. Uh-huh. And then three times attacking. I see. I see. Very well. But then rook takes. What I do? I simply say through your C file. Through your C file. Okay. Okay, you have the C file. Very well. I understand. Bravo for black. He has C file. But these squares are covered, so he cannot do anything on C file. What happens on D5? Takes, knight takes, then my long diagonal is weak. And on D5 I still cannot make it. But this move should be slightly unpleasant, but actually it does nothing. He can take, no, he cannot take back with the bishop. I'm threatening to get a piece. Uh-huh. And who benefits from all this? Three. Takes, king, queen attacks, and what do you have? Nothing. So I'll take it. Takes, and after this move I hit the knight, so he might play bishop c6, correct, and let me see, queen b3, he attacks twice, and I do protect twice the e4 pawn. Uh, After a3, we will have these weaknesses on b6 and d6. Yes, he does have a powerful bishop. My king is weak, I admit it, but sometimes you have to pay the price. And after a3, what is your plan, brother? Aha. So now we are heading for the mating attack. Very well. So maybe rook comes here, most likely. Most likely. That's the point. Okay, I'm gonna defend. G5 is under my control, H3 is under my control. Desi, taso, kako je? Sad ček da završim pa ću te shout molim te, u sranju sam. Ok, queen b4, queen b4, we attack d6. I just ask questions. How do you defend? Knight f6. Okay, very well. What is going on here? Okay, I'll take it. So if he takes like this, queen e5. No, I like this move. Takes. He needs enough both the knight. When he takes back this move and b4 takes, knight on c6 holds everything. Rook. And now we just need to make sure not to blunder anything. King. Okay, king goes in the center of the board. He might play knight f5. I wouldn't be surprised to see knight f5 on the board. f6, rook c5. Now we have b5 to protect the knight. Not yet, actually. Not yet, actually. Very well. b5. Okay, you just move. Very well. Okay, if I play f4, I need to play something. It's very important. Mention. Okay, what do you play next? He cannot cross this line. Knight b5. Let's give some. Okay, king. Forget everything. Don't fuck it up now. Just move. Okay. Where to now? King. Where to now? B. Okay. b5. This should be a winning endgame for me. This. b6. Check. Here. b7. He should be busted. Okay, and let me see. Very well. King. Your move. Queen. Just give me the goddamn queen, bro. Check. This. Take. 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 Yeah. Check out our friend Tasev Dejan. Uh, he's a streamer, trains people, prepares games, prepares your openings. So give him a try. Support or follow if you can. Subscribe him if you can afford. At least follow to support the channel. Okay, knight f3. He's slower than usual, so he cannot put pressure on d5. Ništa bre, tu sam ja, ja sam ti niko i ništa, ti si veći od mene. Ne mogu te puno pomoći, ako mogu, pomažem. Okay, let us see. Let's go in with the knight. Let's go in with the knight. Knight c3. What to play now? Pa ne znam šta da mu igram. Pokušat ću e5. Okay, this piece positioning is not good. c5. Now he may not take because the bishop hangs. So we got a nice way to liquidate. Okay, he'll take. Takes. Uh-huh. Will take. There is no reason not to take. His pieces are miscoordinated. So knight to b no, b5 will dislodge the knight. We need to. Knight e3. Vidimo se. Živ bio. Okay, what can I do here? Not much. Okay, he doesn't have d5 yet, so I'll play a5 because he has bishop a5 if I play knight b6. Now he doesn't have that move and will safely and firmly blockade on the d5s. So he has an isolated pawn, which is good for us. I look every game that you throw at me. I don't care if you're my follower, if you're my viewer, whatever. If you give me a game, I'll take a look. Okay, six. There is nothing I can do. Bishop e7 takes. Okay, bishop e7. Oh man, oh man, I blundered the b pawn. I blundered the b pawn, which is not good. This is not good. Knight c3. Where does the not even that works? Oh man, this he'll have a3. Definitely a3. Even d5 works. This discovery. I'm losing now. This is dead loss. a4. Let me see. What can I play? g6 must be played. I cannot stop d5. That's the catch. So just drop a link. Uh, quiet pills and we'll be fine. Okay, let me see. What else can I do? Horrible position. No problem. I'm waiting for you. So he might go with the queen. Go with the queen then. Okay, rook b8. Let's go rook b8. I'm hoping to take on b5 and fight the double b pawn. It's my best bet. Okay, bishop. Huh. Bishop e7. Oh man, I'm blundering yet another pawn. God damn it. Now this one goes. Okay, queen to a7. d4 is under pressure, but it's not gonna make any difference. I'm losing so much. Knight g4. Okay. He'll go here, claim that he can pop. Very well. What happens if I pop in with the knight? Okay, I go with the knight. So if he hops, I don't care. But this and this, just horrible. Queen e1, h5. He needs to show me the idea. And I think he'll go to e3, most likely. Knight e5. Very well. Oh man. Rook c8, this was the threat. Play that. Wow. How many tactics does this guy have? Queen e6. Okay, you'll take, I'll check and pick up the bishop, right? And maybe we can checkmate then. All right, this is king g7, so he'll take maybe on. Oh my god, he takes the rook. Very well, I had enough. I'm too out of shape. Let's try knight f6. I don't have opening repertoire, so no matter what I play, it's irrelevant. But okay, let's hopefully keep viewers uh, entertained. Or what do you have? Queen e3. That won't cut it. Knight c6. Hey, thank you for the follow, man. I have followed in return. A small token of my gratitude. Now let's see. He played d3. And since we don't have dark squared bishop anymore, we'll put everything on the dark squares. Bishop f5. Uh-huh. d5. Well, what do you say? e6. We are attacking the knight. So when he takes, we'll take with this pawn. Ah, he doesn't want to. Okay, knight to d6. Now we will exchange his bishop because his bishop is better. He is not obstructed with the pawns. Ours is. Queen to e7. We are pushing e5. Hopefully, well, not yet. We cannot push e5 yet. Maybe he'll castle long. No. Okay, takes. Takes. Queen to d6. We should be fine. If he castles, yeah, we have queen d5. Anyways, we'll play queen d5 and now let's see what can we do. Put the rooks on in the center of the board and just play the game. Oh, this is nice. We are slightly cramped, so every exchange we get is a blessing. So 95, gladly, gladly. Rook d5. Rook d8. Now we will exchange. Okay, rook d6. King will go here, and then we may play f6 to expel the rook. d4 is too weak. So he might go here, f6, takes, and I'm waiting for his move. Maybe king e4, in which case b5 is needed. Yeah. No, no, I'll harass his pawns first. Okay, and let me see. After c5, what is happening? He has the d file, right? So there is little for me to... Okay, king d6. Let's move the king a bit closer. Complex endgame. Complex endgame equal, in my humble opinion, but okay, h5. So let's see how will he continue. f5, very well. King d5, no, we'll play b5. What to play? c5, I need to make some play. So he might play rook e5, yeah, that's the move. Then I play b6, yeah, and we wait. Yep, bit rough. And how will he take? He'll have a passed pawn. Damn it. Okay, we'll take like this. This was bad from him. He could have played something much more useful. Some waiting move. Alright, king c5. d4 is required. He didn't play that. King d5. I'll try to play 5 because then I think I have a winning endgame. e5. I think that black is now actually about to win. Because what will white play? What will white play now? I'll take. No, actually, I pass. Let me pass. I think that Passing also works. This this will go with check. That's the whole point of the game. Uh, c5 doesn't work like it works in other endgames. Uh, b5, and I'm just going to. Ah, he still he still saves the game. Okay, it's your move. I should have taken on f4, right? All right, c5. Okay, this must be a mistake because now he cannot catch my e pawn. And yeah, exactly. Let me just take a look at the. Okay, e4 is good. King c6. Yeah, this was too early. Yeah, now he has nothing. King c6. He needs to make a move. Hey, man, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I always mispronounce your name. So he needs to play. Losing a lot, but I'm not uh, tilted. No, this cannot happen. Okay, so King c6 won. Uh, I'm not tilted because I know I'm playing poorly. So it's okay. We'll try to get some elo back until we get some requests by the viewers, or maybe if a lot of people comes, we can play viewer arena. It was very fun last time. Okay, c5, c3, knight c6, knight to d2. Okay, quiet pills. This is enough information for me to actually view the game. So after this game, I'll take a look at the game and I'll show you how to do it. So don't worry, uh, you're covered. I'll do it. Let me just finish this game because it is rated. So let me try to defeat this guy and then, okay, I'll exchange the bad bishop and I have e4. And there are a lot of things that I can attack. Yeah. Sure, bro. Sure, bro. So now you are going to do what? Yeah, there is a lot uh, to understand, but remember that these are for 22,000 deal and beyond. So how do I make this guy suffer? Okay, b3. Let's hit this queen side. Yeah, there is a lot. Uh, just go through opening play. That alone should help you. Rook c8. Okay, I'll take your move, brother. Your move. And let me see, like this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. a4. We need to break this queen side. Definitely. Take, and let me see. How do you? Okay, e5. And now we have knight e4. I'm glad to hear that, man. Now we have f6 square and d6 square. This is going to hurt. This is going to be so rough. Okay, let's see. What does he want to do? Knight f4, knight d3. Queen cannot go anywhere. Okay, g3. Let's play prophylactically. Okay. Where can we go? Rook fb8. Your b pawn is slightly weak, brother. What do you play? Queen b6. So now you're going to push. Okay, makes sense. Going to push. Okay, we hop in with the knight. b5 is still under attack, so I want you to show me the moves. Uh-huh. Takes queen d4. Thanks, man. Thank you. Okay. What do I do? I mean, he does have some counterplay there. Queen d2, dc3, I take, he takes. Okay, queen d2. If he takes, oh, he can take like this. Very well. Okay. But wait a second, there is an intermediate. Ah, won't work. So I need to play it like this. And he needs to take the queen. Wow, what the heck is this? Okay, queen to c2. What the heck is this? Uh-huh. So that was your idea. Very well, queen c1. And c4 is going to drop. So we'll take a last game to analyze, and I'll show you how to do it. Uh-huh. So now, okay, let me see. Let me drop a rook here to attack, and we'll play king g2 to. Yeah. Okay. So he left. Okay. You followed me on Lichess, so okay, there is a follow. Okay, so when I go to your profile, Wyatt, uh, you click on games. You see this on the right hand side, and here you have a game, and you click on this diagram, and you just click on this link at the top. You see, so you take it. You see where my mouse is hovering at the very top of the screen, and you copy that link and you just paste it in the chat, and voila, you got yourself a game for analysis. So let me see. Can I analyze this with an engine? I guess I can. Hi, Gab, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How's she going on? I didn't quite understand. If you ask me, I'm I'm a he and I'm doing decently tonight. But okay, the more people, the merrier, as they say. So right now we are, yeah, I'm doing decently well tonight. I'm losing a lot, but okay, no problem, no problem. So okay, let me just flip the board. It's easier for me to analyze. So now we are going to do a viewer analysis. One of our friends requested analysis, so let's honor him. Yeah, it's an interesting life story. Uh, Indeed, when everything turns out well, it's like a Cinderella story, but not many people were lucky. No problem, I know, but it's easier for me when the diagram stands like this. C5, okay, we have Sicilian, Dragon. Wow. And I hate this move. This is the strongest. Okay, he didn't play queen d4. Queen d4 is very, very unpleasant. Uh, and I actually have, I think I do. I think I do have, give me a second. Ah, yes, we can do it like this. And if you go on YouTube, there must be my channel. Give me a second. Okay, and playlist, this, and there must be a link there to GitHub. There it is. And if I click, okay, I don't need this anymore. Opening basics. No, this is for the, yeah, Dragon. I know I have done Dragon. D4. Let me see. Just give me a second. I know I prepared Dragon for some, for a viewer. So, give me a second. .com and learn analysis. Just give me a second, please. Load PGN, load, and okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I will tell you. Let me just honor our friend uh, and do analysis. We can talk about that too. Queen d4 is very nasty. Yeah, so he has queen d4 here. He didn't want to do this. Bishop g7. Okay, he played bishop c4. Okay, he plays basic and opening moves. Oof, he blundered the full knight. A full knight. Just knight d4, man. And you have a full knight. Okay, you didn't see this. Okay, c3. Not so good. I mean, now this knight cannot stand on c3, so just castle. Why is that so bad? What did he? c3, knight e5, according to Compi. Very well. And knight e4. Oh, you had a... No, you didn't. I will explain. Yeah, so bishop d5. Okay, you get a pawn this way. There is a tactic, of course, because if he takes, you collect the piece like this with the extra pawn. On this move, I think you take with the knight, yes, and you still end with the extra pawn. So yeah, you had that move. Okay, castles, you're still doing fine. You could have just had an extra pawn. Yeah, you can. Krug, do it. Do it. We can watch the games. Before, wow, he's weakening so much. And there is still 95 according to the engine. D6 must be good too. You're still fine. B4 is a move that doesn't achieve anything, just weakens the long diagonal. So this is very beneficial to you. B5, uh, you played 95, which I like. Queen e2, bishop g4. Okay, it's not so bad. I like that move too. And now, oh, you blundered. You blundered. I would rather prefer to chop off the bishop, and yeah, you can even take the pawn. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but okay. Here you can drop back actually, or even better, you can just take. And if he takes the bishop, you just play rook c8, for example, and you finish development. Your queen will come to maybe a5 or b6 to make pressure. She doesn't have to. You can even play queen d7. You have a lot of nice options. Just such a sweet position. Okay, so here you didn't know what to do and you hung a piece. Okay, bishop, rook c8. Okay, knight d2. What is going on? If I take, you take. Oh man, queen c7 is strong because he cannot hold the c4 point. And when he goes back, you. Oof, oof, oof. This is a double attack, so this is the only thing that he has. One, two, three, four, five pawns versus one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. You're close to having full compensation to a piece. But actually, taking into account how weak his dark squares are, and also the light squares too. I mean, his entire position is open. And taking into an account that you have finished development and you actually have good coordination, and his pieces are in shambles, you do have full compensation for the piece you're winning. But it requires a lot of skill to win this game. But you are definitely winning. So you played queen a5. Your idea was to collect here. Okay, so he played pardon, bishop b2. Okay, knight g4. You're still fine. You have you still have full compensation for the piece. Knight f6. h3 was not necessary. He weakens his squares so much. Castles. Oof, oof, oof. Now, yeah. Wait a second. If I take, If I take, and he must take with the knight, I collect another pawn. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7. Now I have 3 pawns for the piece, and his king is horrible. There is some tactic on e4 because when he takes with the queen, this knight will hang, and when rook comes, you will have doubling of the rooks, and even your rook can go here to join the attack. You have a6 with b5. You have full compensation for the piece, my friend. You're having practically a winning attack. Maybe this rerouting also, this bishop hitting. You had a lot of chances in this game. So uh, let me see just what did you play. You played knight fd7. Yeah, now he should play maybe bishop to b3. Knight b3. Queen a2. Okay, so he wants to catch the queen, but now you just take. And on this move, yeah, you don't need much. Knight c5. This is a tempo now. And if he does take here, you take with the rook and you threaten the c4 knight, so you have enough time to evacuate. Nice. Now this is nice. Yeah, I do that too, Gab. No problem. Let me just do justice to our friend and analyze the game. So here, what did you do? Okay, knight b6. Okay, so he should win with knight b6, rook a1. Yeah, he now got the queen. Knight c4, knight c4. He should have taken the queen. Knight c4, and now how do I defend? Queen b2. Okay, rook b2, 2, 4, 2, 4. Okay. Yeah, I do play versus a player. Yeah, don't worry. We'll play. Let me just finish the analysis. Uh, okay, so he white wins. So how the hell did you win this, bro? How did you? How did you? Rook e5, black resigned. White is victorious. Okay, white won, which is logical. Okay, we don't need this. Gab, it seems that English is not your native language. So which language do you speak, Gab? Where are you from? Romanian, a neighbor. Why didn't you say so, man? Uh, yeah, it's okay. Dragoste Dinte, if I recall correctly. Okay. Uh, second. There it is, and we'll do it like this. Okay. Something like this can work. Uh, okay. Kruh, do you have a Lichess account or chess.com? Where is that game played? Okay. Just let me see if I haven't missed anything. Right, I'll get you to follow. Thank you. Enjoy this. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Only chess. So no problem. We can talk. Uh, I just need a game from our viewer to take a look at it, and I'll tell you everything. We'll talk about it. So Wyatt Pills, Krug, you're the one who need to uh, Send me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Wow, I don't know how you did this, but this is nice. My chess open. Wow, this is new. This is impressive, actually. Well done. Uh, you need a link if you have a game that you want me to analyze. A second. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Um, somehow. Okay. See. Uh, I thought that he wanted to. Uh-huh. No, that's different. I think I misunderstood, Gab. It's okay. I think I misunderstood. Uh, Good evening, Daka. How are you? How are you, man? Okay. Let me do a quick analysis of this game so we can go through. Okay. Four knights. Okay, knight d4. This is not good. Knight d5. Ooh, a blunder. Oof. Now black simply wins. Nice move, d5. Uh, this is just, oh my god, d3. Oh, there is no way to save this game. All these pieces are horribly blocked. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can simply resign from this position. Okay, rook e1 and the blunder. Well, luck smiles upon a warrior who endures in its courage. That's what I say all the time. And you endured, and luck smiled upon you, and you won. Okay, not much to analyze. Simply, this was one blunder. This was a losing blunder, and after this, you can simply resign. And here, at least take and then retreat. But now, okay, just a horrible move because now you're weakening d3 and he exploits it, and now these pieces are dead because these pawns cannot move forward. They're blocked by all these pieces. And okay, you castle, but that's all you got. He just, yeah, he blundered here. Simply long castle and he's winning comfortably. 97, even here, bishop to, even here, maybe long castle. And if you take, he can play something like this. And you may not move the queen because the rook hangs. So if you play something like this, this is checkmate. So he blundered with bishop h3, and now bishop f5, and you won. Okay, nice. Okay, uh, the war. Okay, our viewer Gab asked me to talk about the war, and you cannot talk about the war without going like 1,000 years behind. Yeah. So yeah, this is the okay. So no, you can. It's okay. So here is the deal. You had Serbian Empire. This is the purple color in the. Can I somehow? Okay, wait. I need to slightly. The purple ones were Serbian land, but it's not the entire land of ours because uh, slightly below Macedonia is actually Greek land that Dushan conquered, stole from the Greeks. So around here and all the way to the north was Serbian land, technically. Bosna was Serbian land. It's like, but they're like England and United States of America. So Bosna, it's like England and Scotland, or England and America. The best way to understand. They are the same nation because Americans are English people who came to American continent, but they call themselves differently. But we are the same people, the same nation, same language, same everything. So that's also Serbian land, but it's like internal fight for supremacy. And that was our original land. Then Muslims uh, conquered Byzantia and entire Balkan. And that's when shit hits the fan because then they brought other people to inhabit the area and started exterminating the Christians. And that is how you have modern. Give me a second. You have Jesus Christ. You have modern lands the way you have them now. So now uh, we have modern Bosnia that is a state forcefully made by the West, where Orthodox Serbs and Muslim Serbs live forcefully. They don't want to live with each other, but if West doesn't control it, there will be war because some of the Serbians uh, accepted Islam to save their ass from being impaled. What Muslims did was this: they come to your house and say, "Look, either you convert to Islam or we kill you." So to avoid death, many Serbs accepted Islam, and that was not the end. They had to fight against their own. So, and it wouldn't be a problem. We would forgive that, but it's the fact that they uh, enjoyed killing us that cannot be forgiven. So it's different when you do something to save yourself. I can understand that. So if that happened today, I would probably accept Islam and say, look, I have to do this. But they did this with passion, with enjoyment, and we cannot forgive that. So in Bosnia, that's one problem that arose. Montenegro are literally Serbians. It's the first Serbian state, and they are like, well, we are the first and we are the best. In fact, they are the such pieces of shit that they even betrayed the Turks, who said, "Look, we'll leave you to be Orthodox, but you need to be our slaves. You need to be our slaves. You need to, you need to send us your men for the army. You need to send us your children, blah, 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 blah." And Montenegro said, okay, we'll do it, just leave us alone. And then Turks told them, come help us when Tamerlan, if I recall correctly, attacked them at Ankara. And they said, yeah, you know what? You are on the other side of the continent and, fuck you. I'm not going to help you. We are free. We are the big boys. We are the best. We are the first Serbian country, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, aha, so you are not slave anymore. You're not my servant. You're not my subject. No, you go fuck yourself. Turks defeated uh, uh, the Tamerlan. Uh, it happened, the big battle was at Kosovo at 1389, where only Serbian army stood against the entire Muslim world, trying to save the entire Europe. We were able to make a draw. Our king died, but we killed their sultan. So they retreated for a while, they regrouped, and then they demolished everything. They reached Hungary. Austria was the last stop where they were stopped. They were stopped because rain fell that day, and they couldn't defeat Austria. Otherwise, they would destroy Austria too. And Serbian army then we sent because our king died at Kosovo. We our queen accepted to be uh, a subject, a slave, and she sent her daughter to Sultan's harem as a gift. And the military said, "We'll serve, just don't kill us." So when Turks called Montenegro, they said, "Fuck you, we are not gonna do help you." Blah 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 blah. I already said it, but Serbia honored its word, and we came to fight, and we saved Turkey. We fought so valiantly that even the enemy uh, noted in their books, in their history books, that Tamerlan itself was uh, astonished with the bravery of Serbian uh, army. And when Turks came back, they spared us, but they fucked Montenegro up. Bosnia, a lot of them accepted Islam. Uh, then came the exodus of the Serbs from Kosovo, and they inhabited the northern part of the country, of the nowadays country, which is Hungarian soil actually. Vojvodina is not Serbian soil. We are not there. Uh, we came there running away from the Turks, and we got that land by as a reward for our uh, uh, loyalty in World War. Uh, and that's what you see at the top: Novi Sad, Subotica, and so on. But when that happened, when the Turks started invading into Europe, they destroyed Greece, they destroyed Bulgaria, but Bulgaria sided with them because they are having some blood ties with the Turks. So they were mostly spared. They served as slaves, as a subjects. They kept their Christianity, but most of the time they were their enforcers at the Balkan. So as a reward, they got North Macedonia, nowadays more North Macedonia, some Kosovo, and eastern Serbia as a reward. Uh, then Albania, that was Serbian land, had to be cleared from Serbs. And there came people that call themselves Albanians nowadays. They came from the Asia. No, they accepted to be slaves, subjects of uh, of the Turks, and they were left alone as long as they did their job. They needed to supply the army to pay money, some taxes, and that's it. You're free to be Christian. You're free to be anything you want. You will keep your crown, but you serve me. So so they were left alone. They got a lot of territory, of Serbian territory, as a reward for servitude, and uh, that's how the game was played for 500 years. Bosnian Muslims, Serbians who accepted Islam, they terrorized, enforced the most brutal laws of the Turks. They killed Serbian people were native Orthodox Christians. Uh, Montenegro also suffered, but Albanians, yeah, it's very old. So, but Albanians, they didn't suffer. They came from Turkey, and they slowly exterminated, ethnically cleansed Serbs from there. Bulgaria did the same at the east of the country, and that lasted for 500 years. Then came Balkan Wars, and Serbia slowly got a part of its lands back. So when you see this, yeah, from that vast empire, give me a second. Where was it? No, no, no. Give me a second. Maybe there is something here. There is something here. Uh, there should be some image from the medieval times. No, there isn't. Okay, we'll do it like this. It's a much more complex. You'll see. Medieval Serbia. No, not medieval Serbia. No, about post uh, post Balkan war. Let's see this. Maybe yeah, yeah. This is the image. Maybe I can see it like this. Ah, fuck you. Okay, so after the Balkan War, when we kicked Turks' butt, this is the yellow color on the side of the map. Turks were expelled, Christian world saved themselves from the Muslim reign. Serbia got this, you see this territory, Montenegro got that small territory, but Bosna fell under Austrian rule. This is very important. Uh, Albania somehow survived. Albanians stayed. Instead of being expelled together with the Romanians, they helped free in the rebellion, so they were rewarded by keeping Islam and staying there. Bulgaria, you see, got a lot of Serbian land. Uh, and you see, Romania was very small back then because Austro-Hungary kept Transylvania and many other territories for themselves. So that's why we actually got liberated, because Austro-Hungary saw the weakness of the Turkish Empire and they helped us crush it so they can get a lot of territory and get an exit to the sea. You see this uh, orange state is Austro-Hungary, and they now got entrance to the Adriatic Sea. And it's always like that. We were always small fish after that, and always a pawn in those games. So then uh, we got liberation. Then came World War One, World War Two, and we should have given uh, our lands back. And now shit hits the fan. As a reward, instead of getting our lands back, this is now Yugoslavian territory. And there is Slovenia also missing here. No, this is not good. But okay, it serves the purpose. During the Yugoslavian wars, actually in World War II, Croatia performed tremendous genocide upon Serbians on their soil. Same did happen with Bosnia, and at Kosovo, Albanians did the same, and Bulgaria did the same on the Macedonia, on northern Macedonia, because when World War II arose, everybody said we'll serve Hitler, but we want Serbians in return. We want their land, we want them killed. We are the only ones who said, fuck you, Hitler, we are going to stand uh, with the Allies. And when the war was over, we should have gotten our lands back. Yugoslavia. And this brings us to Yugoslavia. Uh, now, uh, instead of gaining large part of Croatia where Serbs lived, entire Bosnia, entire Montenegro, north of Albania, Macedonia, and Serbia, our king was greedy and he didn't want to give Vojvodina back to Hungary or to Romania or to be splitted. And he said, no, give me entire Vojvodina and I'll clap the other part of Croatia and give me Slovenia also in return. And I will accept the Croatians and Slovenians and everybody else uh, just so I can be a king of everyone. Look at the territory, I just want it. And sadly, that's the day when our doom was sealed. Because then World War II came, and after that, World War II came and finished. The Western powers said that we are too strong, that we have great potential to become a world power, and that must be stopped. So a foreign spy called Tito came to to power, and he was Croatian. So to give you an idea what that means like putting a Nazi to be a president of Israel. Literally, like putting a Nazi to be a president of Israel. And of course, he performed ethnic cleansing silently upon Serbs. West did nothing to stop it because Yugoslavia was very important to them as a bastion against Russian communism. So they tolerated that as long as he was doing their bidding. Yeah, he was Croatian. So, so when Tito, because Russia and communism started to grow strong, and that was the day of the Cold War. Russia started launching Sputnik to space. Russia was starting to win the space battle. Americans haven't landed yet to space, to the moon, and Russia and communism started gaining traction, because that system started to produce the same results as the capitalist system, but without slavery, without war, without anything. They simply had uh, Nazi discipline. I mean, every communist was a dictator. And as communism started to thrive, uh, the, yeah, in 1980s was also tough for Romania, but we lived in wealth because the Western lands financed Yugoslavia in order to keep it like, yeah, yeah. So the point was to keep Yugoslavia as a bastion. Yeah, it was. So as a bastion against communism. Russia should not be allowed to get access to the Adriatic Sea. So Tito was becoming a solo player, a huge, uh, monumental political figure, something like Angela Merkel today, or maybe Macron of France. Big player, big influential figure because of the geostrategic position Yugoslavia had. But then Tito died, and then shit hit the fan. Now Croatians saw opportunity to declare. Thank you for the follow. To declare independence, and they and Slovenians said, "We're going to do it. Screw them," because Tito tactically transferred all the production and the industry from Serbia to Slovenia and Croatia. And we had Kosovo region that was very poor. Montenegro only has tourism; it has nothing. Macedonia was also poor, and Serbia was always strong, but it was weakened. It didn't reach its full potential. Bosna also wasn't very strong, but Croatia and Slovenia started to thrive, and they said, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore. Tito is dead. There is nobody to hold the line. There was no strong ruler to keep everyone under check. And you had one, two, three, four, five, six idiots who wanted a piece of the cake for themselves. And they started to grovel, they started to quarrel, and they said, you know what, there will be war. And there were a lot of people who said, let's leave Yugoslavia the way it is. History is history. We didn't do those crimes. Children are innocent. Let's stay together. Let's build a better future for our children. But they were sadly a small minority. The hillbillies, uneducated nationalists who were retarded, said, I'll explain the Russia point now. They said, you know what? No, we can take it, everybody, and we'll defend our lands. No, we'll declare independence because we are mighty ones. Blah 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 blah. And the war broke off, and everybody got fucked. Uh, because a lot of people stood at the other side of the border, stayed at the other side of the border, something like North Korea and South Korea today. And you still have tensions, you still have quarrels and bickering, but it's silent. And then in the end came Kosovo war, and that had everything to do with Russia. Germany wanted, and because Yugoslavia was still the remainder of the Yugoslavia, Serbia and Montenegro was still strong, started to recover from war and become powerful Russian ally. United States and Germany saw opportunity to use Kosovo Albanians to perform genocide upon Serbia and weaken it even further to cause a war that would prove that NATO is still required. Because NATO, there was a long, a good chance that NATO would be dissolved. There was because there was no war in the world. There was no need for NATO. It was too expensive. That's why you saw Trump in his mandate saying we need to force everybody to pay to invest in their own army. America cannot finance other people's army because NATO is very expensive and it should have been dissolved. And Yugoslavia came as a handy weapon, as a handy pawn to be used to demonstrate that NATO is still required. So Americans had that interest and to establish a NATO base at the Balkans, to cut off the Russian influence and Russian access to the seaside, because Russia had tremendous uh, uh, geostrategic position in Montenegro, having access to the seaside, to the Adriatic Sea, and if they get access to the sea, they have access to the whole world. Now, with Kosovo forcibly stolen from Serbia, and they're trying to make an artificial state. To they're silently supporting genocide even today, uh, and Montenegro becoming independent state with puppet government. Russia has no access to the rest of the world. Serbia is being kept in the stalemate. We valiantly fight for Kosovo, but it's a dire situation. And now they say, look, if you do something crazy, we'll bomb you again. We will enforce economic sanctions. So if I see you help Russia, if I just think, just suspect, I'm gonna fuck you up. So we are stalemated. Montenegro has a puppet uh, government, and Kosovo is now riddled with Albanians who are servants of the West. If West says to them, "Go suck my dick," they will do it, and that's the whole point. Russia is now out of the equation. Now Russia is doing everything to help us because we are the only ally left in the Balkans, and they cannot do much because they themselves are now strongly hit with the sanctions from the West. I'll explain, Kruh. So, and they're trying to make some some comeback, and they found a new ally in view of Erdogan, the Turkish president. So there is a new economic initiative called the Northern Pipe. I don't know how to translate it, where Russian gas will come to Europe via Turkey, Greece, no, Turkey, Bulgaria, then Serbia, all the way up to Germany. And there is a northern pipe that should have gone through Ukraine. And that would, yeah, via Turkey, then Bulgaria, then Serbia, and then goes up to the Europe. Yeah. And there is a northern pipe that should somehow tie Germany. And America got scared that it will help economically Russia, so they uh, started a cup in Turkey, and yeah, and Erdogan somehow survived. Uh, and they're fighting to stop that, but I don't know what will happen. Today, we have information that the pipeline is nearly finished and it will be operative. Yeah, yeah. So, so uh, it's an economic struggle, geopolitical struggle. We fight to save our land, to save our people at Kosovo, but it's a moot point because Albanians are killing us without any punishment from the world. They turn a blind eye like they do to Saudi Arabian king who kills everyone, the Houthis, because hey, he gives them oil and that's that. So We are losing that battle, and the situation is brittle. A war can break off any day, any day. So it's not about us; it's about Western powers. If they decide there will be war, there will be war. If they decide there will be peace, there will be peace. Right now, they are still thinking. They're trying to finish the Kosovo genocide, but we are still hanging on somehow. We are fighting, and in the future there will be war because Serbia managed to persuade a lot of countries to withdraw the recognition of Kosovo, and Germany is lobbying uh, with all its might to stop European countries like Czech, Czech and Hungary to retract the withdraw the recognition, and they are fighting for the five European Union states that didn't recognize Kosovo to do so. And right now we have information that maybe Greece will do it. They are dwindling. So everyone are under pressure because no, we are not obliged to go to army, not anymore. Uh, so there will be hell. I just don't know when and where, but it's very unstable. Uh, Today it's peaceful, but it's not peaceful. Serbians are being killed at Kosovo every day. Nobody gives a fuck. And Serbian monasteries that are UNESCO protected uh, heritage are being demolished uh, every day. So Muslims can do whatever they want. Everybody else can go fuck themselves. And the same happens in Bosnia. Now they're trying to break Bosnia. They're trying to cancel Republic Serbia, and I don't know what will happen. I don't know what will happen. It's not gonna be good, and definitely not gonna. Yeah, there is. Uh, it's going to happen the moment America falls, and America will fall because you guys are turning into Yugoslavia. Yeah, you can say that I'm a duck, and I don't know how to recognize a dog, but I sure know how to recognize a duck because I am a duck. So I don't know how it's like to live on the West in a Western democratic country. Everything is fine and dandy, but I do know what is a dictatorship and communism, and I can recognize that in a heartbeat from a mile. And let me tell you, I don't see democracy in USA, and the bubble will burst the moment the wallet runs dry. That's what happened to us. The moment you uh, lose money, people will start to ask themselves, like it happened to us, well, why am I working for this guy? And all of a sudden, the racial slurs will happen, blah, 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 blah. Then I'm telling you, all hell will break loose. And when America falls, the world will fall with it, like it did in 1921 when the New York stock market crashed. So, yes, shit will hit the fan, but what can I do? Yeah, it will explode soon, so there is nothing you can do but to try to save yourself. Just save your ass and do what you must to survive because it's like playing a video game. If some of you played Dota, for example, or if you watch football or American football, I don't know much about American football, but we can make this analogy. You can have Tom Brady and 11. I think that you have 11 people in the team in American football. You can have Tom Brady and he can be a god. He can play very well, but if he's surrounded with 10 idiots, what can he do? Nothing. You can have Cristiano Ronaldo in football and 10 idiots, and what can he do? Nothing. You can have Michael Jordan in basketball and four idiots, and what can he do? Nothing. He'll lose the game if they will all lose if they're paired against a decently competent team because he's alone. Exactly. The same happens with you. You can see where everything is going. You know what is going to happen. But what can you do? You are one guy, and your country has millions of residents, and they all have a right to vote. So you're busted anyway. You can only hope that you can gain majority of votes on the elections, but even that uh, doesn't guarantee anything. So all you can do is follow what is going on and save yourself. And you cannot save yourself if you are a regular Joe like me. You have a job from 9 to 5. There is nothing you can do because you rely on somebody else, and that someone can blackmail you for that salary that brings food to your table. So the only way for you to influence the world, to save yourself, is to be somebody like the owner of the YouTube or Facebook or something like that, somebody who can make an impact. It's the only way. First things first, you need to have your own piece of bread, and good luck with that. So I have decided to try to live my life the best way I can, and if I manage to have family and children, I will teach my children just uh, 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 the truth and tell them the way it is, and tell them, my dear children, follow what is happening, and the moment you sense danger, save yourselves. Do whatever it takes to save yourselves, and that's all you can do. You can train your children to get by in this cruel world, to survive, and that's the only thing you can do. You won't save the world. You won't persuade people to change if their own mother cannot teach them to behave after 20, 50, 30 years. What are you going to achieve in 5 minutes? Nothing. So just let the suckers fall, because you cannot help them, and save yourself. Don't let those suckers bring you with them. So that's the only thing I can do for myself. And right now, I have stabilized at work. Uh, I have a roof over my head and food to eat. Water to drink. Uh, I have clean bed to sleep on, and I'm grateful to the good Lord. I don't hate anyone. I don't want to see anyone suffer. I'm not mad at nowadays generations, because they didn't do the atrocities. It's their fathers and grandfathers who should. And I'm looking forward to find a woman to whom I will spend the rest of my life. Any control system, chess experience that you want, any control system. Welcome to the stream. We can play any time control that you want. Uh, just tell me where to challenge your chess experience. So we'll see how this will happen. That's why I started streaming. Maybe I'll meet some people who can help me. I have met a software developer who made a bot. I played yesterday or day after, before yesterday against it. It's really strong, really good. Then I met a grandmaster who follows me, and we played some games, so maybe he will help me somehow as well. I met many wonderful people who follow me and come to see me play, and I'm grateful for that. A lot of great people today, tonight, a lot of great people in previous. No problem. Chess experience, we can play anywhere you want. Chess.com, chess, Lichess, anything you want. The catch is that on Lichess, I feel people cheat less. When I play against them, somehow the games seem more natural rather than chess.com. On chess.com, too many people were caught cheating. I got tired of writing cheating report, cheating request to. Uh, I always ask for the chess.com team to check a player if he cheated or not. And many, many times I just get a reply after a while, hey, this guy was cheating. Yeah, we gave you your points back. And I don't want to go through that anymore. I mean, if you cheat, okay, you have your reasons, but on chess, on lead chess, I think many, I that's my personal. Thank you for the follow. It's my personal, uh, a personal impression that people cheat less. So I play here. Also, lead chess has a nice feature where you can give them your streaming data, and they will auto host you, asking nothing in return. So right now, if you put leadchess.org in your stream title, Leadchess will automatically host you. They will announce their viewers that you are streaming. Chess.com doesn't do that. They have Twitch, they have Chess TV, but I think you have to pay. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't hold me accountable. But simply chess.com, I agree with you. They play stronger chess. Chess is stronger there, but there are also more cheaters there, and everything is about the money. Puzzles are free here. Yeah, puzzles are free here. You can create tournaments, and uh, everything is just free. On chess.com, you need to pay for everything, literally for everything. So, so I prefer leadchess.org because I don't have enough money to invest in chess. Uh, at the moment. Sadly, I would love to do that, but my first responsibility, uh, especially during these COVID days, is to have enough money uh, to support myself and my family. So, we don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe this vaccine against COVID will have to be paid. We don't know. God forbid. Let's not jinx it, but I can expect anything. Because if a human brain can make such a thing as a COVID virus, uh, nothing can surprise me anymore. I mean, Krug, I'll explain why. I have gotten affiliate offer from Twitch, but the laws in my country are very complex and I need to deal with taxes. So if somebody subscribes to me or donates to me, I need to pay taxes. And the law is not clear to me. I'm not a lawyer, so I need somebody to explain me what to do, which form to fill in, to whom do I need to submit that form, and so on and so on. Because our government is very strict, and if you don't pay taxes, they can even take your they just come and take your stuff away. So if you don't pay a lot of taxes, you can end up without a house. You can end up on the street because they'll say, aha, your house is worth the amount of money you owe, and we'll take it because you didn't pay taxes. Say hello to the street. And I'm very afraid, and I need to do it diligently. And to make things worse, streaming on Twitch in my country is something that is not very often, not very well known. So I cannot even find a lawyer or an accountant who can help me do this correctly. It's very hard, and it's been like a month. I'm searching for people. I'm googling. I don't know what to do anymore because we cannot go out due to lockdown. COVID made things even worse, and until I fix that, I cannot receive any donation or a sub. And I would really like to do that because every ounce of money that I get could be used to improve in chess in a way that could benefit everyone for this channel. I had so many plans. The thing that I'm preparing, but I need money. Of course, I'm saving. Is a big tournament of for streamers that support me, that follow me back, so we can make some sort of like a PogChamps tournament, but streamers that follow me will participate, and that way I can help them grow by people seeing them, and they help me grow by playing. We make content, and then we could make a qualifier for the followers who can qualify or and then play on that tournament, and we could have monetary prizes for the most prettiest game or first, second, third place, and so on and so on. But again, I need to stabilize, and the most important thing for me is to deal with this affiliate status. And we'll see. Just stay patient. I'm trying to make it work as fast as possible, but I need to be very careful because the government is very strict. It is very strict. We are a war-torn country that tries to rebuild. So every dollar, every euro, everything counts, and they are now fighting against crime. They are recently fighting against crime, and it's very hard for them to achieve everything. So we'll see what will happen in the long run. How will that and I'm trying. There are some people that can help. I got some contacts, some recommendations, but they're all at vacation because it's summer. So I need to wait for them. I need to wait for them to come back from vacation and to help me. So it's okay. Krug, thank you. The biggest reward I could get is for somebody who plays chess to improve by watching these videos. That's the biggest reward I can get. I don't need money. I don't need anything. If you watch this stream and improve a little as a chess player, that means the world to me. Knowing that this is not in vain, that you know some people can uh, get something out of this, then it would be fine. Uh, Somebody wanted to post a link. Chess experience. What did you want to post? Nightbot was configured to allow only links from chess.com or leadchess.org. So why is this so? Because a couple of months ago, I trusted a viewer to click on a link. I didn't check the link. Thanks, man. And I clicked on the link and it led to a pornography site. And since then, I decided to add the Nightbot and limit links only to chess.com and Lichess because I cannot risk it. They could have closed my channel immediately and even start legal repercussions. I will challenge you on lichess.org. You just need to give me your username. No problem. I will challenge you, man. Give me the time control that you want to play, and it's okay. Play with a friend. What is the chess experience? What time control do we play? And what is your username on chess.com? Uh, he doesn't hear me. Oh, god damn it. What did he do? Let's try something like this. Uh, let me see. Maybe I can do it like this. Chess experience. Please challenge on lichess.com. Jesus Christ, man, he didn't post a link, you dumb bot. Okay, rapid. Give me a second. Okay, rapid is 10 minutes, I guess. 10. Okay. And if I do it like this should work now. This should work. Challenge sent. So all I can say is good luck. And I hope. Why is it not? What's. Oh, Matthew, thank you for the raid. A fellow streamer. How are you, man? Give me a second while we wait. Fellow streamer also. Do check him out if you can. Uh, okay, we have a game. We have a game. Okay, he's from What is this? South Africa. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's play 5. Let's switch it up a little. Thanks, quiet. Thank you. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. Knight f3. We'll play knight f6. We'll play the Petrov. Stream. As always, Matt. Slow. Slow, but okay. You're here now, so things are better. How was your stream? How was your new friend? I remember you said you found a new friend. Okay. Maybe he contemplates. Okay. This is all theory. Our friend plays really well. Knight c3. Also, I like this move. He followed the candidates from the last year. This is something that Giri played for Kramnik, I think. I remember Giri saying that he prepared this line for Kramnik. So nice. Our friend is well versed in theory. Impressive. So let's see. What can we? What will he play next? Maybe. Well, at least the stream was good. Yeah, I'm preparing the opening, but it's so tough because of the sidelines. I cannot make sidelines uh, work. Okay, bishop e6. I really want to see where will he go, because believe it or not, these double pawns actually benefit white, because I cannot exploit the double pawns in the endgame, and if I move this pawn, well, then the double pawns will untangle after the exchange, and while until that happens, actually white has a pressure down the semi-open d file and an option of playing c4, c5. And if he castles long, his king will actually be very safe. So that was Giri's idea when he prepared this for Kramnik. That's something that he talked about after the candidate tournament. Uh, so I was trying to, yeah, Queen d7. He'll go long, and I don't want to go short. It's very hard for me to defend because his king will be very safe thanks to the c3 pawn. So I'm asking White, where will your king go? And I'm gonna run there too. Okay, h6 to prevent bishop b5, and now we just play simple chess, just simple chess in view of bishop f5, maybe to exchange the bishops. I I'm not disillusioning myself with exploiting these double pawns. So even if that means I will untangle his double pawns, I'm fine with it because uh, objectively speaking, I can do nothing to white. So if I can slightly exchange a couple of pieces, it would benefit me because I would get more space to maneuver. So let's see, what is he playing? He has no tactics yet, nothing of this. Okay, everything is still compact. This bishop doesn't hang. So I'm saying, okay, but he has bishop c4. I didn't take that into account. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Didn't take this into account. Maybe he can preserve the bishop with bishop c4. Uh, Definitely worth a shot. On bishop c4, we'll play bishop f6, protecting the f7 pawn. So if he plays this, hitting the f7, we play bishop here, and since bishop is no longer on e7, our queen will protect the weakness and will open up the file that will be contested by the rook. Rook would go to e8, and black has that equal game in a practically symmetrical position. Now he's thinking, why is he thinking so long? Did I miss something? Knight protects the bishop. That's the only thing he has. Knight g5. Aha, knight d4. Let me first take the bishop. And now what do you play? Okay, his move is actually not so bad. Okay, bishop f6. Because if I take here, he takes with the bishop, and this bishop now puts pressure on g7. I don't like that, so I'll put the bishop here first and say, look, we'll exchange, but under my conditions. I'm gonna take the knight, but you won't have bishop d4 putting pressure on my g7. I will actually chop off the bishop and create double pawns, and those pawns now will be a weakness. They will not be something to brag about. So still position is symmetrical, nothing happens. No advantage for black, but I don't think I'm worse either. Okay, I'll take. I'm threatening here, but that's just a joke. I mean, I don't get much by chopping off the pawn, but maybe I will have to, because there is no other way for me to play for the advantage, and g7 is protected by the bishop. f3, okay. Let us contest the file. There is no reason to not do that. Bishop g5 is actually a nice move. Look at that, bishop g5. And if I take with the bishop, all of a sudden his queen, okay, we'll centralize the queen on d5. She stands well here, preventing c4, and uh, maybe we'll have queen f5 also. All nice squares, and let me see, what can I do here? I can't do anything actually. So c4 is about to come. Six. There is nothing for me. Okay, we'll play. In h5, h7 was under attack. Okay, fair enough. We'll defend, almost blundering a pawn, almost. So that's one idea. The other is queen g6. Um, but I'm not gonna exchange yet because we can play. Yeah, he will go there. I'm gonna play rook e6 and double on the e file. It's the only open file, and it's worth fighting for it. Remember, in a symmetrical position like this one, side that controls the only open file or has better piece coordination wins, because you will use it to grab initiative and put pressure on your opponent. They usually become constricted, and their mobility is severely restricted, and then they slowly lose. They usually crack under pressure. You don't even have to try so hard. It happened to me a lot. I know how tough it is to play those positions because I played Caro-Kann, I played French, I played Aljechin defense. I played so many of those uh, openings that are space constricted, and I know how difficult it is, especially when you play against a grandmaster, somebody who is. Uh, she was not drunk, bro, and she's Intermaster. Uh, fellow streamer, TK, is a fellow streamer, trying to find the drunk grandmaster, but TK, that's not how life works. And I know her. She's not drinking. She's a woman. She's not drinking. She just has so much energy. Uh, she is still young, and she does play well. I followed a couple of her streams, and she is really good player. Queen g6. Now we exchange queens. Pardon, white is slightly better in this endgame, but I think I can hold it. First of all, okay, he should have taken on g6 because then no matter how you recapture, the g7 pawn would be weak because it would be on the same color of the bishop. Now, after taking, we put all the pawns on the opposite color. Maybe we can look at that game. Okay, so we fight the bishop by putting everything on the opposite color of that bishop. So the only weaknesses that we have are these, but these are so far away that white cannot exploit them. And uh, now, actually, this pawn is a weakness that I should have fixed. Now he has b5. This was bad. Bad. I should have played b5, and I'm not gonna miss my chance again. So now he may take and play. Oh, c5, c6. I love this. I love this because now if we exchange these pawns, all of my problems are gone. I literally have no problem. That's the link to the game. I don't know how, TK, to do this. Aha, give me a second, maybe I do. But give me a second. Okay, king e4. Very well. Bishop g7. Now f5 comes into play. But he might play g4. Yeah, he will. So he says, no, no. But what about this move? My friend, how do you defend b4? You don't. a3, bishop b2. And you're busted. Takes, takes. Now he will take here. Pascal chess, how are you, man? And now he has bishop c5. Fantastic play by my opponent. Really, I'm really impressed. Yeah, now he saved the day. f5, we are putting another pawn on the same color of the bishop, and now we have two distant fronts. And we just need to penetrate with the king, and we win this. This is a one-end game if our king can enter. Bishop to f6, we need to get to d5. And I think that we can win this because these two weaknesses are distant. So he needs to play king d3. It's of paramount importance for him to play that. Okay, this is now it's time for Zugzwang. I think we can make Zugzwang. Okay, bishop to e7, bishop to c7, and now he dropped a pawn. And this is now easy. This one is going to drop 2, and it's bye-bye. Yeah, I'll offer a rematch because I'm not a coward, and if I win one game, I'm not gonna run. Uh, thank you, Daka. Thank you. So, GG. Good luck. Have fun, and well played. Last game. D4. We'll analyze the game afterwards. It's very instructive position, I think, and we'll show how he could have held the draw. He had a draw, of course. I had nothing. He gave me the victory. I didn't defeat him. I didn't outplay him. I wasn't the better player in that game. He just decided to lose. Pascal Chess, do you stream by any chance? Why is this so Pascal Chess? No, he doesn't. For some reason, I thought you are a streamer, so I can give you a shout out. I don't. If you stream and you came to my streams, tell me so I can shout you out, so I can support you the best I can. Don't worry about me. I'm not a competitive. I don't see this as a source of income. So, nice. Knight h5, but too early. He needed d6 to prevent precisely my knight, bishop e5. So what do you play now? He needs to go back. But then I play h3. And we'll have After knight f6, we have h3, and this pawn will be here. So on his d6, our bishop can drop back to h2, d5. I will definitely take. Now his knight is misplaced, but actually he has a nice maneuver in bishop f5. This is a known maneuver from Queen's Gambit declined. Uh, Exchange variation, actually. A known maneuver where knight goes to g7. Silmas, hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you, man? And then the bishop comes to f5. Actually, I like this for him. That knight may be useful in the long run. So it's not so poor for black. I like this a lot, actually, because I would actually play bishop f5 here immediately. Such a nice move, such a well prepared move that if you because this bishop is actually black's worst piece. Because what will you do if you play e6? Then it will be blocked forever. If you you need to put him outside, but usually white prevents that. Okay, it's time to castle. I'm a great proponent of simple development. Okay, takes, and I'll put the knight on c3. And I'm hoping for fast e4 because this knight is no longer on f6. So black loosened control of the e4 square. There is no need for me to fight for that square with c4 anymore. I think that simply playing e4 now gives me enough. I get some slight space advantage thanks to this d4 pawn. So yeah, he needs to take knight e4, and now he needs to castle really quick. This is not going to be so pleasant for him. There might be some tactics against f7 at some point, so he needs to do something quick. Can I castle? Yes, I can. I would. Okay, queen c7. He most likely goes here and says, "Look, I'm gonna checkmate you." Yeah, knight e6, queen d6. Uh, Knight here, h6. I got nothing. Oh, god damn it. I hate this. Okay, queen to e2. He'll go to the long side, and there is nothing I can do to stop it, sadly. Uh, so I'll just play a simple development game and claim that, yeah, this is what he does. So after this move, what can we go for? Nothing really. Can we make it work? No. Rook a d1. We are going to play in the center of the board with d5. That way, we'll keep him occupied so he won't be able to go for the pawn avalanche. Uh, d5 is about to come, and actually, e6. Okay, now this is a weakness. This square is unprotected, but I cannot put any of my pieces there. Okay. What happens after knight g5? Knight g5, he has knight f6. And there is no way for me to... But then I can hop with the other knight. Hmm. I'll ask that question. How do you defend the f7 pawn? Can you please explain me? How do you defend the f7 pawn? Because he must do that. I don't think he can play f6 at any point because e6 would be weak and would drop. So he will have a huge No, we are not going to ask the engine yet. Maybe after the game we can ask for analysis, but not. Okay, knight can hop because on f6, e6 will be loose and we'll have intermediate move knight e6 first. So now we have double attack on this pawn, and now d6 square is nice for me, and f6. So I like I feel like I have achieved something. So he has h6, but on h6 I have knight e4, and if on queen e5 there is a knight to d6 check because it is defended by the rook. So he cannot take back with the queen, and if he cannot do that, then his queen will fall. So definitely nice square for me. I can play knight f6 from there, and yeah, knight e4, knight heads for f6, and from f6, notice that it takes away d7. d6 is also taken away, so uh, black won't be able to double his rooks so easily. Meanwhile, uh, g5, knight f6. We can play rook d3. We have space. This rook can go to d1, and then we might even drop from d3 to d7 because knight now takes that square under control. And if we do that, we'll have a great counterplay on the central file, and we'll harass black's. If he takes the pawn, but how will he take the pawn, Patrick? Rook d8. Okay. Okay, this is now going to be okay. This is tough now. Welcome, Patrick. Let me do a shout out. Uh, Fellow streamer and a former uh, mobile developer. I forgot if it was iOS or Android. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Okay, he might have knight d4. iPhone. Objective C or Swift or both. We are not going to allow knight hop, so I'm going to play c3. It's very patient move. I assume both old school. I assumed so. I assumed so. Okay, c3 prevents knight d4. Focus on the game. I am focused on the game. Uh, okay, so he says I'm gonna do a pawn storm. But now I get a pawn. So I will take. If he takes, then we got knight h5. And therefore, I believe he will take with the queen. Because there are not too many pieces left to master an attack, and his pieces are not properly placed for the launch of the attack. And this pawn is a big strength because his queen hits the wall. So, and also this pawn hinders the cooperation of the heavy pieces. So there is no lining up on h7 that he would like. So I don't think black's position is very good to attack. So the central play is much more important. And now we have some advantage because we got the d file. Again, small advantages accumulate. First, we got f6 square that was weakened, and we plonked a knight there. Then now we get the control of the only open file, and actually I'm really thinking about playing queen d3 and queen d7, exchanging queens and saying, look, bro, you got no attack here. You got no attack, and my rook is on the 7th. Uh-huh. Okay, we'll put rook on the 7th immediately. F7 hangs, queen d2 threatens, and then maybe uh, rook d2 will come. Definitely not something to sneeze at. Uh, okay, his queen can go to c5. Queen d2. We're just going to maintain. We're just going to maintain the pressure, and Q Shapa B, welcome to the stream. Uh, I think you asked the right person for advice. Patrick seems like a very experienced software developer, and I have a good feeling about him. I wanted to do iOS myself, but it's too expensive for me at the moment to buy the MacBook and deal with all those shenanigans. Okay, this is going to hurt. This is not going to be so easy for my opponent. How do I make this fly? Okay, queen e8. This knight is such a tremendous defending piece. But I think I can get this pawn with check. And I can claim that his position slightly deteriorates. Sorry, it's hard to pronounce. If you Oh, queen e6. Now I get a piece. He should have gone to the black square. Okay, and now I get a queen. Goes with check, and that's pretty much it. Maybe I should have. Yeah, when he played that, I had actually queen e8 with checkmate immediately. Okay, well played, man. GG, well played. You just blundered a little, but I mean, I don't think he played that poorly. He just blundered a couple of times, and that cost him the game. Nice games to analyze, actually, very instructive ones. So let's go through them one by one. Is this what's this? Okay, first things first. Uh, a good night, Matt. I'll do a shout out one more time. Matt the gamer, fellow streamer who streams chess, wants to improve. So uh, uh, thank you, thank you so much. Uh, let's take a look at the game. May I just flip the board? It's easier for me to follow. So white pawns go here. Forward, black pawns go downward, like you see in chess books or other websites, or and so on. So this is everything. Everything is theory so far, and I love this move a lot. I talked about this move during the game. This is the move that Giri introduced into top level play when he worked as a second for Vladimir Kramnik in the previous candidates, where Kramnik just collapsed, had a meltdown, and announced his retirement. And the idea is this: when you take, these double pawns are a static weakness, theoretically speaking, in the endgame, but they are actually not, because uh, there is no way for black to create a passed pawn. On the king side and on the queen side, these pawns will hold back black pawns. So that's point number one. The static weaknesses of the double pawns are not felt in this position. This is very important. Uh, there are no squares that can be exploited in front of the double pawns. That's a second static weakness that double pawns bring. So you don't have that as black either. So all the static weaknesses, pawn islands, non-existent. Third compensation, third idea, pardon, that you can play on as black, not available to you. So all the static weaknesses that are tied with the double pawns are non-existent in this position. However, it's time to okay. Give me a second. I'll honor our friend and we'll play the game, and then we'll continue the analysis. Okay, five again. King's Gambit. Okay, I'll take d5. Very well. I think that Bishop d6 is played here. I forgot. No, there isn't. You can forget about Magic Krug. You can forget about Magic. It's 21st century. Uh, you will get clapped by a beginner uh, who simply prepared the opening better than you. And I know that. That's why I'm working so hard to make openings work. And I wanted to make French defense work, but it just Doesn't. It's at the moment there are some sidelines that are very theoretical, very computerish, and I don't like that. I want to have a simple position where you can play, where you can think. Not gonna happen. He misplayed the opening, by the way. He misplayed the opening. Black is now ahead in development. That's not the point. The point is for White to be ahead in development when he gambits a pawn. And this extra pawn, yeah, they are working like hell. I'm telling you, well, you have a guy who is. Uh, it matters, Patrick, a lot because they come at you prepared with the openings and you immediately get into pressure. And if you make a mistake, believe me, the position is so sharp that it just collapses like the house of cards. Literally, you're just busted. Okay, queen b6. I'll give check and protect this pawn at the same time. And now I'm finishing my development with tempo. Bishop e6. We attack the queen. Black finished development. Black has extra pawn. Black has bishop pair, which is very good in the endgame. And Black will try to now seize the initiative. When we have all these advantages, we need to strike immediately because uh, this is only temporary. Oh, he blundered the queen. In a tough position, he blundered the queen. So, yeah, I'll give him a rematch. I'm not gonna run like a coward after one game, and then we'll return to misclick. Why didn't you say so? Ah, yeah, we cannot. We cannot. Oh, god damn it! You're not allowing for the. Okay, we'll play Rossolimo. This is now the fashion at the top. Uh, d4. Since we don't have the white bishop, we'll need to take control of the white squares with our pawns. d3, castles. Okay, rook b1. I'm protecting the b2 pawn. This bishop is very strong, so we'll evacuate everything from that diagonal so he doesn't get any good roll. And now we hop with the knight, and this bishop now hits the thin air. E takes d5. This is a backward pawn, and now we will create a tremendous pressure on the bishop c3. I want to exchange uh, this bishop uh, and get something. Up. Yeah, that's true. With a prepared game, Krug. I hope I'm uh, pronouncing your name, your account name well. Okay, this. Now he eliminated the weakness, and this is nice. Rook e1. Now he has strong e5 square, and he can correct his pawns. So definitely good position for black. Silmas, yes, I can challenge you after this game. Of course, I will do that. Let me see. Yeah, and I'm just gonna take. And okay, now he's maybe slightly even better. He might be slightly even better. Queen d2. Maybe I'll play b4 and say, look, you want a crazy house, you'll get a crazy house. Maybe. But I like f4. Okay, KP, it's shorter that way. I like f4 now, although I am weakening a lot of squares in my camp. But if I manage to open the f file, then we can exchange practically everything and play the endgame. And I think that I can easily draw the endgame. What was I talking about? About the openings. They are now prepared. They are heavily prepared, and you can be a stronger player, and you can still not defeat the opponent. And I think I've watched. I mean, well, against the Berlin. Ooh, okay, this is now double-edged. I'll take. This is double-edged because I have a protected passed pawn, but he has a pawn mass. So this is going to be something very, very sharp. And now we play b4. The position opens up. Maybe I have slight advantage due to slightly more active queen. She has things to do. Uh, or here, if he takes eventually, maybe his queen doesn't have many prospects, but the position is definitely sharp now. Oh, maybe he has queen a5. And this, he takes, I take, and a sharp endgame ensues. This is going to be sharp, but the problem is that this pawn doesn't participate in the game. Thank you, KP. Thank you. Uh, Rook b4. So black needs to make this pawn mass rolling, but he cannot play f7, f5 yet. Maybe he can. This is the main question in black's position. h6, h4, a4, pardon. I want to break this position, but I don't want to take like this because then my isolated pawns are doubled and everything will collapse. Okay, now this is a weakness that we can attack. Our pawns are firmly supported by queen f2. Definitely I want to exchange queens. I must exchange queens because my king is actually weak. Look at these weak squares around him. The second line is not defended. The second rank is also undefended. And okay, I will gladly play the endgame now, if he allows me. Because this is a weakness. I deal with this pawn easily because my king is actually centralized. He's slightly better than his king. And d6, I need to make them roll. They must roll. This is going to, I think I squandered it. I think I squandered the advantage. King d5. Man, king d5. Six. What do I play? How do I play now? Okay, I need to somehow block this pawn because remember a small tip in the rook endgames. Rook always goes behind the pawn. His rook stands well, my rook stands poorly. Rook always goes behind the pawn. He had king d5 and f4. What do I play now? Let me go with g4. If he passes, I take one pawn. It's definitely a complex endgame. And I'll offer a draw. He's in Zeitnot. He's in Zeitnot, so h5, d5. Now this is tricky. Uh, this might be even losing. Pawns on the 6th, they win against rook easily. So, he has this. Very well. But I do have tactics. If he takes we queen, pardon, takes we queen. Nice. So he wants a stalemate, but I'm not gonna allow stalemate yet. No. Here. This. And he queens. And I'll just checkmate. Tough game. This one was tough. Okay. Let's first things first. Okay, we can analyze this later. We haven't started analyzing this one yet. So let me challenge Thank you for the GG. We'll play, I guess, 5 minutes. Silmas, what is the time control that you wanted? Well, it's a casual game, so it doesn't matter. And we'll go through it. It's very educational, very instructive. We'll go through those games, but let us honor our friend who waits for the game. Silmas, are you still with us? Okay, maybe he doesn't hear me. Yes, because your endgame play, we can do a bullet. Just tell me 1 minute, two. A bullet is one, actually. Quiet, second. What the hell is. You're not here. Uh, no, no need to request to be shy. Do it. What can you lose? You're here to have fun. You cannot make a mistake on my stream. You'll have fun. Nobody will bully you. Nobody will demeanor you. We'll have fun and we'll analyze the game. Uh, I just need to see. Uh, Silmas played against me yesterday. Games. Where was it? Soul, thank you for the follow. Let's follow back in, as a token of gratitude. It's the least I can do. Uh, Silmas, what was your. Uh, what was the name? I cannot remember the nickname. It's not Chico. It's not Silmas. Here he is. So all I need to do here now is go to his profile. Oh, thank you so much. Go. Good luck. I have slow hands, so chat, do not be disappointed if I lose. I'm a poor bullet player. But okay, if that, I mean, we play. We play. This is a London. No mistakes by any side yet. No problem. G4, this is a slightly uh, risky plan. But okay, he does have enough. G5. Okay, we hop in with the knight. Definitely, we must hop in. H4. Now we put the bishop here and we have a pin. This is a slightly imprecise piece constellation. So now we have queen b6 hitting the b2 weakness. And black finished development and black has better piece coordination, so we'll open up the game to, oh my god, exploit it. If I take, isn't this, yeah, you need to take it like that. Knight c3, bc3, check, and where do you, how do you defend this, bro? How do you defend this? You must. Oh my god, it's bullet. God damn it. Bullet is enforced. Exactly this. And I get the piece back. Christ. A nice tactic, but I'm not gonna make it. My. I'm lost. I'm lost. Never mind. But it doesn't matter. I just want to see one thing. Uh, uh I just want to see if the tactic was. No, but it's a bullet. What will you do if not a dirty flag, man? This is bullet. You're supposed to dirty flag. It's a bullet. Knight c3. So the tactic was correct. I had knight c3 immediately, and this. Aha, it's about the move order. Okay, but I wanted to play something like this, and he can take. Aha, yeah, he can take. and take like this, but then I get the piece, don't I? Okay, so he didn't want to do that. He played like this, and this does work. And did I miss anything? Queen b2 was the best. Bishop g6. Yeah, this is the best course of action. And on this move, yeah, you do win. Okay, no problem. No problem at all. Anybody else for a game? Uh, uh, a second. Yeah, okay. Okay, great, great. Uh, Let me just wipe my hands. They're so sweaty. It's so. Yeah, we are continuing the analysis now. We continue the analysis. Very instructive games. Actually, very instructive games, and you played very much better than your Elo. Chess experience. You here have 1960 Elo. Oh wait, Crucino. Okay, let's play against Crucino first, and then Silmas is second because he was waiting. KP waited for a long time, and then we played Bullet. Silmas, no problem. Okay, we'll play at least. Okay, knight c3. This is a Vienna game with f4, if I recall correctly. It's been such a long time since I. Now it's four knights game. Okay, bishop to c5. Italian game. Now it transposes into four knights. d6. This is Italian. Equal position, old opening. This is analyzed so many times. d3. It's time for me to castle 2. And this is a thematic move, bishop e6. And I'm not afraid of uh, getting double pawns because they're actually welcome in this position. Should he takes and our pawn comes here, he will control the relevant soft spots in our position. We also, pardon, why are you, give me a second. We also get the f file coupled with this attack on the f2 square. There are a lot of sacrifices, so it will be treacherous. So we are not afraid of taking back with the pawn on e6. And also this pin will be useless. So thematic move in the Italian uh, game, f2 is under pressure. There is queen e8. Let's do it like this. Queen e8. Queen to h5 or g6. Also, another thematic idea is knight h5, knight h4, threatening all kinds of knight g2 tactics, eliminating the defender of the f3 knight. And then you can also double the rooks. And there is a rook exchange sacrifice coupled with the knight f4 and okay, queen e8. Might have knight h4. Yeah, this knight a4. This is actually good for him. Queen d2. All right, here I am. So how do I make this count? I mean, he no longer has a pin, and we can just double. We can just double and then knight hops. Knight to g4. Now rook f3 is a threat, and when he takes, this is very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Maybe he can go for bishop e3 now to save his ass. Or h3 also. But on h3 I'm preparing a rook sacrifice. Can I not do that? Takes. Rook f2. Takes and I take the queen with the check. This is going to be really rough. Really complicated. A lot of tactical chances for black. Notice how knight d5 is impossible thanks to this double pawn. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Rook f3, queen f3. This, no, I don't get enough. No, I don't get enough. Then, no, I'll take it like this. And on this move, we do have rook f3 now. Dangerous attack. I mean, that position is so treacherous after you take back with the pawn here. The mating attack can happen in a heartbeat, and I know I even defeated computer with this attack. Of course, not Stockfish, but some decent computers also fell without the opening book. So if he goes here, then due to this pin, my knight is secure, and I can sacrifice. And if he takes with a queen, then the other rook comes into play with a tempo, and important defender will disappear. But actually, then yeah, but then he has queen g4. Yeah, that's going to suffer a lot. Now goes into the angle of the board. Why not simply retreat the bishop and say I have knight f2 check? Yeah, queen. Okay, I'll take. And now he drops a bishop. But I'll take it like this. I want to exchange as many pieces. He'll take like this, and I collect the bishop. Now I have a queen for his rook. And after this move, awesome. I can even play the pawn endgame. I have an extra pawn. But it is doubled. Actually, not gonna be so simple. Okay. Rook. Now this is the threat taking the pawn on f3. Okay. Now let's see. Let me play the game, man. What did he play? Nothing. He still thinks. Yeah, it's hard. But of course, the game is lost. It's hard to not defend this. Uh-huh. Okay, I can always exchange a pair of rooks. I am up a queen, for God's sake. Oh, this was a mistake. Now he cannot protect the rook anymore. And actually he collapses. Gets checkmated in two. Here, queen takes, and the next one is queen takes, and he's busted. That's checkmate. And if he goes, yeah, here, I just put the queen on h6 and checkmate as well. I'll offer a rematch. I'm not gonna be one of those cowards who will run away after winning one game. And then we'll play Silmas again. I think he wanted to play a bullet game. I'll play 4 because it leads to faster pace, to faster games. And right now we do want to play a faster game d4. This is a scorch. I don't have opening repertoire, never did. So I play whatever crosses my mind. This is not a good move. He should have played bishop c5. Um, Now queen f6 is the only move. Bishop on g5, or no, we can play. Uh, Bye, Silmaz. Sorry, man. Sorry, I tried to finish as soon as possible. Catch you later, hopefully, or we can play some other time. Thanks for the games, man. Thanks so much. Take care. You just told me that you have to go. We would give you precedence. On this move, we just cover ourselves with the bishop, and the knight still has to move. But then on e7, this piece coordination is horrible because bishop is blocked, and knight g8, knight to c3, and white is better now. d6, bishop on f4. Okay, we have developed three pieces. Remember, in the opening, quantity beats quality. It's not about which pieces you developed, it's about how many, because in the end, quantity will overpower quality. So we have three pieces developed, he has none. And we can do this with check. So we will first castle long to secure our king and bring the rook straight into the center. This is the moment where long castle actually does wonders, because now we apply more pressure to the d file, and we actually, yeah, queen d7. I'll take. He needs to take. Actually, now he may not take because bishop b5 catches the queen. Look at this spin. And he didn't see that. Now he loses, pardon, a queen due to this horrible pin. But he should have given up the pawn by playing bishop d6, queen takes, and but actually even then I have queen a4. Yeah, he had no way to save himself. I'll offer a draw. He is busted. Hmm. I'll offer a draw. He is busted. There is no way to win this game. So let us continue the analysis of the games. Where was it? What was? You know what? Let's do it like this. Games. No, not this one, not this one, not this one. Thanks. GG, man. Let me see. Let's see this one. And then we'll go backward. Uh, First things first, analysis. No, it's not. It's a casual game. We are not playing World Championship match. Money is not on the line, so don't worry. You're always welcome. Thank you for the games too. Thank you for the games too. Uh, Give me a second. Uh, okay, so let's go. Okay, nothing wrong here. Decent game. There isn't. Okay. This is a thematical pawn structure where you put your heavy pieces on the e-file and you put pressure on this weak pawn. Because if he plays like this, uh, you take back and he takes back with the pawn. Now e6 pawn will be weak. It's very unpleasant to play, but thankfully for black, he has counterplay in view of b5, and frankly, white is not so fast to play, to put pressure on the pawn. There is always bishop f6, there is always rook e8, and something is happening on the queen side. So, okay, not the most precise move, I was aware of that, but I wanted to chop off the bishops. I like this move a lot. Now white has no counterplay, and black will have semi-open b file to lay siege on the b2 pawn. So black has small advantage. Even here he is okay. King g7, f4. Again, black is slightly better, but white needs action. And this is the move that I disliked already. Because Now white will have a protected pass pawn, and that's some compensation, something to have, especially in the pawn endgame. It's decisive advantage. So white can now comfortably play the pawn endgame, and black is the one who needs to stay in the middle game. He needs to avoid exchanging pieces. Simply taking here was good for black. Taking here, maybe, yeah, playing queen d7 or something like that, and that's it. And now look, before I'm opening. Yeah, I wouldn't, but now everything opens up, and now uh, the game is crazy. The game becomes very sharp uh, because things. White has slight advantage in piece coordination because this rook has some prospects, this rook has some prospects, and my queen, pardon, also has some prospects attacking on the queen side, supporting after b4 and takes. She can come here. A queen can come to c3, creating pressure together with this rook. Maybe after b4 and takes, I will have d4 coming next. Queen can also go to g5. My queen has slightly more options, and this is a microscopic advantage. You see 0.2, but still an advantage, and I am using it to open up the game immediately, and I'm hoping that I will use my better piece coordination to outplay you. Takes, rook, okay, h6, nothing special yet. h4 takes, and I don't like this because now you're creating yourself a weakness. Uh, Better to take like this, rook. Oh, look, this is a nice intermediate move. And when you take now, this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak. My king is weak because of this dark square complex. In my position, second rank is unprotected. First rank is also sensitive, so my rook will have to stay here to defend. Meanwhile, your king has good pawn cover. You can play king h7. Queen d6 will keep your king safe. You will have rook d8, and you will have attack and pressure against the d pawn. So the engine line where he, pardon, dc4, I would rather play this. Queen a5, rook b1, rook c8, maybe even rook. Yeah, I cannot play rook b2, can I? Yeah, there is a check. And on this move, takes, takes. Yeah, you're better. You're winning. My king is too weak, so this cannot work. So I have to take, actually. Yeah, and you have this fantastic intermediate move that I didn't see. This is very important, intermediate move, because if you take it like this, then I have slight advantage because these two are very, very strong. And this guy is missing in your attack against my king. But then again, you do have a weak king to play against. But I played these positions as black. It's very hard to play them, and you need to play very precisely to get attack against the white king. So after c3 and this move, you would have had a better game. Although engine says it's 0-0, I'm telling you, as a human player, it's much easier to play this with black. I think that queen d6, give me a second. What is going on? Queen b8, okay. I think, I mean, queen d6 comes next. You cover the weakness on a6, you protect the e pawn, your king is very safe. And next is you may push the pawn. This is one idea. You may play rook d8, hitting the weakness on d5. You may put the rook on b8 and start attacking the king on the second rank. You have so many options. You're safe. Your weaknesses are very well protected, and you can always trade this weakness for this weakness, and still your king is much safer. Black is just fine here. Meanwhile, what will white do is the question. White will need to play queen c6 and fight for the advancement of the passed pawn, which is not so easy. And even if that pawn does advance, king can simply catch it. King is too close. So white is the one who plays on the edge of the defeat. White is the one who needs to be very precise. So by playing ba4, now you created yourself a weakness, and I actually have protected the pawn chain, pawn structure, because this backbone of the pawn structure is untouchable at the moment. So I can wait. These pawns are safe, d5 and c4, and this is a weakness that I'm attacking. And this pawn is also slightly loose, and if I tie you to the defense of any of those pieces, I will maybe get time to start rolling the pawns forward, and then you're busted. So you shouldn't have taken on a4, and you did. Queen b6. I want to exchange the queens because my king is poor, uh, and in the rook endgame, these pawns will be very strong. Again, I want to play with one rook. So you see, you shouldn't have played the endgame. Just queen d6. You need to stay in the middle game because my fast pawns are too strong already. And this also, I mean, everything is decisive. For the moment you enter the endgame, there is nothing you can do. f5, d6. Okay, d6, king f6. Yeah, I knew I misplayed it here. Yeah, c5 and this two. d4, maybe. No, learn endgames. Maybe, yeah, e4, great move. Rook a5, I need to block the pawn. And now, why not simply king d5? Because of d7. Yeah, d7 is very nasty. But you do have this, don't you? Oh man, no, you don't. You don't. So you cannot play king d5. Yeah, it's gonna be risky. So g5, g4. I could have played it immediately, but I didn't see it. h5 was mandatory. Now I saw it. Now I saw it because with this move, I'm destroying your pawn chain. I'm destroying your pawn chain, and now I have all the time in the world to move forward. My pawns are faster. Of course, you may not take, because if you do, I just queen. So after this move, king d5, yeah, king e6, you just lose. Yeah, I had rook e5. I had so many. After rook e5, for example, you can take. You can take. It doesn't matter. I thought that after going with the king, when you came, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's lost. The queen f2 move. The queen f2 move was the just a lost endgame because these two are too advanced. You don't even have a passed pawn, and I mean this one will fall too. Maybe that one as well. It's very hard to win that endgame to hold. So that's one. Uh, that's one game. Let's see the other game. Karo Khan. Okay. Analysis board. Not Karo Khan. Sorry. Why am I talking about Karo Khan? King's Gambit. Accepted. Okay. D5, e5, bishop d6. I don't like this move. Bishop b5. I forgot what to play. I think, yeah, d4 is the strongest, and then c4 is the next, expelling the bishop. Very sharp, very sharp. Now you're giving me time. Giving me time to exchange your strongest pawn. And once you take, I mean, if you take, I can take like this. I'm already having so many open diagonals for my pieces. If things get rough, I can give you this pawn and I will always be equal. But you didn't do that. You wanted to play queen e2, which is also horrible because now your queen will stand on the open file. Again, you want to maintain pressure, but you play twice with the piece. Same piece in the opening. Quantity beats quality. I have already two developed pieces. And with this, I have finished my kingside development. You haven't. And you took. And now I have four pieces developed, and you have still three, and you still have poor coordination on the e file. So I can play rook e8 at some point, and knight g6, and your queen will hang. Castles, knight g6, f4 is a safely protected extra pawn. This is a pure extra pawn that will be great in the attack, and he takes away a very strong e3 square for your bishop. Next, if you ever play d4, e3 will be at some point an outpost for my pieces. Now you give up the bishop or the knight, but at least play, yeah, queen c4. And now I'm defending with tempo. This is a nice move, but now I finished my development with tempo, and now my entire army plays, and you have only queen and the knight playing. You can't win this game with two pieces against an entire army. So even if you play something like this, I can play c5, opening up the game. Uh, I'm just taking everything. You may not take here because on knight d4 we have, I think even bishop c5, but it doesn't matter. Uh, Knight e5, I do have initiative. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think I would have played something like bishop c5. c3, yeah, something like this, and I'm putting pressure on your pieces, and I cannot lose this. I have an extra pawn. Let me see, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I don't have extra pawn anymore, don't I? Okay, it doesn't matter. I have bishop pair. I have attack against your king. I have initiative. I must win this game. It must be won. And okay, you mouse slipped. Mouse slip is a mouse slip. There is nothing to analyze there. Uh, this is very instructive game also. Uh, Typical London system. This is too early. You need to play d6 first to take away e5, and then goes knight h5. Okay, d5 takes bishop d3. Okay, c6, castles. I like this move a lot. And now you take with the knight, and you have a good knight. Knight c3. And now I need to open up the game again. Yeah, they are. We'll come to them. Every game you play there is instructive. Tonight, we finished development. Black didn't. Black needs castling, and he has the equal development like us. Even though this is a minor uh, feature of the position, it does. We'll play arena after the analysis of the games. Uh, Although this is a small feature of the position, everything counts. White has a tiny advantage of developing faster. He needs to open up the game. He needs to stir up an action. He needs to make some attack to make it count. If I don't, Black will catch up, and then my advantage evaporizes. That's why we play 4. And now I have slightly more space because I have better outposts posts than Black. Queen c7, wasting time. We need two castles, and now I get the point. Black says I'm gonna do a pawn storm on the king side, and I'm gonna win. Remember this rule in chess. Wing attack is refuted by the central action most of the time, 90% of the time. So white has no intention to play a race. With black, white says, no, I'm going to open up the center, and then I'll have better threats than you do. E6, knight g5. F7 is weak, and I like this move. Knight e5, he had knight d4. Wow, he had a tactic. And now he gets a pawn. I missed that, okay. I missed this completely. And after this exchange now, although engine says it's equal, I do have tiny advantage in view of weak d6 and f6 squares. h6 is a tempo loss, knight e4. Yeah, g5, unnecessary move. Again, black wants to play his pawn race, but white is not interested. Knight d6 worked. Okay, but I played knight f6. So now this knight hinders the black attack. Look, you cannot anymore double the rooks. Queen cannot come to the king side so easily. g4 will simply drop a pawn, and maybe I can at some point block the h5 with the knight. Uh, on the other hand, my counterplay is much faster because rook d7 is a threat. So after rook d8, black practically admits that he is too slow and that he needs to cope with white's action. Uh, Now knight d4 is a threat, and that would give black something. So we play c3 to stop knight d4 because this is a symmetrical position. Remember, in symmetrical positions, you want to have better piece coordination or the control over the only open file. That way, you can gain initiative. You can press the opponent, and they usually crack. h5, black is stubborn. Black is stubborn. He just wants to play that pawn storm. But again, his piece coordination is horrible. And we use this to uh, get the control over the d file. Of course, on this move, engine says queen h5. I was preparing to take, I think, with knight h5 and claim that I am standing fine. Okay, I'm squandering advantage here, but I'm still a pawn up and I'm still better. So black took like this, and now we get an open file. So we have a nice knight, we have a nice open file, strong rook, strong knight, we have something. Black has achieved nothing. Black is so slow, this knight is offside, he cannot join the game. All these squares are taken away. On g7, knight does nothing. On h6, same happens. Knight may not go here nor here. Knight has no useful square. He is just a pretty boy. He just stands there looking pretty, but he has nothing to do. These pawns are now weak because e5 is hindering the coordination of the pawn mass on the king side. There is no f6 available. Queen does nothing useful. She needs support from other pieces. She doesn't have that. The rook is doing nothing. So rook d8 is nice. Queen d2. Yeah. Again, we want to take, and somehow come to d7, but or maybe take and take on g5 at some point. Of course, black may not take because after queen d7, he will definitely be checkmated at some point. Uh, what happened in the game? Yeah, that happened in the game. So yeah, it was very hard for black to find the move. Look at the move that the computer suggests. Very hard move to find. Of course, you don't take because of the rook d2, but pardon. After 97, uh, what should I play? I could just maintain the position because now queen is overloaded by defense of the d8 rook, and knight will go to d5 at some point. So okay, we just need to wait. With knight d5, you take, he needs to take with the queen, but then I get the pawn. That's the problem. These pawns on the king side are vulnerable. They will drop off at some point. Queen d2, rook d7, this is just dead lost. And I'm collecting all the pawns with the tempo. If he goes here, that's checkmate. If he goes here, then I have check, and I can, yeah, okay, computer sees faster checkmate with knight c5. Yeah, I get it. This, and well, why? Why not playing this? And let me see. I'll just play something like this and say that I have a one pawn endgame. Yeah. And where will you go? I just collect the pawn, and I have a pass pawn here and a pass pawn here. You have one king. He cannot fly over the board. One of the pawns will queen. So yeah, he dropped a piece. Again, he cannot go here because of checkmate. And here, it doesn't matter. I can even play something like this, but I don't have to. I don't have to. Yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry. I'll just collect the piece and just stop complicating. Okay, and here I had queen e8. I said so, but I just decided to take. So the error was choosing a plan, and that's something that lower rated players struggle with a lot. It's not one move; it's the whole conception. That's why it's so hard to find a mistake. Uh, this entire okay, I had a blunder here, but after this move, you must contest the d file. You must exchange as many pieces possible. g5, the start of the end. Look, zero point 0.2, you can defend. Just contest the d file. And for example, yeah, I need to play c3 to stop knight d4. I don't know. If I take and play rook d8, what happens? I'm still slightly, yeah, it's slightly better for white, but black can definitely draw this position, definitely. But black didn't sense the rhythm of the game. He still kept playing like for a pawn storm, and that's why he lost. Because look, I'm getting squares for myself. Look at this. 97 was the move going to d5. After h5, you just lose the d file, and now I have the attack. And queen d2 maintains that attack. You may not take on d7. And this is a small art. I mean, this requires practice and experience in analyzing the position, but this is very unpleasant for everyone because white doesn't do anything special. He just maintains the pressure and uses every small mistake black makes. So next time, remember, attack in the wing is refuted with a central play. That's a lesson to take from this game. Central play defeats the wing attack. And yeah, this is the only game that we can go through. Yeah, the others are not relevant. So after this, we'll try to make a viewer arena. Yeah, quiet pills. Yeah, let me just analyze this game, and yeah, you're next. Okay, Petrov again, nice main line. This is all good. Okay, slight advantage for white. It always happens like that. Bishop f5, bishop c4, everything is equal. Takes, takes. Okay, bishop f6, takes, takes. Dead equal position, dead equal position. d5, nothing special. 3, rook e6, we fight for the open file in a symmetrical position. Again, I repeat, piece coordination and control of the open file. Make it make the advantage. Give me a second, quiet. Okay. Take, 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 take. And now you could have taken. You should have taken because this pawn would be fixed on g7, but you didn't. And now, what? Ah, I had a pawn. Okay, g6. And now, when we fight against the bishop, you put everything on the opposite color of that bishop, and bishop cannot attack it. No, I should think b5 was stronger. King b3, king b7, a4, c6. I think holds. Takes, takes, a5. Yeah, but I do have. Yeah, king b7. You have some pressure now. Bishop g3, d5. Trey, how are you, man? Uh, fellow software developer. We'll make a hub. Okay, so you have something. Here, okay. Uh, Now I play b5 and c5. I don't like. I don't like that move. Someone beat Weasel. I want to see that game. Take, take, maybe, and maybe it was better. Yeah, with c5, I get c6, and now once these disappear, weakness, uh, my only weakness on d6 disappears. Okay, I had, yeah, I had bishop c3. This, pardon, this saves you. But this move was really not necessary because it creates a second weakness, and now I simply win this. And let's try to play this game against a computer, uh, but only after I honor our friend, so he doesn't wait. Let's first play against white, and then we try this against the computer. I think this is one. Yeah, this is one for black. Okay, Trey, was it a grandmaster? Who was it? Intermaster, FIDE master, some patzer from the street? Do you have that game? I would really like to see that game because I certainly didn't wasn't able to beat it. I would I would like to see that game indeed. He made a blunder. Hmm? So okay, we'll see. We'll see at some point. Take white pill. Give me a second. Chess.org. Okay, we'll do it like this. Would be nice to see. He still thinks. Profile. Where is it? Okay, queen f3, e6. A bad move. Queen f3 makes a poor coordination of the white pieces. He still thinks. Okay, queen returns. Okay, I'll use the time gained to exchange the dark squared bishop. White is victorious. I don't see the game tray. I don't see the game tray. I see only people resigning. Okay, I'll take it. Wober 6, I see that white resigned. Wober was white. And I see that he lost the second game. Ah, here it is. Checkmate. White is victorious. Okay. This was a bad move. Knight c2 should not have been played. Uh, he, uh, he plays against the opening principles. He plays twice with the same piece. And look how I slowly overpower him with the with my development. So now his one knight fights three of my pieces. Okay, we'll take a look at the game. Definitely. Found it. It's here. What the hell? Oh man. White is victorious. White is victorious. This was the game. Okay. We'll see. After bishop d3, I will gladly take. Black now has enough space. White lost all of his advantage, and now I castle. Black finished his development. White still needs to introduce the knight into the game and castle. So it's time for Black to start some action. So let's see. H4. Now he wants to checkmate. It's again we are opening up the center because his king is in the center of the board, and again he starts a wing attack. So with wing attack we counter in the center. We said this in the previous game. Yeah, I see. So H5. I play 5. I'm not gonna waste time. H6 is not concerning me. We take like this. He may not take because of the pin, and now he collapses. His attack is slow, his attack is late, and we do get enough to enough time to create decisive attack. Already he's a pawn down, and for me this is a one position. Already he loses. Yeah. Okay. Um, let's see. What will he play next? What can he do to prevent a loss or at least to offer a resistance? In the two, but I just take. No, this is dead lost because I will take on e3 and my knight hops to c5. Everything just collapses. We'll exchange the queens because that's his only counterplay to try to checkmate. Once the queens are off the board, I have an extra pawn, and yeah, rook comes to e8 to protect the pawn, and we just march with our extra pawns and we win. There is knight g4 as well. Just disgusting. Disgusting position for white. So he made a okay rook f8. We protect our extra pawn. d4, pawn is protected. c5 is coming next. c5, we are not giving up the pawn on this move. Uh, c4 comes, intermediate move that will help us move the pawn further. And if that doesn't happen, okay, there is b3 and then c3 trying. Hmm. It doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll take. Okay, knight d7, we protect c5. e5 is under attack. That knight was actually very good at defending. h6, g6. Who is he? Whoa, this guy is actually not so strong. I guess it must have been a bug in your... he was a chess.com main. What do you mean by main? He doesn't play on Lichess anymore, maybe. Hmm. We'll see the game. I'm so interested to see what happened. I assume it's a bug in the algorithm somewhere because the computer. Okay, b6. We are protecting the c pawn, and now we are heading for d5 weakness. Rook e4, f5. will come because he may not take his rook will drop. 2400. That's a good player. That's a good player. Desi Mare, dobrodošao. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So that's the catch. F5, we talked about this. Now he may not take because I just collect the rook. So the rook must drop, retreat. And when that happens, 95 collects a valuable pawn. Okay, knight a5. This knight is annoying. He defends everything, so I'll exchange it if I get a chance. I'm really interested. Because he lost every other. So I guess it must be the... 95. Okay, I'll take. He lost every other game as much as I've seen, which is expected. But I just want to see which g4. No, I'm not gonna. Okay, we pass because this pawn is much stronger than this one. I don't want to exchange. And actually, I will finish development with this rook, and now we are just pushing the pawns. There is no way for him to stop this. Just dead lost. And just dead lost. I'm not even interested. Okay, d3. Now a fork threatens. There is a fork threatening, and rook f4. I'll check first. Not interested in this rook. I'll under promote into a knight to maintain tempo. And now I take the rook as well. I mean, it's really not so hard to win this. Yeah, I'll offer a rematch because I'm not a coward. I'm not gonna allow. I'm not gonna run after one win, and after that, that's it. We'll continue the analysis and go through the games of the bot. It's a bot written by a friend, Trey2K Dev, and I played a game. I played a match against that bot, and I managed to draw one game. But this guy apparently won one game. I just want to see what kind of a bug are we talking about. Nothing special in this opening. I'm misplaying it, but second game was really close though. We can see. I also had chances in one of the games that we played, but misplayed it. 10-minute games. Okay, in order to honor others who wait, we'll have to reduce the games being played to 3 minutes. I guess we cannot allow people to wait so long. So after this game finishes, every other request that viewers make will be 3 minutes without increment. Maybe 1 second increment, okay, just to give people a chance to make a move so they don't throw pieces across the board. But we cannot allow others to wait for this long. Bishop g7, okay. d3. Yeah, I'll make an arena. I'll make an arena, definitely. Let us just go through the analysis and we'll quickly take a look at the game. Guys, knight f6. We'll definitely make an arena, but I would like to have at least 20 viewers. Right now, my software says we have 7, and that's not enough for Arena. I mean, people will not play. Not everyone will play. Maybe 4 will play. The same happened yesterday. I had 7 viewers, and they just I mean, 4 of them played, and then one of them was in the subway, and then he had to drop out. And there you go. Now we have 6. People just leave. Too much for them to wait, and not again. I telling you, not everyone will play, but I'll make an arena. D5. I'll take. He'll take, and that's a pawn for me. Bishop d5. An extra pawn is an extra pawn. This is a winning, practically a winning position. I mean, I have extra pawn. Maybe I blunder something, but definitely great winning chances for white. Mhm. I can give up this bishop and play h3. His bishop doesn't have any good squares yet. And my knight will have a nice square on c4. c4. All right. We can play d4. I'm not gonna uh, destroy my pawn structure. And then I'll play c3. Uh, yeah. You see, viewer count just drops. Toto. You are right. I mean, we need at least 20 viewers. At least 20 viewers. That way we can know that people will play. I'll try. Okay, c3 will most likely take. If he doesn't, well, we can pass. Maybe not. Yeah, definitely. Uh, rook b1. Bishop f4 comes next. Hmm. Okay, this is another pawn lost. I'll take it. And he will lose time to recover it. I'll give that pawn back, of course. I don't know, man. That bot played really well. There was only one game that I was really interested to see, and I don't recall. I think I had a win in the end game, but again, end games, you were there. You saw the games. The games we played were tough. Every game I played was so tough, so tense that I would usually blunder something. Bishop e6, bishop g5. We are not giving d8 square yet, and we'll play bishop f6. And then his black bishop is dead. At some point, we'll just double the rooks. Bishop f6, dead bishop. So if he takes, yeah, now I have. Yeah, I mean, I really admire you, Trey. I do. I mean, you're much better developer than I am. Sadly, I have no way to improve on my job. And as I have said, I'm doing this job for 6 years, and not once did I have a chance to apply design pattern or some basic algorithm. So you really start to feel depressed when you go to the interviews. I mean, it's really, really depressing. Yeah, it sucks because, I mean, you cannot find a job. You reduce yourself to some guy who learned how to write, basic functions and for loops. I mean, disgusting. And here, companies do not have culture to uh, upskill uh, workers. They just don't care. He resigned. Okay. Quick look at the game. Okay, let's see. Knight c3. Okay, this is okay. Oh, wait a second. Was who? White was Robber. This is a mistake. Now I'm getting a bishop and I'm winning. Okay, so he didn't see. Okay, I'm getting the bishop. Yeah, this is lost. I mean, even against a bot, I have open king and everything. He has a lot of yeah. The attack simply flows. Yeah. Okay. This is now okay. So uh, yeah, yeah. You don't have opening book here, do you, Trey? He doesn't play by the opening book. He uses alpha beta pruning. You said so. The evaluation line function. Well, was this the book move or the alpha beta pruning? He couldn't have played this with alpha beta pruning. I can I dare to say that it's the opening book. I dare to say it's the opening book. He didn't have a move for that position. Then you have a problem with your bot because your bot chose a pathetic move. So yeah, yeah, that's the problem because he cannot defeat him. Uh, yeah, okay, okay, it happens. And the second game you say was also close. This one. Okay, let's. Hey, Pills, thank you for playing with me. No problem. Anytime you want. Uh, sorry, I'm really would like to see how he played this game. Who was white? White was bot. Damn, this was actually nice play. There is nothing close in this position. There is nothing close. Okay, actually, there. Oh, d4. Take bishop. Okay, dead even. And here, yeah, right, bro. You're not gonna. No, this was not close, Trey. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This was not close. Your bot squandered the advantage somewhere. Why not f4, bro? Okay, there is still work to be done. But I just want to see one game that he played against me. No, no. Okay, I think this one was the best. Yeah, I just want to see if I had a win there. Because, yeah, and then was this, I think this was the line where he had an extra, yeah, that this was the game. Rook g6, so now it's equal. So it's just equal. Uh-huh. Yeah, I had a slight advantage, but that's not it. No. Okay, so I had slight advantage. Okay, screw it. Okay, let's finish this analysis and we will give people like 15 minutes to join the arena. That should give us enough people to join. Uh, this position, why am I not able to see fan? I think that even against Stockfish you can win this. Tools, board editor, Control V. White to play, and let's continue from here against the computer. We'll put the strongest Stockfish and I'm playing black. And okay, pardon, he attacked. Okay, this, all right. And now we exploit Zugzwang. Here, he'll cover everything. Oh, he cannot. Ah, yeah. This, this, and now he plays. Ah, he has. Look at this. So it's not easy to win with Zugzwang. Okay, fair enough. Damn it. What about this move? Hmm. Okay, never mind. I'll resign. Just take a look to see how to win this. Bishop d8. I thought that I have Zugzwang. Okay. Bishop e5, 7, c3. Pills. There is there is something that you can do to help you away. You you played well. You played well, bro. Don't worry. Don't sweat. Here is a playlist. Go through opening basics. Start there, and you have everything else covered to help you. Thanks, man. Thanks for sharing this with us. Good luck with improving the code. Call if you need help. I'll try to help. If you need help, call. I'm always there and willing to help. Well done. Well done. Okay, but then bishop e1. How do you win? Bishop g7, 2, c3, and and a3. This. No, he's just shuffling. It's not. It's not so easy to win this. Okay, never mind. Uh, enough of this. We analyze too much. Create new arena. Okay. Variant. Okay. We'll play 5 minutes. Let it last 50 minutes. Time before tournament starts. Let us give them 10 minutes so people can join. Welcome. Everyone are welcome. Start position, tra la la la, clock increment. It's not going to be rated. And okay, viewer arena. Let's see. Casual 5 minutes is plenty to play a game. And okay, in 10 minutes maybe somebody else comes to play. So I have oh damn it. Yeah, here is the link. So if you want to join, click on the link and that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Um, yeah. Okay, we have 3 people joining, but I told you, guys. Okay, four. Nice. 4, but yeah, we'll see. 10 minutes, maybe more people come. You think should I put it on 3 minutes? Let's reduce. Let's give it a go. Let me put it on 3 minutes and see how that will go. 3 minute blitz. Maybe more people will join, but I somehow doubt it. Somehow. Okay, I'll berserk. I don't know what is happening. Oh, some of them stream. Some of the people who were here started streaming. Okay, I understand. That's the catch. The catch. All right. All right. It doesn't matter. We just have fun and we play. It's something new, something that helps everyone by playing the games. And when you are starting out, you really need to play as many games as possible. And that's what helped me actually to improve. I was playing against a neighbor who was very much stronger than me, but I would analyze the games and always trying to figure out ways to defeat him. and that effort actually brought to my biggest improvement. Not winning the game, not losing the game, but going through the game like we did a couple of minutes ago, and just analyzing. And he was kind enough to give me advices to say, look, this was a blunder. With this move you weakened the king. You should have brought more pieces into attack, blah 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 blah. And that's how we learned to play chess. When I was young, which wasn't so long ago, but it feels like it was. Feels like it was. So that's my advice to everyone. Play. Look what I do. Uh, Play everything. Try everything, and ask someone who is stronger than you to explain you what to do, where did you go wrong, and so on. That's the only way. Sadly, I don't have anyone who is willing to help me that way because first I need to brush up my tactics. It's been like 20 years since I worked on tactics, and I need. It's hard when you have a day job and to have enough strength to go through puzzles. And then you need to prepare the opening that you'll play. At the beginner level, I mean, if you don't have the opening, you do the same thing as I do. You play something that you like, and yeah, you accept that you will sometimes lose straight out of the opening because you don't know it. But it doesn't matter. Out of 10 games, one should be uh, the one where you survive the opening with a decent position, and then you play. You play that game the best way you can. You give your best. You try to fight, and that's the only thing you can do. Only thing you can hope for, because then uh, you can uh, learn from that tough, strong game where you gave your best, and when you feel that your opponent had to give their best to defeat you or to hold a draw, from that game you improve. And if you can find an opponent who forces you to play your best game, current best game, then that's the opponent you should play blitz with, because he's slightly better than you, but you can still catch him up if you play your best game. And over time, you get accustomed to his level of play, and that's how you grow. That's what happened to me actually. I played against that neighbor, and as we played, I learned a lot. I improved a lot, and then I finally caught up with him. And he was so good, such a good player, that I was called immediately after my first rated tournament to play for a club. Yes, I did. I made him worse because when you're a stronger player and you play against a lesser player, you need to train yourself to crush them as soon as possible. Against lesser players, you need to practice your technique. You use them to practice your technique. You try to crush them as soon as possible to exploit every mistake they make. So that gives you uh, that develops an eye for a small mistake, like in the game that you saw when I played with the rook on d7 on the open file when the opponent wanted to attack with the pawn storm on the queen king side, and you get the eye for the position where you see those small nuances. That's how you do that. So that way you have some benefit from that guy who you know you will crush, and that guy has benefit from you because he'll try his best uh, to to parry you, to hold, to confront you, and eventually, uh, if they reach your level or surpass you, maybe they will be grateful enough to help you now improve, which is not the case. Usually they run away and uh, never call back, never say anything. Good luck, everyone. Arena starts, and again we have 5 people like yesterday. So yeah. Miss Bottes, Sai, a fellow streamer. Let's do a shout out for our friend. Bottes is just beside me. Uh, what do you mean? Bottes Gambit or Miss Bottes? Which one? Older or younger one? She's next to you. Where the hell are you, friend? Is what I would like to know. Oh my god, it seems like I am, I have a round to spare. Okay, we can follow the game like this. Now we follow two games. I hope you guys can, yeah. Well, say hello to her. Tell her that C5 break uh, tells her hi if she is there, Sai. And I also salute you as well. But you are an old friend, you know me. Yeah. Tell her that she is welcome to play on our in our arena if she would be kind enough, because we are missing people. Same goes for everyone who do join. The more the merrier. We don't bite. Nobody will get ridiculed. Nobody will get insulted. The more the merrier. Okay, what happened? Okay, in the game below, somebody blundered the black blundered the pawn. In the game on the top, let's see. White is a pawn down. Okay, nice. You know what? I start to like this type of streaming, the way the stream goes. I tried this yesterday too, and I think day before yesterday. And actually, these viewer arenas are a really nice thing where we incorporate everybody to participate. So definitely something. TK, give me a second. God damn it. Join. Falls off. Don't fall off chair, please, man. Please, don't fall off chair. It seems that, according to Sai, Bottas' sisters might be watching. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of them. It's an off day. I thought you were streaming. Ah, TK. Okay, you did. Okay, E4. Let's play Caro-Kann. Let's play that stupid. Yeah, E5, D4, D6. Very well. Okay, we play some sort of endgame, which is disgusting. F6, definitely. Oh, ho, ho. King C7. Okay, we'll take the knight because we have a lot of black pawns. Knight to D7, knight to E7. And what can we do here? Well, definitely this rook. I mean, okay. Bishop G4. Uh, okay, knight to G6, knight hops to F4. We have nice position because his white bishop is trash and black bishop is actually uh, slightly hemmed in. Okay. Okay. C5, you won. You won. I admit. And now what do you want? B6. I actually wanted to play B6 myself, so this is good. Knight F4, we threaten knight E2. with a royal fork, forking everything. So this tempo will actually come in handy. Now we chop off the knight, g5, and we have a tremendous position for our knights. And this is one of the rare examples where a pair of knights actually stands much better. Okay, rook h8. If he chops off, we take like this, and we have tremendous outpost for the knight on e5. He did chop off, horrible decision. Horrible decision. Now, okay, he might go to d5. But f3 falls. How do you defend f3, TK? Rook. We contest the d file. That's the only thing we have to do. He has nothing yet. Knight f3. Or maybe we can simply take. Yeah, take. Why should we care? He might take with the pawn, but he didn't. I will still offer an exchange. And now, let us see. Aha, so you say you can get that. Okay, I'll take. And if I do it like this, where do I go? No, king e7, knight f7, king d6, pardon. Okay, h6. But he has this move. Yeah, so now he needs to play bishop e4. f5, okay, we'll knight here. No, TK, you're blundering the bishop. You're blundering the bishop back to tournament. Blundering the bishop. Yeah, it's okay. It's just a bad day, but it's not rated, so it doesn't matter. Tsai doesn't want to play with us. I guess he plays a match against the Botes sister. I'm so glad for him, if he's not lying or joking. You know him better than me, TK. What do you think? And how the hell would he manage to find a Botes sister? Got clapped by FM. But okay, you're still not on their level. So it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you offered strong resistance. That would actually be really nice to see. Oh wait, there are a couple of games. So this one is. Oh, now we can follow both in a kind of poor man's manner, but okay. Yeah, that I know, TK. It's hard to fix the opening nowadays. That's the. I mean, there is so much to go for. It's just disgusting. Okay, I like white in the bottom position. In the top position, is a checkmate. Oh my god, Rookie 1 was a checkmate. Black had a checkmate, bro. Bro. Holy. Oh my god. Ah, okay. Oh man, white. Now this was a howler. Okay, now he made loft. But still, Rookie 1, man, you're pinning the knight. And here is a complex game at the bottom diagram. Okay, here, wow, white is choking. White is choking. Bro, knight a4 and exchange the bishop. Okay, let's see what will happen that game. What will he play? Knight a4, he found it. So many. Bishop d4. No, man, no. Now you're losing the his full rook up. No, man, you blundered. Yeah, he's just gonna collect everything. Jesus Christ, man. And white has better time, which is holy crap, don't give him that much counterplay. Don't give him too much counterplay, bro. But he can queen. Okay. Oh, he's blundering everything. Okay. Yeah, just a time scramble. Yeah, I like this move. And if he takes the bishop, I'll be amazed. This is so fantastic. Illustrates well the concept of if you have advantage, top opponent's counterplay. A fantastic play. I really like the play in the top diagram, at the top board. Just kills off every counterplay. There is a new game being played. What is this? Okay, this is some. You didn't. Okay, what's this? Quiet pill TK. TK, what the hell are you doing, man? What kind of sick opening is this? Aha, rook b8. This is some sort of Scandinavian stuff. Yes, with colors reversed. Okay. And okay, queen d1. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Now there is a fork on c2 in the bottom diagram. No, no, man. But I guess TK's. Yeah. Oh man. No, no, man. Pill, pill. Why? Arso, kako si? Evo igramo arenu. Ubaci se. Uh, Ubaci se slobodno. Uh, Samo polako. For those of you who wish to join, again, arena link. Okay, knight f3. Okay, decent play. Pa lepo spavaj onda, brate, evo. Evo bi ti uspavanku, ali to bi te samo razbudilo. Ostalo bi ti ožiljke na duši. Five might come. Okay. Bishop c2. He plays e5. At least we won't have the fork. That's the whole point of bishop c2. Now, this is a good move. I'm actually impressed. He plays really well. Okay. Bishop g4, h3. You need to move. Aha. Well, see. If I play 4, what if I play 4? I have the right to play 4, don't I? I do. Um, okay, d5. Now the center is closed. So what do you play, my friend? If he plays knight e5, we'll chop off the knight, and now his bishop is blocked. And we actually have rook a1, knight f1, knight g3. Oh my god, I can get the bishop, you stupid blind idiot. Oh my god, I'm so blind. I'm so blind. Oh, you idiot. You dumb idiot. And g4. He will definitely take. He must. But the question is, okay, knight f1, and knight comes here to expel the bishop. Or actually, I can simply play queen. Okay, e6, knight to e3 is good enough. And king g2. No, why not? I take like this. What do you do? No more queens. Yes, 3 minutes is tough, man. I'm so sorry to put it like this. I thought that people will join with 3 minutes. I'll give increment next time. So he has 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 5. Okay, king e2. Now we're recovering d file. h5. We got this. Okay, and now let's see what can we do. h4. Okay, pardon. We'll play f3. We'll limit the rook. Okay, and now we have a double attack on the rook and the bishop. He plundered everything. Now he is just in such a horrible state. There is no way for him to save the day. And let me see. I just king approaches. Take. And we play a4. I will always have something. Takes, takes. Bishop b3. My bishop is there. Okay. It doesn't matter. He'll, okay, take, take. And I am coming here. f5. So many pawns getting exchanged. No. Okay, now we head for this. Okay, f5. f5. Yeah. What is happening here? Okay, and this one. Wow, there are too many games to be played. DK. And we have a multi-board. Wow, that would be cool. We could have multi-board somehow to watch everything, but it's not going to happen. Bio si odličan. Zapravo, igrao si jako lepo. Jako lepo. Pogledaj stream ponovo pa ćeš vidjeti moj komentar. Bilo je dobro. Malo si previdio samo lovca. Pre toga bilo sve ok. Nisi loše stavio uopšte. Mare, svaka čast. So people berserk. Wow, what the hell? Well, ok, no problem. Ne izvinjavaj se, vidimo se. Laku noć. Vidimo se. Goodbye. Ok. Okay, e4. Let's try Caro-Kann one more time. I forgot what I was playing. c4. Ah, I played against TK this already. Okay, d6. No more Caro-Kann. No more Caro-Kann. Okay, bishop to g4. Bishop to f3. Okay, we have this. Knight f6. I'm soft on the dark squares. Knight d7 should cover the d-file. Bishop on b4. No, queen a5. Or queen c7. We'll play modest chess. Modest chess. But okay, h6. Let's make some loft for the king. Okay, knight to c5. We'll exchange the black bishop because I am slightly cramped. What the hell? PK, what the hell are you doing, bro? Can you explain to me? What are you doing, man? Rook a d8. Okay, we finished development. So did he. And he has a horrible bishop for my rook. So TK. Again, you need to explain me after this game what were you trying to do? Queen e3, rook on d4. Will double. What the hell is going on here? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Get your piece back. And I open up the files for myself. And I take one file by one. So it's really not his day, is it? He wasn't lying when he said he has an off day. Okay. Uh, let's make sure we don't blunder something. Because I don't have a great day myself either. g4. Okay, b6. We fight the bishop. Whoa. d6. We'll just strengthen everything and stop jerking around. King h7, no more pin. Okay, rook to e4. We got ourselves a pawn. Oh man, why am I doing this? Why? Okay, now I need to play something like this. But he has a deadly pin. This is deadly. Yeah, and now this comes. e4. I have e4 to save my ass. But nobody says, okay, I will give a check. g3, rook. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I have to play. It's hard. I'm not. Okay. No, I cannot. I must play this. It's hard, man. I understand. I completely agree. So if I check, would you please? And give one more check. I can play 5. I can play 5. Queen d3. Now this king is safe along this diagonal. e3, he doesn't have this check anymore. And after queen c2, yeah, this is done. Because I maintain the control over this diagonal. Yeah, it's tough, but it's fun. That's the whole point. We're not playing for elo rating or whatnot. We just have fun. You know, somebody will win, somebody will lose. It doesn't matter. But it's fun to try, you know. And I like it because the stream is not monotonous. I mean, something is happening. We are having something new, something fun. And I really like that because, I mean, having me playing all the time kind of sucks. I don't want everybody to watch me play, especially because I play poorly. But this is something I would love to see people playing. Give me a second. I'm adjusting my software on the screen, so please be patient. I'll be with you in a second. Okay, let's see now. There are too many top dogs. Nice position in the PKKP. And the quiet pill tomato, what do they do? 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5. So a pawn down. Oof. White is losing here. Okay. White is losing. What about... okay, this is a nice position. Why did you... He didn't want to exchange the bishop. Okay, he has a space advantage. Makes sense. Makes sense, but still that's a bad bishop. Maybe it can become good bishop over time. Maybe it can become a good bishop with time. Oh damn it, what the hell is this? What did I miss? Ah, you whispered me a goddamn game. Yeah, it's there for the... Oh, wait a sec. Did we start? Okay. D4, knight f3. Okay, not much happening here. D3, nothing special. Okay, let's see. Okay. He hasn't made any mistakes so far. Maybe this knight c6 was too early, but so he doesn't have c5. But still, playable position, he's standing just fine. Okay, I'll give you the bishop, but you need to give something back to me. So he plays h6 and g5. I will give him the bishop back, but I will at least get some, uh, pardon, light squares uh, softened up. This is soft now because the h7 pawn is missing. So if he plays g5, then all this complex of pieces, okay, interesting approach actually. Interesting approach actually. Okay, I need to be careful. He will, black means business. And this is also nice. I actually like the way he plays. Now he has knight f5, bishop f5, pardon. He plays really creatively, but these will never produce a passed pawn, you know? And I will have a passed pawn of my own. Interesting game indeed to see what the hell is going on. How will he continue? Bishop f5. Okay, queen c2. We need to uh, start fighting. Oh man, he has bishop g. Okay, that's I'm not a. What the hell are you doing, bro? What is? Wow, he played such a great game and now he blundered. I guess the tilt is real. I'll offer a draw. I'll offer a draw. What is going on? Draw. I mean, it's a shame. He just doesn't have any luck. Cat is with us. Okay, we have another one in the arena. Okay, what's this? Why draw? Because you played well and then you decided to blow everything away. So I had to stop you before you uh, before you ruin everything. I mean, why 94, man? Why do you? I mean, why does everybody feel the need to sacrifice something to make fireworks, flashy moves? Why can't you just play boring chess, just a little? Just make a stupid move like develop a queen, bring the rook to the open file. Stupid move, simple move. Yeah, it's not flashy, it's not dandy, but it's a move. It's a good move. Why not play something like that? Why do everybody have this need to make this grand masterpiece where they sacrifice half of the board and just I will never understand it. I mean, I understand that people like sacrifices. We all like to win a brilliant flashy game, but you cannot force it. I mean, two people play the game, and when that happens, sometimes the other guy will not allow you to sacrifice. Sometimes you will actually have to play a boring game, just the way the story goes. Let's see what is happening here. Black is winning, and on the bottom board we have interesting position so far. 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7. Equal amount of pieces. 2, 4, 6, 7, 2. Symmetrical position. Okay, this is going to be very interesting game, the bottom one. What is this? Black is winning, but he is low on time. Oh my god. TK, you dirty flagger. You dirty flagger. Move, move. Not, god, move. Bro, bro. Did you win? Yeah, he must have. Pardon. D5. Okay, I'll just take. This is Petrov. D4. Knight to C. Why not play something like this? I want that bishop. Okay, knight to c3, very well. Knight to c6, to g5. Just a simple life. Okay, this is 5, knight d5. Knight takes, and then I'm busted, right? Okay, maybe d5. I think d5 should work. So he has a tactics. Of course, he'll say, look at me, mom. I have tactics, but no, he doesn't want to play it. Knight e3. He still has tactics. By taking on d5, I take on. I take on d5. He takes now. Very well. I'll take. You'll take, and after bishop b5, this check is slightly annoying. Wow. DK. Okay, I'll take it. And you can bet in your sweet asset I will play the endgame. Because you people need to learn that sometimes you have to play boring chess. Bishop c3, very well, I'll take. Rook on d1, look at my development. So this move, and I'll take. And let me see, what do I have? Knight to d5. No, I will just castle. I finished development, you didn't. Rook d4. f5. c4 could work. But why not simply take the d file? Why is that so bad for me? Or knight d5, what do you want? What is it that you're aiming for? There might be a fork. Oh man, forking the rook and the bishop, and this square is forked by the knight, so he cannot defend. But he must actually, he'll be left with a piece down. Okay, I'll gladly take it. And now we'll just exchange a pair of rooks, and this is dead lost. Takes, takes 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Very well. Rook d4, how do you defend? e3, gladly. And after this move, yeah, I do have the pawn endgame winning. Okay, I still have time because of the pin. Take, take, take. And yeah, I'm winning the pawn endgame. This is tiring, I understand. But it might be fun. It somehow make an even playing field. Would be fun. Okay, I'll do it because you are at the top. We'll definitely play again. So let's see. This is a new game, and this one is in the process. Okay. What the hell? The game did it end? Don't understand. So some people left. Okay. What about this? Aha, there is a game. That's the only one. Okay. Okay. Quiet pill. D4, D5. Okay, we go for the London. Uh, let us say, blessed be Hikaru. Yeah, he just gives everyone the London. What will you play? Well, the London. Yeah, he should be knighted by the Queen of England actually for for uh, pushing London forward. Okay, bishop e7. Nothing special. Good play by white. Decent play by black. So nothing bad is happening at the moment. Queen c2 and he blunders a queen. God damn it. I'm not gonna take the queen. God damn it. You need let's give him some play, some let's let him play some positions, let him gain some experience. I don't have to win every game. It's not about being the first, it's about uh, uh, people having fun and actually benefiting from this. I mean, it's not just fun. Let's try to add some benefits as well. So let him play a couple of good positions to get a feel, to get experience. Now we're hitting b2. And I'm just joking. If I take on b2, he has rook b1, and he will reclaim the position. What is this move? c5 on the board. Ah, you went too far, too fast, too ahead of yourself, my friend. c5 on the board. c5 on the board. 5 on the board. Okay, he took like that, and he goes for the checkmate. Okay, queen e6 attacks the a2 and clears the path for the b pawn and gains time to start that attack because we have opposite side castlings. Uh, the side that is faster to deliver checkmate wins. There is no need. There is no central play. There is no nothing. Okay, bro. I'll play queen b6 first, and then a5 comes again. A5 is coming fast. So let us allow him to calculate a little. Maybe he'll play knight b3, but then I must take on b4. Have some, okay, a5. Let him play a little. We don't have to win every game. We don't have to win every game. Okay, now a2 and c3 falls and he's busted. So let's see how will he defend. At this moment we cannot pair our friend anymore. He will get clapped if he fails to find the defense. I'm sorry, but I must clap you. I mean, I spared you the queen, and I tried to give you a playable game, but this moment, okay, rook a3, everything comes with tempo. Okay, now check. Checkmate threatens. Ah, who plays? DK, Berserk, there you go. He wanted a Berserk, he got the Berserk. D5, you got everything you wanted. DK, what will be now? D6, wow, knight d7, takes, bishop. Okay, we'll just drop the bishop. And then you win. Wow, TK. Wow. Caveman style. Okay. Take knight c7, knight goes to d5. Knight f4. Oh, thank you. Now you get clapped by with your bishop. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I'm not complaining. Now we have the f file. We exchange some pieces, and yeah, life is peach. Knight to d5. Queen to f4. We attack the queen and gain some time to defend. Okay, what about rook to... Okay, here. c4, knight e3. Now f1 is under control. That. Hmm. Okay, we'll just hop in and go to g3. Okay, knight to g3. Double check. One more check. Check. Wait a second. This. Oh my god, I have 20 seconds. Okay. Okay. You got your berserk, mate. You wanted it and I gave you the berserk. Close. Close, man. Really close. 2 minutes. Okay. Let's see who plays. Jaiveros. Okay. Versus... Okay, this must be the game that we're following, yes? And Quiet Pill is here. So let's see. White has okay, equal amount of pieces, three, but he is a pawn down. Okay, still there is some chance for white. G5, H4 may come. GG, man. GG. It was close. It was close. One trick Stony. DK. There. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Wow, what a position. And now closed. So what you did, you did. Okay, nice position between TK and one trick Stony. Black has tremendous pressure on f2. White Pill, what are you doing? Actually, nice position in that game too. Wow, these are some two interesting games. I would like to watch them. TK, why are you retreating the... Oh yeah, he cannot. There is knight a4. But at least take the... And knight d5 and... knight d5 is going to be a mess, my brother. Hop with the knight. Yeah, I will play. Give me a second. Okay, there it is. D4, 3 plus 2. We need to move fast. Very fast. I'm slow. I'm so slow. Okay, we'll play London like a true pussy. Because we don't work on our openings. Okay, small surprise. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna play asymmetrical position that he hoped for. Knight c3 or knight before we have rook c1 and two pieces for the... two pieces for the... Aha. h5, h4. Now you will need to give me the f4 square. Knight d2 or... Well, I will rather play something along these lines. But he does have e5. That's the move that he wanted. Isn't that correct? Okay, you expelled my knight. You have that move. I could have taken. No, I couldn't have. Now I'm threatening to take and clap him uh, on d5. So now a3 will come next. And the real question is, where does the black king go? Where does the black king go? You got overextended on the king side, so there will be holes if you castle short. If you castle long, well, there is still, now I have lining up. There might be some discoveries that will clap you. GG, man. GG, everyone. Uh, really nice. It was really fun. I wish we had more people. Knight to g7. Okay, let's play knight to c5. Why not? Let's play knight to c5. And you need to play somewhere. But where? Take, take, take. Can I just play bishop d3? Why not? Why not play bishop to... Yeah, bishop d3. I would like to play that move. So when he takes, I take with the queen, and I say after castles long, short. Okay, I'll take. To take. And now, why not drop on b3 and take here and on d5? Okay. Yeah, nerves, man. I completely understand you. So let us castle, and his king is slightly off. His king is slightly off. So queen e6 is there. At d2. Where do we play now? Okay, queen d3. Let's try to enforce c4 because there is queen g6. Let's try. Oh man, this was much more precise, hitting both the knight and g6. Oh, I played a slightly imprecise move. So now we have this. b3. But now he gets the c file, right? He gets the c file, but does c file matter so much? Yeah, one imprecise move. Now he has queen d6, queen to b2, very well, and he gets the g3. Yeah, now I'm busted. Okay, let's try to make this work. Queen d2. Oh, f4. Now everything just collapses. Everything just collapses beyond repair. But then again, why not take here? Because he has a checkmate. Because he has a checkmate coming. Okay, very well. His queen might get trapped. So that might be my chance. Okay, queen to d1, knight and h5 are both attacked. So if I take on h5, actually his queen is trapped. So he might play something like this. I take here and he goes to c1. But then I have an extra rook, don't I? Then I have an extra rook. So on rook h5, how do you defend? You're dropping a piece, don't you? And even on queen h4. On queen h4, if I play rook h5, where do you go? You cannot go to g5, it's taken by the rook. g4 is taken by the queen. You no longer have the h5 pawn to protect that square. This square is taken by the pawn. You do lose the queen. You do lose the queen. Yes, yes, he does. Imper chimp. Why do I think we played? No, it's okay. He doesn't have anything to. No, I'll just take it. Or why am I actually thinking about it? No, he didn't berserk. Check. And after this check, what do you play? Okay, and I do have this and queen e5. King, e2, and now he goes to c4, and he hopes that I will blunder a queen e5 move. But now he is the one who is horribly discoordinated with his pieces, and there is a queen on the board. Fletch, how are you, man? How are you? So long no see. This fork just destroys. I'll accept rematch. How are you, man? All is well. I wanted to hear with you. We played arena. Okay, let's play a6. Let's play a little bit of French. Uh, okay, c5. I don't know what he tries to play. a3 makes no sense to me. f4. Wow, man. Wow. Your, pardon. The dark squares are horrible. I'm doing well now that you're here, honestly. d4, cd4, and I'll take the knight. And now I'm hoping with this knight hitting the queen. There is bishop d7. Bishop must go here, so we'll play that move. Anyway, all right. g6, he'll take, I'll take with the g pawn. All right, rook to, no, queen to c7 first. So he says I'll go to the queen side, and I say, good luck with that, sir. I respect your choice. Now his dark squares start to tell. He really has issues there. And he didn't take the knight. Yeah, we can, Fletch. Actually, we can. Uh, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, this is a safe square for my knight. Okay, and he cannot even stay on the first rank, so I'm getting a free rook. This is a free rook. Yeah, you cannot defend it because my knight will. Okay, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Play king f8, and I'm safe. And still e2 is taken, g1 is taken by the bishop, f2 is taken by the same bishop. You really don't have much. Oh, he has. Yeah, I'll take it. So queen goes to f2. Definitely. Definitely. Okay, knight f2 with tempo. Knight to e4. Knight escaped, bro. Knight escaped. Okay, queen to b6. Now, king to. How do I make this work? Queen b6. Okay, let's attack the bishop. So he might go here. And if I go check, this is nice. This is actually very nice. We do have knight d2 and we exchange one more piece. Take, take, bishop d3, checkmate threatens. He needs to play that move. Needs to play b3. And how do we simply end the game? a4. What does he have? So his idea is that he will flop everything. Okay. Bishop, rook g8. Okay. 5, bishop f5. Hmm. The way I complicate my own. Okay, okay. Queen will take. She covers the f7. King to e7, and he gets the piece back. Okay, rook a c8, but then he does take the a pawn. Very well. Now he has compensation. Very well. I misplayed, I admit. I'm only human. Okay, what do you want next? G6, no. B6, okay. Your move. He had rook f6. We're getting there. We're getting definitely. Okay, what is happening here? Queen to e8. What is happening after e6? I'm maybe even busted here. I misplayed a lot. Queen h4. Wow, nice. Nice. So what do you have? So you have that move. And then rook c6. Okay. Okay, sir, you win the game. But where? How? By rook b6. Actually, he does win. That's checkmate. No, it's not. I have f6. For structure. Yeah, Fletch, but I need to deal with the affiliate status first. That's my biggest concern with that stupid taxes. Regarding the tournament, uh, yeah, you know how we'll probably have to make it on chess.com. I think that chess.com allows you to play 3 minutes with half a second increment. And that's the best way to prevent cheating. I'll give you 3 minutes and you have half a second to make a move. I mean, rook e6, and that's mate in two. Well played. Well played. I cannot go here due to bishop. I cannot go here. This is still taken by the queen, taken by the by the rook, and this is checkmate in two. And he played really well this game. I mean, I choked, so I deserve to receive checkmate. Definitely. Okay, let's decide the winner, and then we can go for okay, bishop e3. Fair enough. Knight to c3. We are heading for d5. Very well. Well, we can always castle. If you don't know what to do, just castle. Okay, d5. Check. You are under check, brother. Takes, takes. Bishop a4. What will happen here? Bishop g4. Okay, pardon, almost. Bishop g5, takes. Okay, bishop g5. Takes a piece, takes a piece, takes a piece, takes a piece. So this should work. Where does he go then? I don't care, I'll take on e7. It's okay, we had fun. It was a fun arena. Too bad we didn't have many more people to play. I need to, yeah, that's why the stream was lagging, because go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's why the stream was lagging so much in the earlier days. I had anonymous Windows download, update download. I knew it the moment Queen g5. Okay. Knight g5. Okay, this is an exchange. And now let me see. We have finished development. Okay, knight to e4. Your d6 is hanging. Ruch, KP, God bless you and thank you for staying with us. They won't. They won't. Don't worry. No contracts. We don't want to uh, scare people with anything. Don't worry. Regarding the okay, knight to d2, knight can go to c4. Have a good night, man, and I'm so glad that you're with us tonight. Okay, and knight to replay here. Can play c4. Then yeah, c4 definitely. We would like to open up, to shatter his. Uh-huh. 5d c5. Okay, take. I'll take. I don't care. I need to do this. And now, let me see. Knight b3 won't cut it. Knight f3 is good. We'll play d4 next. d4. e5 is on the attack. Knight e5. f7 is on the attack. You must defend it, brother. Okay. So, knight g4. Okay. You're going, Fletch. Okay. Let me see. f4. What about this? Okay, he has too many pawns here. Okay, fair enough. This bishop c1, no. b4, where do we go next? We'll just fortify the weakness. Okay, knight to c2. What is the next move? Okay. Sorry, I need to drink something. Uh-huh. Nice. I cannot say anything bad for the black. King f1. e3 will then be devastating. e3. Okay, why don't you make a move? Bishop on b3, so now it's time for you to move. Okay, and the bishop to a2. Knight to b4, d5 is creaking. Maybe this I misplayed horribly, but still, we do have some punching available. Knight d7, very well. g3, no, he'll open it up. Okay, rook c2, no, king f1. I'll go for king f1, and now I'm claiming that, okay, what do we have? We have knight a6. So when he takes, we take the rook. But which one? I'll take this one. E3 takes, bishop takes, which is fine. And after, give me a second. Okay, this move. Okay, here I am. What do you have? Rook f2, maybe. G4. Bishop on b1. Maybe no. Rook on d3. h5. Rook on b3. Yeah. Kinda sad. Knight d3. So what do you play next? Check. Knight e5. Takes this. a4. Check. I'm free. Don't worry. Don't worry, bro. Let me just finish this game. Okay. And this. Oh, he gets time, doesn't he? Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Playing on increment. Yeah, that sucks. Playing blitz on increment. God, I hate that. Here. And now I cannot flag him. Right? There is no way to flag the guy. He gets like so much that it's not even funny. Yeah. King b3. Check. g4. No, you are not gonna attack it. Okay, and here I am. Okay, here I am. Let's take pawn. Then g5. g6. And here we are. Okay, lost. Okay, it's lost. Well played. Well played. Give me a second, Fletch. Give me a second. I won't play. Uh, Thank you too. Thank you too. You're always welcome. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, go fuck yourself. Misclicked. Idiotic game. Got it. Okay. Discord. What? You were winning. You were winning all the time. All the time. You're winning all the time. Let me just delete an email. Bro, I know there is no need for that. Okay, password reset. No, it's not required. I didn't ask for it. I just mouse slipped, so screw you. Okay. Okay, no, you couldn't have saved your... I think this is the game. I even can't even remember the game, bro. Aha, I think I know the game that you're talking to. Aha. Okay, here, okay, whatever. Yeah, here, bishop f3, this is what I was seeing. Takes, takes, and okay, bishop c2. Yeah, okay, so you're better here. Yeah, I'm logged. Give me a second, Fletch. I'll be there. Yeah, I know, I know. I'm just looking something. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Okay, but there was a first game that we played, and in that game, no, not that one. Was it this one? Yes, this one. This was the game that we played. Go. Now let's take a look. Okay, what's this? I'm better. I knew that. T5. Okay, fine. This. A knight c5. D5. Okay, I wanted to exchange. Bad move. I knew that it was a bad move, but okay, bishop a6. Okay, now I have nothing. Yep. Queen c2. Yeah, I said in the game I missed queen c2 because we hit both the knight and we have queen g6. And I'm just destroying here. Even here, queen c6 should work. Oh no, now he has 97. Yeah, now he has 97 covering everything. Man, yeah. So it doesn't work anymore. E4, queen c2, knight rook c8, knight c1. Yeah, we are rerouting the knight to f4. 92. This was a tempo loss. Yeah, this was absolutely necessary. Yeah, and what will he do? Rook c1. You just play, yeah, queen b4. Yeah, black seems optically nice, but once the knight hops here, the weak king will tell. Okay, queen d3. Okay, and here he gets queen d6. I should have played knight e2. But after this, yeah, just give the pawn and you get the pawn back. Now he just wins. I mean, yeah, I saw queen f2, but I didn't want to exchange the queens. Rook f5, g3, knight, yeah, hopping. Okay, knight g1, knight b3. This was a move. You win. How? I take and you must play this move. Jesus Christ. You have this move. You had a tactical shot to save your queen. So you defend yourself. So that was the idea. But yeah. And after this move, yeah, h4. h4 doesn't do much because I gobble up the knight and I will take the d5 and your king is alone. This queen is dead. On h3, I have this, and you cannot you cannot uh, you cannot save yourself. The queen is too. You're playing practically without a queen, and the king is naked. There is no way to save yourself. Well, even if you go there, I have something like this and collect the pawn and the queen. If you go here, well, I think that. Give me a second. Can I not simply take? What do you do? You have g2, but then you're still blocked. You don't have anything. It's okay. Uh, so yeah, I'm still winning this. There is no way for me to lose this. I mean, yeah. Okay. Let's make a small break. We played Arena, we played some games, we analyzed the games, we even played. I mean, we did so many things tonight. Let's make a little bit of break and talk to our friend Fletch. So, Fletch, you will need to mute the stream, and I think that if I join the call, I think that is how it was last time. I think there will be no microphonia. No, I will mute my stream. Wait, how do I do this? How do I do this? Yeah, but if you call me on Discord, does that get streamed? No, no, yeah, it does because it's a sound. It's a sound, and when you speak, So if you mute my stream, there should be no microphonia. Let's try it like that. Okay, do you hear me, Fletch?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. So
How's it going, bro?
doing well. So chat, can you tell me if you experience microphonia now?
Microfonia.
You know, like audio double sound. You know when you
Echo.
yeah, any sound issues on the stream
Is
because
that Serbian for micro? Microfonia.
no, it's a foreign word. I don't know where we took it from. Phonos is, I think, Greek word for the sound, and micro, yeah, micro for microphone.
Okay.
I think that microphone is a literal translation of the Greek word meaning small sound. Micro is small, phonos is sound, I think.
To
Maybe.
tell you the truth, my Latin is more polished than my Greek, and I don't know the Latin for sound.
Yeah.
There's only certain Latin words I know, so you'll have to bear with me. But it's good to hear you're doing well.
Yeah.
You're playing very well.
No, I don't. I actually suck. I have 2200 on lichess. I had 24. My strength deteriorate uh, rapidly, but I don't care. I'm working on the
Um,
openings, and it's very tough.
okay, but C5. A wise man once told me, aka you,
Mhm.
rating doesn't matter, and neither does your age to your rate to if you want a title.
Yeah, it's
And
important
I
to play.
realized that when I played in a tournament, and as someone on Bullet who was like 800, I beat someone who was 1,200. And I spoke to this about the. Do you remember I said I got a chess streamer to join the tournament?
Yeah.
I spoke to him about it. You see, sort of like chess, you have different styles.
Mhm. Correct.
So some people are very tactical. Some people love end game and stuff like that. My style is very like tricky. So do you watch MMA? MMA?
A little. I I
Okay.
did.
What I love to do is almost set a trap and almost like I'm like an anaconda. I love to
Mhm.
wrap you up in the position that I want to sort of guide and stuff like that. Can that work all the time? No. Can it trick someone who's 200 ratings above me or whatever? Of course.
You can. Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, it's very. Oh man. I mean, if I just fix my openings, I think I could uh, get into
Okay,
the
so let me
form.
pose you a question because I feel like this is what you do. You're your worst enemy. What do you feel like you need to fix about your openings?
I need a simple position with a playable middle game, and you won't get
Okay.
it. It's not gonna
Do
happen.
you feel like you need to almost sit there and sit there with computer and algorithm and learn the openings, or do you feel like you need to sort of find a position that you like,
No, the second one, you find a position that is playable on
or of a
rough.
Magnus Carlsen style?
Yes, something like that. So when you look at Magnus, the position is nothing special. It's playable. There are
Yep,
options there, but you
yep,
you play it. Just play it.
yep. I personally love Hikaru. I love the way he
Yeah,
described
but Hikaru,
described Carlsen, and he said Carlsen. The thing is, he'll take a losing position and he'll do loads of like strange or very weak moves, and then turn it into a winning position because he knows He turns his position he can work with and enjoy.
yeah, yeah, I know.
So,
But
so,
it, continue. Sorry.
so as I said, if I was to compare you to a style, almost you're a very strong you're a very strong player. As I said, you're not like me. The reason our styles are different, I compare myself to a magician. I like to create tricks and stuff like this.
You like
Whereas
fireworks.
you, if you're up by say like one major piece, like a knight or something, you're happy to trade down and defeat me in the end game. You're very more
Tech,
you fit more like a Russian style, if that makes sense.
yes, technical play. Uh,
Yes,
yes,
Russians are happy to take an end game and
yeah,
absolutely defeat you mentally. You know.
yeah. They don't care. They just play to win, and the end game is the
Yeah,
quickest way to win because it's clean.
yeah,
It's but Westerners don't like it. Westerners like fireworks. They like to.
yeah,
It was always like that. If you're a Western European, you want fireworks, and if I mention
yeah,
to you in the end game, you will shoot me because they don't
yeah.
like. Uh, they just don't like them. and I accept
As,
that.
as I said, the person I've invited to the streamer tournament, he's only 1,800 rated.
Doesn't matter.
But his style is like mine in terms of he's a bit he's very tricky and he's very magicianal and tricky in terms of if you play into his style, you will lose, and that's why I love him and I want him to be in it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, I have a question to you that I wanted to ask you as like a higher rated player,
Mhm.
as as someone who always plays D4 as white
Mhm. Go on.
from Queen's Gambit and London system.
Mhm.
I came across a lot of people playing the England Gambit. They play you play D4, they play is it E5?
Oh, brother. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay,
Tools,
so
analysis.
this is the question I wanted to ask.
Mhm.
I almost want to show you the game that I played. See if someone plays the England Gambit against me, as white. I have memorized the first 10 moves from the engine,
Mhm.
from Stockfish.
Okay.
Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
It's a
Because
bad
I
thing.
disagree and I would like to play some of the other moves, but I understand why the engine wants to play them moves.
Yeah, it's a bad thing. That's why I mean I can prepare my repertoire like that. I can turn on my
Okay.
engine and see the strongest moves and try to memorize them. But here is the thing. Back in the old days, when I was active,
Mm-hmm.
our trainer gave us Najdorf, Sicilian Najdorf,
Mm-hmm.
to play, and he tried to start to work on that opening to prepare us. Of course, it never took off because club disintegrated. But here is the deal:
Mm-hmm.
I played Najdorf, and I remembered the positions from that opening, the
Yes.
themes, the themes, the plans. Something of that stayed
Yes.
in my head. 20 years
Mm-hmm.
later, I cannot play Najdorf anymore because
Yes.
you don't know the opening moves, you don't understand the middle game positions, not on my level. Remember, I want to become a FIDE master, a strong FIDE master for starters. If you are going to play against these guys, you make one mistake, they clap you. They clap
Do
you.
me a favor, rephrase that. You want to become no, you're going to become a FIDE
Yeah,
master.
I will. If I just get my thing together, it must happen because you cannot oscillate in the game. A friend of mine, a fellow streamer, the one from
Mm-hmm.
the picture who streams,
Is this press ups guy?
who
French guy that does all the press ups.
no, the push-up guy.
Okay.
You see the image on the stream. The
Yes.
guy from right from the cup, right
Yeah.
from the cup
Yeah.
streams, and he
Yeah.
played a strong tournament recently. He had,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I need a drink.
You're good.
He played uh, two draws against strong
Mm-hmm.
GMs, and he
Mm-hmm.
lost two games against 1800 rated players.
Yep.
Bro, you can't oscillate like that. And he flipped reasonably. Of course, I would flip too. I just, no, pardon. He won against the Grandmaster and drew against the other. And then he
Mm-hmm.
collapsed against the lower rated players. And
Yep.
that is something you may not allow to yourself. And you will,
Yep.
because I talked to him and I watched his games and he prepares the openings. And when the opening carries him, he's fine. He's in his element. He's all fireworks and crackers. But when he gets a weaker position, he just crumbles like the house of cards. And you cannot have that type of opening, that type of play. If you want to improve, you must have a tough game every game. You need to have that uh, position where you will draw a conclusion. Maybe you will.
Do you want to hear it from my point of view, from
Yeah,
external?
go,
As I
go.
said, I'm not a professional at chess or whatever, but I'm quite good at reading people in general in
Hmm.
terms of the way they act. You know what? Sort of like the thing is with you. I imagine if people play into sort of like your style and the way you want, you are lethal. You are like the anaconda. You can trap them and lure them and tighten the position and make it horrible. The issue with you at a minute, or the idea I'm sort of getting is you struggle when people act a bit unorthodox. They act out of character. So
Yeah, I
how do we almost force them to play to our style?
you cannot force anyone. You need to be complete. That's something that Magnus said. Today, having a style means having a weakness.
Magnus doesn't play opening, closing, or whatever. He just plays position, and it's crazy to me.
It's crazy. You know why? Magnus,
One,
you cannot compare them and draw conclusions because it's a closed circle, like a religious cult. of top 10 or 20 players, and this is what happens there. And I'll
The elites.
prove it with my arguments. And you have when they played against Caruana, you have
Yep.
team of psychologists analyzing the guy,
Mhm.
and they figure out that when he is under stress, when he is losing, his upper lip, I don't know, right or left part, gets to sweat.
Mhm.
Gets to sweat. Can you imagine the level of sickness required
Yep.
to do that? I mean, can you imagine me watching millions and millions of videos of someone to see to figure out that your upper lip sweats? Who watches that?
Yep.
And this is the level of preparation. Magnus is not better than them. As Kramnik said, it's
Yep.
55-45 ratio, but he has the best team working for him. And that skewers every result that is achieved by Magnus and them, the others.
Yep.
Then comes Yesipenko or Van Forest, and they clap him on a tournament, and they're like 26-60, and people are like, how did this happen? Oh my God, how? Well, simple. He doesn't know the guy. He didn't study his style. He doesn't know where the story goes, and he needs to play. And then he gets scared because you cannot clap a 26 plus player without knowing his weaknesses. They play like
Of course.
machine like chess. And he
Of course.
risked in the opening, and he played a losing position, and he lost. And that's why I want a simple opening that is simple and safe.
No.
Because for us,
Can I be honest with you? I'm going to say this right now. You are your worst enemy. And the reason I say that is, you see, when I'm studying or revising for an exam, they always say, if you can teach someone else and your foundation is solid. You see the way you teach and speak about ideas, your foundation is solid. You are your worst enemy. You know what to do, but I feel like sometimes you overcomplicate it and overthink some of these ideas. Now, you see, from an opening, you need to think in your head, what do you want from an opening? What do you feel comfortable with? What do you want? That's the England gambit I can see on your screen in a minute. Do you know what the worst part is? I'm going to tell you this now. I've played over 5,000 games on chess.com or whatever. I've always played D4 as white. You see, when people started playing the England gambit, I probably lost maybe 100 games. You know what I done each time? I learned the next move. I almost want to show you the game I played against this guy.
Do it.
And I played it completely on emotion, this game. Let me see if I can get it up. I played this whole. You should never. Okay, let me throw this out there to chat if they can hear me. Don't ever play chess on emotion. I played this game on emotion and won, and I was angry because I hate people that play the England gambit. It frustrates me. Do you know why? Because in my opinion, when you're 5 moves in, I'm plus 2.7 up as white with no pieces taken. Because of the position, as I said, what I end up doing is memorizing the first 10 moves and learning why from the engine. As I said, I had moves in my head that I thought were better, but from looking at the engine and sort of thinking, what's the next move from here? I sort of learned in my head, okay, this is the best move, reasons because of this. I hate it. Personally, for me, I don't want to learn from the engine. I think you should always go on your own ability. As I said, I feel like with chess, learn your own personality, what you are. You know?
Yeah, but now you cannot be yourself. For example, in my case, you will never get a technical position in a game. You can forget about it. And the second point, very important, even if you do get a technical position, you will have to play tactically. You cannot play on general principles, on schemes, plans. You will have to be tactically apt and alert because tactics is everywhere. And I don't like that. But that's the life where we live in. So I will never get the opening I like. There will be no such opening. But I'm a pragmatic man, and I will accept the opening that also has elements of technique in it. So that's why I don't want sharp competitive opening. I want something that is simple and solid, peaceful, and yeah. I got a message. Give me a second.
It was me.
Yeah,
It was for the match of the England gambit, and as I said, I'd love to talk you through my. As I said, don't get emotionally caught up in a game ever in your life. So in this position, I'm white because I've never played anything apart from d4.
Yeah,
Funny
I
enough.
played this too, and now this is
So,
this
as I
is
said, okay, I know this move. I know this off by heart. As soon as I see that queen move, I know what's going on. Yep, yep.
yeah. You need to prepare
hmm
this opening.
So,
Okay, wow.
you see from this position,
Mhm.
it's crazy, but white is up 2.3.
No, this is all logically busted because
So
you
if
cannot
you can you
defense
do
it.
me a favor, go back a few moves quickly.
Stop me when you want.
Yeah, that'll do. That's perfect. From when he moves the queen to a3.
Okay, queen a3 is played.
All right. So what I learned, as I said, I lost from this position 100 times, and as I said, I don't like to do it, but I memorized what the engine wanted me to do. I always used to play
Mhm.
rook to b3
Yeah, my initial.
because for me it felt natural. But as I said, from what I learned, the engine told me it was wrong, and I learned why the engine told me it was wrong.
Mhm. Give me a
Because
second.
the engine wanted me to bring the knight into play and threaten the fork on c7.
Yeah, I would. This is the move that I was contemplating at the first look, but
Hmm?
he has queen a5 on knight
Hmm?
d5. Yeah, and I think he holds everything. So yeah,
Yep.
knight d5 is then the other option, and he cannot
Hmm?
wait after knight d5. Yeah, how do the question is, Mr. Black, how do you defend this? And after this move, yeah, yeah, this is
Me,
horrible.
as I said, as a lower level player, when I analyze this, it's
Mhm.
crazy to sit there and think I haven't taken a piece and I'm up 2.8. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, but you see, this is how you. Hey, GG, man. Quiet pills, no problem. It
Keep
was,
quiet, pills, bro.
yeah, quiet pills. Uh, thank you so much for the games. We are making a small break. We'll play again. I just need to rest a little, so I'm chatting with my friend John. Yeah, you see, this is how I memorize the openings. Uh, at this point, you're playing against the c7, and that's it.
I'll be honest. I memorized after from where we're at now. I memorized the next 5 moves
Yeah, but this is how I.
on purpose. As I said, I'm a bit obsessive. So when I lose to something, I learn. Every time I lost, I resigned and then learned the next sort of move or the best one to do.
Yes. Now here is the deal.
It's very tricky. You've got to admit, as a lower player, it's very tricky to see what they're trying to do as black.
Yes, 20 years after, you will forget all this. But
Yeah.
if I tell you, you play against a c7 weakness in this position, your strength. If I force you to play this position,
Yep.
as you pump up your tactical skill and endgame skill, you will eventually calculate that on this he has queen a5, and the bishop takes. You have knight takes, maybe. Yeah, he cannot take. Give me a second on b4 because you will take with check. So your calculation will grow, will strengthen, and you'll say,
hmm
okay, this doesn't work. If I'm playing on c7 weakness and this doesn't work, then my only move remaining is knight d5, and you'll find the move,
So
and you'll know how to
it's one of the things I learned as sort of a lower player is sometimes it's not all about attack. Sometimes remove their defender.
yeah.
Number two, what's the square you want to attack? Let's say you've got a checkmate on their king on say a
Mhm.
certain square.
Yeah.
How can you attack it? How can you sort of trick them into sort of letting you attack it or whatever? As I
Yeah.
said, for me personally, I don't think it's a good sort of way to do it, but I sort of sat there and read the engine each time and learned the next move. But I sat there and thought to myself, why? Why is that the best move? And as I said, one of the things I hate about this game that you will end up seeing, I played this game on emotion and I played full on aggressive attack.
Yeah, but you must, because you have in this position the advantage. You must exploit it. I mean, you see, he now
So,
cannot.
in your opinion, is it absolutely crazy? No pieces have been taken and White's up
No,
2.6.
this is logical.
Insane.
This is logical because look, uh, uh, first of all, you're giving up center pawn. Now,
Hmm?
this tactic tries to exploit this double attack. Okay, whatever.
As soon as I see that, I'm not going to lie these days, as I said, where I know it off by heart, as soon
Yeah.
as I see that, it makes me very happy.
And
And I sit there, okay, to tell you the truth, in the chat in chess.com, I sit there and trash talk them and tell them, please do it to me, please. I know it more than you.
yeah, and knight f3, you see, engine suggests knight c3, and that's the move I would play. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to have a skirmish, tactical skirmish. No, 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 no. Let's play
Yep.
decent chess. And Mike, I claim that your queen stands poorly, your bishop is
Hmm?
blocked, and I will have knight d5 with tempo. And I will play e4. I will have better development, better piece coordination, and I'll use that microscopic advantage to outplay you. Now,
But you think it's better to bring out the B knight?
engine suggests it, and I would like to do that because now he doesn't have the
Because
double
personally,
attack.
for me, I wouldn't want to bring out the B knight because, as I said, someone who plays D4 quite a lot, under the sort of rules of the Queen's Gambit, you don't want to block
You
the
don't
C
play
pawn
Queen's
from coming
Gambit
out.
anymore, and that's the point with the
Hey,
England
I know,
Gambit.
I know, I don't.
This is
Hey.
the concrete position where Black must return the pawn or he dies. It's that simple.
As soon as they bring Queen to, as I said, as soon as they bring the Queen to sort of that B4 move,
Mhm.
I sit there and as I said, I'll put my hands up right now. I've been banned on chess.com for trash talking for when
Yeah.
they do this move because personally it triggers something in my mind. And as I said, I played this match on emotion,
It's okay. You
which is
make a
not
new
good. It's
count.
never good. Never play on emotion. I'll throw that out there now.
Yeah. No, it's not. I mean, people trash talk me. You know what they told to
when
me?
you sit there and watch some of these moves, you'll see that some of these moves I played on pure aggression and just wanting to move forward.
This is lost. At this moment, he cannot defend the c7. This is lost. Okay, he has king d8, but then his king is in the center. You can play,
As I said,
yeah,
my idea and from as I said from watching the engine and
d4,
stuff,
the strongest
and
move.
you can correct me if I'm wrong. My whole attack is based on that C7 square.
Not anymore. You achieved the goal. His
Now,
king is in
why
the
do I
center.
push that pawn? Why do I push that pawn there? Okay, I'm going to give you reasoning. As I said, this is from one of these things that
Yeah.
I watch the engine and learn. I want to outpost my knight because the pawn he can pressure me
Yes.
with to c6 is blocked by his knight, so it's not going anywhere. I'm outposting my knight there. Yeah, that's an outpost.
Yes, and not only that, his knight will have no squares. It is,
I'm not bad. I have learned quite a lot.
and he doesn't have anything anymore. And if he does want to exchange, this pawn will come and with full center you just steamroll. And he has
Yeah.
no development. This king obstructs
Mhm.
everything. This pawn now prevents d6, but he must play it because the bishop must get out. So he took, of course, a greedy.
It was one of the
greedy
first times, even though I had a double pawn, I felt okay with it.
Yeah, this pawn is irrelevant. You can give it back, but you need to get a lot for it. You need to sell it expensively. So now he wants to go to a1, and I don't want to play the endgame because of the a pawn. So queen
Hmm?
c3. I love this move. I love this move. This is a precise Karpovian move.
The queen move.
Yeah, the queen move. I didn't know. I couldn't find the move here. So queen c3 is really nice, bolstering entire position, putting pressure indirectly on c7. This knight is dead.
Do you want to know the truth of what I thought in my head? So I remember me and you speaking before in the Queen's Gambit. There's a famous Grandmaster move where they move the Queen from sort of like a D1 to C2,
Mhm.
and almost in my head, you see what when he moved that Queen there. I thought in my head, you've taken the pawn. Not gonna lie, I don't care. If anything, you are more vulnerable in this position than me. I don't care. And it was more about let's move that queen to that position. Let's threaten your king more. Let's show you if we're both going to go all out
If he
attack,
cannot,
I'm going to win.
if he cannot check now his queen is in a precarious position.
You see, if he checks here, it's almost like a so what.
No, he lost the queen. He lost the queen. He cannot check. He loses the queen. He's busted. You have bishop c4.
And to be honest, C5, we played 2 games. Me and this guy. I played one as white, one as black. He actually accused me of cheating. Funny enough.
Yeah,
Um,
I know. That's why I don't play on chess.com. Okay, I would play bishop c4 now here and castle. And I finish development and he's busted. You just open up the game. This is not bad either. Okay, but now his queen. Oh no. But
It's a
okay, he
nasty.
has to.
Okay, so there was a nasty trap if he didn't do the queen move.
No, he has to because after bishop c4, the queen, where does she go?
Do with a knight move. Let's say the knight takes with a. Let's say the pawn takes the knight with
Bishop
black,
c4.
and sort of king forks the king and rook.
Oh, he must save the queen. So
Oh,
this is here.
sorry, queen forks the king and rook. That's what my idea was. If he
Oh,
gets trapped with it,
damn.
yeah.
Yeah, and now I'm losing everything. Wait,
That's
does
what
this
my
win?
idea was.
Mate in 2, yeah. This, right? You're busted, bro. There is no. I'm not a materialist. I'm gonna squash you like a bug. So,
Yeah.
and if you go here, I have the same. Yeah.
As I said, even though that sometimes I feel uncomfortable when my rook is sort of like out there. Where I was on almost emotionally attack mode, I felt comfortable. I didn't care.
Extra piece. And he now wants to exchange. Please take on c7 first. Okay. No, you didn't. You're too merciful. Okay.
It's like you know what happened to me the other day? Funny enough, and I don't know if you'll be
I
proud
like
of
this
this.
play. This is very nice.
You see, for me, I managed to find a mate in 6.
Mhm.
To say the least, I was very, very, very proud of it. Because I pride myself on my ability. There's two things I pride myself as a lower sort of like level player is my speed and my ability to spot checkmates. Being tricky. Felt good.
Dude, you played this very well. I'm so happy to see this. Such a great game. And
Good.
you played.
When I first, well, hey, hold on. When I first met you, I was a Queen's Gambit guy, and
Yeah,
you told me play the London system. I love. As I said, I watched Gotham Chess Levi Rosman's video on the
Levy.
system, and he sort of showed me some of the sort of tricks and stuff. I feel very comfortable with it now.
Yeah, London. It's up to everyone. I mean, to choose. The London system. The reason why I played London is because it's a solid opening, and you are equal. You're not better, but you are not worse either. So this is good for you because you have time to use your general knowledge to outplay the opponent. Now I need to work on my general knowledge, but that's a different story.
Okay, I completely agree. And what I love about it personally, these are the points that I love. Number one is sort of like the idea of what you'll normally find is as in the London system, you're going to castle on queen side, so castle long. They're going to castle king side. What's the power behind you? What's the difference? You want to push pawns and put pressure on and stuff like that. Number two, one thing I love about the London system, and it makes me smile. The white, the dark squared bishop, when you push it to what's that, 4, they might push their dark squared bishop to d6, and then you bring it back to sort of the g3 square.
Talking about.
You trade and bring it inwards and open up the rook.
This is what you're talking about. And when they take.
Okay, can I ask you a question though?
Yes, go.
I have a question. As someone who's played the London system quite a lot, and as someone who is a premium chess.com member and analyzes a lot of my games, in the London system, when is it sort of like beneficial to me to almost turn it into a Queen's Gambit and push that pawn on c2 to c4?
When the guy plays bishop f5.
You got an example?
If you play this, then this pawn formation doesn't work. Because
all I've learned in sort of the London system at the minute is that sort of what square is that? E5 is very important, and sometimes you want to put a knight there and block them from doing whatever.
Yeah, but now
when do I understand what I mean by when do I want to almost turn it into a Queen's Gambit?
Now, because when bishop is on f5, you have the same problem as black has, and you will, as black, also have to play bishop d3 to exchange it. So why do that?
If it was me in this position, I would put I'll put on d3.
No, you don't want to do that. If you are playing
You
for a
turn it into a
win,
Queen's Gambit now.
you play now. C4 must work. And now this is yeah, takes. You see, he takes with the pawn. Takes, knight. You're slightly better. I would even play knight c3. I could.
Oh, he wouldn't take. Personally, for me, he wouldn't take with pawn. He would take with the queen rather than the bishop, or rather than the
Yeah,
pawn.
I know. A lot of them do take, but now you have queen b3 hitting this.
Hmm?
And what will he play? Maybe something like queen b6. But I don't care. Let me
Yeah.
see. Give me a second. Can I play knight to c3? Why is knight c3 bad? No, it isn't. Knight c3 works, and you have slight pressure on d5. You will have space advantage, and actually, once he plays, you know, you can play bishop e2, and he needs to make a move. If he takes, you
My
play.
level, they would trade queen rather than castle. I'll be honest.
Yeah, and he's in deep problems now because you play c5 and b4 next. You can even play king d2. You don't have to castle. And you'll play an endgame with a space advantage, and this is not going to be funny at all. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, because you will hop in with e5. You can play f4 next to plug the center, and you'll say, "Look, bro, I have this, and I'll play minority."
Outposting that knight.
Yeah, I'll play this,
Interesting.
and that's how I would see it. Because you see,
Interesting.
knight c6 immediately, knight e5. You gotta play something. I'll just castle, and what do you have?
Hmm.
You see, my pieces are super. This is nice. I mean, can I play rook fc1? I'm still good.
Hmm.
This, what do you want, rook? No, I'll just maintain. And where is your counterplay? You cannot break in the center. You cannot break on the king side. The queen side is mine. And buddy, I can open up the position if I like. I have c5. I might prepare f3 and d4. I have plans. I have options. And note that your bishop is kind of unstable. So what happens if I play knight a2 next? You see b6. What happens if I simply play this? You take, I take, and the engine says it's 0-0. Yeah, brother, I love you, but it's not because I have a better minor piece in the endgame, and I can
It's his knight. His knight is trapped.
and I can try to milk it. I can exchange one knight and say, look, knight versus bishop. I can milk it. I can have, I can use the bishop better in the endgame. There is c5. It's not so. Yes, it's equal, but how do you play with black? Where is your counterplay as black? So if I met you on the street and if your life depended on it, what would you tell that someone? What do you attack?
What
White?
I'd be thinking about as black.
Yeah, I mean white is
Um.
simple. White has c5. Says, look, I'll play c5. I don't know. I'll play knight d3, exchanging on b4. I can play
All right. Do you want
f3.
some of my ideas if I was playing as black? This is what I would say personally. Number one, as black, we have two knights and two rooks. We have white has two rooks, a knight, and a bishop. One thing that is a weakness for us personally is we have a white bishop. We've got quite a few pawns on white, including our king and our rook.
Yes.
What I sort of see and think about.
Yeah, but you cannot change this pawn structure. And
Oh,
second,
as I said, what would I think? Sometimes I overthink, and what would I think about as white almost? There is almost like a fear that we could get randomly back ranked at some point.
you don't have
Can
to.
we? No, we can't because the bishop can get moved to f1.
Second, you will play f3 at some point. You will, and he won't have knight e4 anymore. And there is no back rank. And now I'm threatening
What,
e4 at some point.
what does black play here?
Good.
If you think about it,
That's my
if I was
question.
black, as I said, one thing I learned is if I was black, the move I would hate is playing knight to e4 because what's the point? They're just going to push f3 with a pawn. What's the point?
Give me a second. Okay.
If I was white, I'd play f3 as a heartbeat in a heartbeat.
ed5, ed5. No, pardon. Yeah, ed5. So if I take it like this, I think that he
And
has
take with the
countered.
rook.
No. He'll counter me on the back rank, so I may not take. But okay, now this comes.
Ow.
Now this comes,
Ow.
and nothing bad is happening. But I just ask questions. I just ask questions, and if you take,
The question I have in my head, did you already think before you sort of done these sort of like set of moves, we need to give power to that rook on the C rank?
Yeah, that's why I played rook f c8. Engine,
Easy.
give me a second. Engine said knight a2, but I played rook fc1 because look,
So that's what I'm saying. You see in this position, when the rook comes over to C,
yeah,
in your mind, are you already thinking, I need to give more power to this rook and give it an
yes,
open sort of file?
I'm explaining why. First of all,
Okay.
e4 doesn't work. I see no action on the king side. What am I doing here? But okay, this guy attacks, but he doesn't do anything else. This guy is.
I don't like the move suggested either of a2 with the knight, I'll be honest.
No, this is. I don't like this. It's a engine move. Rook f1
You
is
see,
a human
you see
move.
this move to a sort of 2, for me, as I said, as a sort of like a lower player, it feels unnatural. Do you know why? The thing I keep in my head, I know on the room is grim. It cancels so many moves for the knight.
And this knight is not so scary that I need to deal with it immediately. So
Yeah.
yeah, he may go to d3. He may not go to d3. Pardon. I have knight on e5, and
Mhm.
yeah, I cannot attack anything on the king side. This is easily parried with g6 or whatever. So
Yeah.
my bishop is poorly placed for the action in the center. He cannot do anything
Hasn't got a
here.
lot of scope, I agree.
Yeah, but here he can be useful, potentially.
Yeah.
Second,
Okay.
center is blocked for me and for him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to worry. So if center
Mm-hmm.
falls off and the king side falls off, the only option you have
Mm-hmm.
is queen side. This guy is there.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop will reach there. Knight is centralized, so he can also come to the queen side. Rook is on the queen side. The only piece missing is the rook on f1. He is well posted to support kingside play, which we dropped. So I will play rook fc1 because I have a pawn break potential. So c
Yes.
file can come in handy because he has a pawn there that will become a target.
Mm-hmm.
Second, another plan that exists is c5,
Mm-hmm.
and I can play knight b5 also.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can play knight e2, knight a2, and say, look, buddy, if you don't exchange, I'll just take, and I'm
Okay,
happy.
but in my head, let me word it. Let me tell you. I said one of the things I love. What's the purpose of a move? If I move my knight on c3 over to b5,
Mhm.
I know he's gonna push the pawn to c6.
Let's make a dumb move. Yeah, but this is the point. You need to understand pawn structures. This is not so simple.
I'll be honest. I don't understand pawn structure.
Yes,
The
it's
one
okay.
thing that really confuses me is backwards
First of all,
pawns and poison
uh,
pawns and stuff.
when you move a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
adjacent squares are weakened. You will never control them. I talked about this in my video on YouTube. So when you have pawn here, notice that
Mm-hmm.
adjacent squares,
Yeah.
give me a second, are all possibly protected. So I'm controlling these. You cannot post your pieces there, and should the need arise, I can play c6 and pardon. Let's do it like this: expel the enemy by controlling it. But once I
So
make
the
that move,
weakness, I would say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You see, if they push that pawn to c6, that black pawn, and create the diagonal,
yeah,
their weakness is that b7 pawn because that's holding it all together, right?
yeah, of course.
If they want to cover it, almost the quickest way to do it is to put a rook there, and that is wasting the rook's scope. It's
Yes,
literally covering a
yes,
pawn and covering
yes.
a
This
wide.
is also undefended pawn. Now both pawns are possibly defended because if you attack one,
Okay.
he can move forward, being protected by the pawn. If you attack, pardon, this one, he can move forward,
Mm-hmm.
being
Mm-hmm.
protected by the pawn. But now with c6, you have committed yourself. You clarified yourself. The pawn structure is no longer elastic, and these two squares are actually weak. And I can post my knight here, hitting the pawn with tempo, and rook a7. I would love to. I can play c5 and entrench the knight. Now these knights hit f7, hit b7. But the engine says, no, you're so better. The time is ripe to open up the position. And you see this?
Interesting.
Wow, e4. Yeah, because knight supports e4, and now this bishop is dead.
Interesting.
Look at this. Look at the small change in the pawn structure. Bishop g6. I don't care about this bishop. He's dead. The moment he starts to
Yeah.
make problems, I play f3 and he's hitting the wall. Small change in the pawn structure, giving me d6 square, and from there knight controls e4. Small. And this was
How
the
can I put this?
tactical.
Some people learn. Some people learn in different ways. In terms of some people are visual learners, watching videos. Some people are audio learners in terms of listening to things.
No,
I work better in terms of watching people and asking questions. Okay,
yeah,
and sort of
yeah,
learning myself.
yeah. I
I
never had
play
this.
the Caro-Kann. The
Mhm.
Caro-Kann is very pawn heavy and having a good understanding and stuff like that.
Yes,
And I've
it's
explained it to people
mandatory.
before. My understanding of sort of like pawns and stuff. And I don't have the matches sort of like to hand. But do you know some of the lessons I sort of took?
Mhm. Listen,
There's sort of a thing. Obviously with the Caro-Kann, the whole idea is you keep your two central pawns. And in the position I was in, I had the two central pawns, and I put a rook behind each of them and just pushed them. It
yeah,
taught me the power of holding the middle and just pushing it. Now, the second idea that I would love for you to teach one day, and hopefully you do a YouTube video, passed pawns. You know the power of a passed pawn?
but I did. I
It's
did.
crazy.
I did. Uh,
You need to do a more modern. You need to do a more modern video where you answer sort of the questions I say.
that
In terms
that
of
can be done.
as sort of a lower elo player, I've had it many a time. Me and the opponent will have three pawns on the same side of the board, but I will have one on the other side.
There it is
The
about
power the power of that pawn is ridiculous.
yes, yes, and that's very important. There you go. You have two parts of the passed pawns. And give me a second. Give me a second. I think
I
that we
need to
have
subscribe to your YouTube as well. Let me subscribe to that.
pawn structures. No problem. Pawn structures, passed pawn.
If you want my questions on pawn structures,
Yeah.
because a lot of people say it to me, backwards pawns. What? Okay, I'm going to say it in my sense. What the hell is that, and why does it matter? And one thing that I've sort of learned or picked up on my own, poisoned pawns. I learned from what's the name, Chessbra.
Yeah, poison pawns.
Terrible.
Look, poison pawns. I mean,
I've caught people as at my level. I've caught people out on the poisoned pawn, especially with London system.
give me a second. Let me just close the door. I'll be right back. 2
Yeah,
seconds,
no
please.
problem.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you. Yeah, the
No
poison
problem.
pawn, blah blah blah, this, blah blah blah, that. Look, uh, it all depends from the pieces. So,
Can I explain from my, as I said, one of the things
yes,
that I
yes,
do
yes.
personally is I look at sort of ideas and take my own learning. And my idea from the poisoned pawn sort of idea where an opponent moves out their queen and then takes a poisoned pawn in quotations is the idea that their queen is on full on attack. They can't bring it. It will take 2, 3 moves to bring it back to defend, and we can attack quicker than it can defend.
Well, the point is with that pawn, it's a gambit, and yet another
Of
gambit.
gambits.
Yeah, it's a gambit. You give up the b2 pawn and you say, look, bro, I'm gonna develop faster. The b pawn
Yep.
is a wing pawn. Wing pawns
Yep.
are not so important in the opening. That's why
Yep.
uh, there is that rule not to grab pawns in the opening because they don't play much of a role because we all fight for the center of the board. And you, as you have nicely noticed, you will waste one move to take the pawn with the queen. You will waste another move to get that queen out, and you will waste yet another move to get that queen to some usable square. That's three
Yep.
moves. I can castle,
Yep.
uh, put the rook on the e
Develop.
file, for example, yeah, and I can attack. And
Yep.
that's the idea. That was the idea. But nowadays, you cannot afford to play the way I like, technical positions, simple positions, blah blah. Nowadays, everything matters, and anybody can be a grandmaster today based on general principles. So people like Fischer,
Agree.
Karpov, pardon,
Did you
Ty
not? Can I ask you a question? Did you not see? Was it Karpov? He played in a tournament recently.
didn't. I have no time
He
to.
played in the tournament recently. Do you know? Do you want to know what his score was out of 10 games?
Karpov or Kasparov?
He
Kasparov
got
played.
0.5. He got one draw. That was it out of 10.
That's Kasparov. Kasparov played
Why?
in
Yeah, Kasparov. You know
Kasparov.
why? The modern game is completely different.
It's different, and he said it. He has no time to prepare the openings. His day
Of
was
course.
easy. It's easy. In his day, you had tactical plans, so on and so on. Nowadays,
Yep.
you may not have a preference. If you have a
Yep.
preference, you have a weakness. You're
Yep.
and now that's the problem. Where was I? With that backward pawn. Back then, people said, look, I need something to outplay the opponent. And who made the push? The lower rated players, those who are in the top uh, 30 or 50, but at the
Hmm.
lower bottom. They need an edge. Because if they get an
Yep.
edge, they can clap the top half.
Of
And
course.
they said, look, I'm going to give the pawn, blah, 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 blah. One of those
Yep.
proponents was Fischer. He was a poor player.
Aye.
He wasn't
Yep.
the player that people say he was. He was like some table number 6 or 7 back then.
Yep.
Somebody who just couldn't make it. And
Yep.
he said, look, I need something. I cannot beat these guys. They're better than me.
Mhm.
And he
Mhm.
said, I need to take chances. And there is a proverb that he invented, said, going, if you want to get squares, you need to give squares. You need to give something. And he said, I'll take the pawn, I'll give you the development advantage, I'll risk it because I cannot beat you otherwise. And that is something that Ty also did. And
Right.
but
And this
he,
is one of the things we've spoken about. Using your sort of like what you're good at to your strengths. Okay. There's a thing on chess.com and it's 5 checkmates with 2 bishops.
Mhm.
Yeah. I can do it in 50 seconds. If you can do it better than me, I'll give you 100. I'll give you £60. Great British pounds. I'll give you 60 Great British pounds. I can do it in 57 seconds.
I don't think I can do it. Maybe,
Do
I don't
you
know.
want to know what? Right, that sounds like as a lower player, it sounds like whatever. You know what it taught me? As I said, I remember asking you the question weeks before. I said, when people say they swap bishops for knights, they need to increase the tempo. What does that mean? And you explained it to me. Bishops become more powerful as the game becomes more open.
Mhm.
And I sort of learnt that and understood it.
You see the coordination of the pieces now. The way they coordinate is ridiculous. And when you put a knight on the board, there is an endgame, knight versus 2 bishops.
I
And
do have to admit, what do you prefer, bishops or knights? Question.
yeah, it's a tough question because I never had the time to form that question when I was playing against my neighbor.
I
When I was,
like knights because you can, as we said, that you can cover
but
them with a pawn and
yeah,
outpost them. And if
I
there's a rook, you can block their file. But then bishops, they're like snipers. I love them.
I usually end up with a knight in my position, and
Okay.
that's why I mean I feel comfortable with them because they cannot be countered easily. With a bishop,
Yes.
all I have to do is put everything on the other color of the board of the bishop, and I'm fine. Second thing,
This is one of the things I wanted you to get at. This
yeah,
isn't like a, how can I put it? There's no right or wrong answer. It's based on opinion. Some
yeah,
people will
yeah,
tell you, I prefer knights because I'm more tricky and I can find the faults.
and
Some people will tell you, I prefer the bishops because they're like snipers, like Hikaru.
no, Hikaru knows what he's doing. I'll explain why. And the other thing, well, usually I end up with a knight and bishop versus bishop pair. And then I
Okay.
can exchange one of the bishops, and then I play against one bishop, and I usually have a good position that is defendable.
You like a good endgame then?
I'm always playing endgames. That's
Personally, do you know what? I hate to tell you this. I can tell you're quite older. You know, Soviet and like sort of Russia, they love end games. They are absolutely,
of
they'll
course,
demolish you.
yeah, that's how they played. There is an old
And
Soviet.
personally, for me, I know. I know. As I said, do you remember when I told you I read that book from Jose Capablanca,
Mhm,
1935?
mhm.
I sort of read his book, and he was very solid. He was a very tricky and endgame person. One thing that I know personally, if I've got a +1 pawn, I will trade down to death and beat you at the end game.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You
that's
use every.
interesting. I can tell you sort of like a thrive or loving. That's sort of like your thing.
Mhm.
I said it really confused me that you want to focus on your opening or whatever. I almost feel like how can I put it? You don't need to focus on your opening.
You
You don't
need to.
need to. Oh no no. With you, you're very you don't realize one thing. I'll admit. You see to be the best at something. Solid foundation is you absolutely need it. Your foundation is completely solid. What you need to do is ask yourself, what do I want from the opening?
You're not gonna get it. That's the point. Two people play the opening, and that's why
Well,
Hikaru
okay,
wants.
so force the opponent to play
You
into your
cannot.
game.
You cannot. Chess is a democratic game. Everybody have the
You watch
right
football,
to.
yeah?
What?
You watch football.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
How many times the sort of the top Premier League teams like Chelsea, Man United,
Mhm.
they play like Sunderland, West Brom, and West Brom and Sunderland will sit there defensive, not move anyone out of the box. Force these teams to play their game. Force them to play your game.
Yes, but you have so many options in football, and the problem with chess is that you must give. Uh, you give the opponent must have a chance to get his fair share of the game, and that's the
Of course,
catch. That's the catch.
of course.
Let me see. Just white timed out. No, give me a second. Uh, no, he blundered here.
It was like when I was watching the IM tournaments and there was a game between or a match between Levy and Eric Rosen,
Yeah, there was a
and
match between the
they
between.
played a 20 leg game. You know, over the first 10 legs, black won every time. You see, in my head, a newbie, white always starts with a point, sort of like 4-7 advantage. Black won every time. It don't mean nothing.
It means but it also means that they don't know how to exploit that advantage. Now that's
Yeah,
the
I mean, I can tell you my view that I love white because I can control the game. And as I said, one thing that I love to do is if you sort of sit there and you play into my style, when I tell you I want to do this and you follow into it, you will lose.
yeah, but that's the point. He will say, "I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna play into your style. I have my style, and he offers you." Uh,
I'm going to do my thing. You develop, you sort of adapt to me.
and
Yeah.
then yeah, and then you say, "No, oh crap, now he doesn't want to play like me." Well, I'll try to make a move that still keeps the game going, and I'll take the best I can. And then he says, "Oh fuck, damn it! Now I cannot get my game,
Hmm?
but okay, I'm gonna make a move that keeps the game as closest to the thing that I can play. Oh wait, I can't. Okay, I'll play his game, but things changed. I imposed some of my rules, so this is the level of his game that I'm willing to accept, and that's the catch."
This is one of the points I wanted to bring up to you. You know, I am Eric Rosen.
Mhm.
When he sort of showed tutorials on the Stafford Gambit, and even I played it for a little bit. The Stafford Gambit went up on Lee Chess by something like 1,000% the amount of
Yeah,
times
I
it was played.
mean, everybody played it. I experienced
Right.
it myself.
You know, it wasn't Eric Hansen. You know Chessbrough, the channel.
Yeah, of
It was
course.
Eamon, the GM. He'd done the Jerome Gambit, um, one of the worst chess openings. He'd done a video on it and sort of showed how you can, or sort of like things you can do with the Jerome Gambit. That was a very good, that was a very good sort of video. It done very well. So one of the things I want to say to you for sort of content, think of a gambit or something like an opening that is trash. Hikaru done a bomb cloud till 3,000 and destroyed people. What's an opening that is trash, but you can always force a good position out of it? You know?
Scandinavian, which I do already. Scandinavian is a
What's the
trash opening.
Scandinavian?
Scandinavian is a trash opening, but actually, uh, if they don't know what they're doing, and it can happen easily, you can get a very
Is
good
that the one where
position.
you bring the queen to the side and I watch you do it?
Yeah, the one I'm trying to
Oh,
find.
do you know what? Can I say one thing? If you'd done that against me, I'd hate it.
Yeah, people hate it because they don't know how to react to it.
It makes
But
me uncomfortable that the queen has a lot of scope early on.
yeah, it's an opening that is requiring active play from both sides. But uh, again, uh, it's easily refutable. It's practically not refuted, but we're getting into a almost dead lost game. And I tried to make it work with computers, and I
Hmm?
couldn't. And I tried to rent to rent a chess server. I couldn't find any decent chess server. Just it never worked. It never worked. Just doesn't work. Uh,
Well, it's like Hikaru does a lot of speed runs from sort of like a
yeah, but
zero
you must
rate into
understand.
3000, and he's doing one at the minute, free tricks only. It's
Yeah,
so easy to sort of see the tricks, and he does a lot of the tricks that I sort of like hate.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I can't stand the fried liver because I got caught out by it a
Uh,
million times when I was
People
lower
don't know
rated.
how to play against it. He played
But that's why, as black, I played a. Why do you think I played a Karo Khan? One of the most solid sort of things to defend against it. And do you remember when I used to play the Queen's Gambit?
yeah,
I know for a fact when people play the Karo Khan against it, it's a slab defense. And believe it or not, I learned how to break it down as white and how to beat it as black.
yeah, Karo Khan. Pardon, pardon. Delete from here. This is the catch. Knight c3. No, I'm gonna play knight c3, and now heading for g4. Knight g2. Yeah,
So I have
this
a
is the
question
line.
to you almost.
Go.
People say the Karo Khan is very similar to the French defense.
It's not.
Okay,
It's
fair
not.
enough.
So this is the only move, and now
Hmm.
look at this. Now it becomes crazy. Knight c6.
What do you think of the Karo Khan? What's your honest opinion?
It's a solid opening, but this
Mm.
line that I'm showing is highly theoretical. And this line that I'm showing is the only reason I don't play Caro-Kann anymore. Because
Okay.
there is a game, there you go, you can see it, Caruana versus Grishuk, played in 2019. So this is recent.
So, take the truth. You know, when I played the Karo Khan for a long time, you see that black pawn that's sat on c5.
Yeah.
I sort of that's more or less that's the advanced. It takes the form of the advanced variation of
Yeah.
the Karo Khan. I didn't learn that variation. I picked it up on my own, and I don't know if I told you this. I picked it up on my own because it reminded me of the Queen's Gambit. The fact you push that pawn, open up the bishop, and you can take it that way. I sort of learned from that sort of variation that the idea is they take the pawn, you open up your bishop file.
Mhm. Look at this game. Look how, okay, he now made a blunder, but this is 0-0. This is razor sharp position. And this is not something I would like to play because you cannot use your
But if I
brain.
was looking at this position, I like black here. I
I,
personally like black.
yes, everybody loves black because it's logic, it's peaceful position. Everything
Personally, for
is,
me, black can bring a lot of pieces over and attack the king. King's very open.
yes, but can he? That's the catch. After king h3, you don't have any attack. This diagonal is closed. You don't have access to this part of the board. The h file is going to be closed by the pawns. You need time.
Hmm.
And this one is dead. This one is slightly off. Slow piece.
Always like, do you know what I love in this position? The power of a knight, personally, for black.
Is not powerful knight. That's the catch. Is
I
not.
feel like the knight is very powerful because it's covering the bishop and it's covering that pawn. That pawn's a weak danger.
These two do that job very nice.
Mm.
This knight is needed elsewhere, and that's the catch. Actually, this
His
knight
bishop's
is.
on a light square, our king's on a dark square. That's not very much of a risk.
These are
His
poor.
queen hasn't got much scope. His,
Yeah,
his
but it's a
rooks,
queen,
his rooks haven't got a lot of scope.
and I'll be fine. I just need time, and believe me, I'll have scope after that
As I
happens.
said, when it comes to time, I even promise you now, I'm probably quicker than you.
So, anyways, and this is now sharp position. And
Hmm.
let me see what happened. Bishop d6, an error.
Hmm?
Look at this, 0, 0, 1.4. So white is nearly winning. One
Mhm.
innocent error, one logical move played by the grandmaster who was the world championship candidate.
Mhm.
Now, if he ends up like this, what the fuck am I going to expect in a board in a game in this
I
line?
was gonna say, so is the next move black?
Yeah,
I was
they.
gonna say, so almost, what do we want to think about this position? Okay, so do
I
we
don't
want to
know.
progress the game
This
and
is
almost
this is the
what's the
point.
next move?
You need to use your knowledge to analyze the game. I don't know how to analyze this.
Mhm.
See, what do I see? I see a poor bishop. I see a poor
Mhm.
knight. I mean, they are
Mhm.
offside. Bishop is
Mhm.
decent, but
Mhm.
knight is nicely blocking its scope. This is a
Mhm.
strong pawn. This is a strong
Mhm.
rook. But then again, queen
Mhm.
blocks. But then again, queen is a poor blockader, so we'll give her also half 50-50. Uh, Queen is blocked. She needs to reposition itself. This rook, pardon, damn it. This rook is dead. This rook is passive. But then again, I have a strong bishop. But then again, nobody can support him. I have two passed pawns, but then again, they are isolated. Uh, what am I playing for? What happens after rook h8? For example, I want to gobble up this pawn. I'm afraid of it. Uh,
Almost in my head, as I said, I play a lot of 3 minutes, so I don't get a lot of time to think about sort of like things like
yes,
this.
but
But
that's where you
almost,
will
if
never
we were to
improve.
check, if we were to check the white king, he's almost going to move, and it means nothing. What would I like to do? Maybe reposition the queen. And then if we reposition the queen, then the knight, I don't know, it weakens that sort of knight bishop combo.
Yeah, this is the point. You need to know. You need to have a plan of long-term plan, and you cannot have this here. This is a concrete
What
position
would
that
be the long-term plan for black in this position?
I don't know. I honestly don't know to evaluate the position. So if you gave me
The
this,
long-term plans in sort of my mind would be, let's think about that the pawns on the d file, 100%.
I mean,
Let's let's keep that intact. Let's keep that good. That combo of the pawn and bishop is strong. It's an unbreakable sort of thing. That's good. Sort of like, what can we do to almost develop the position or make him weaker?
it's very hard to evaluate. It's very hard.
Interesting.
I mean, even Caruana failed to do that, and that's the
Hey,
problem. Uh,
if my sensei said it's tough, and I agree it's tough.
no, it's okay.
I'm glad
I
I'm
mean,
not the only one.
look, there is. I mean, Caruana 2019. He was the world championship candidate. He was
Hmm.
number two in the world. If he cannot
Hmm.
evaluate this position properly, what
Hmm.
chances do you have? Please tell me. You don't have enough knowledge. There are holes in your knowledge. Like you're not learning to multiply. You only know to add and subtract. There are
Of
things
course.
that you need to learn, and you will.
Trust me, I completely understand. This is the thing with
And
me.
and that's
I
the
have no problem
problem.
with asking questions. I understand. You see, with this position,
Yeah,
there's probably questions and sort of answers that
and
I
you
don't know or
you
don't
know, and
understand.
that's the problem. I cannot learn anything from this position from this line because there is nothing in here for me. I don't understand the position. I don't know what to do. I can see the
Hmm.
move. I can say, okay, maybe I can play queen here. Maybe I can play queen h3. I see options. I see moves that I see something that is playable. That's something. But I don't have a plan. I cannot say, aha, this is what you must do in
Mm-hmm.
this position. This is the
Hmm.
the piece setup that I'm aiming for. Rook
Hmm.
goes here, knight goes there. My plan is to play on the queen side, and I will leave these pieces on the king side to parry the attack. Knight goes here, rook will go there. They
You
keep
know what I
the
would say if it was me and I was black?
and if you
It's
cannot do
black
that,
to control and drive the game and choose how black can choose how the game how black can choose how it wants it to go.
and if you cannot do this, you will not improve
Hmm.
as a player. And that's
Oh,
why
of course.
the Caro-Kann sucks because you
This
will
is
have
why I love your thought process. Your thought process, you know, obviously, if we play a bit of Hand and Brain later or whatever,
yeah.
we'll see sort of like as black, I will only play Karakon. I said, you know what it is? It's a bit of sort of like a familiarity because you can even admit, as a lower player, even below 1,500, 600, it covers you from a lot of early on traps that people will do
Yes, it
just
does.
to get the win. When they bring the queen out and stuff, it's a very solid
Yes,
opening.
and
It keeps to the principles. Let's keep the pawns in the middle. Now it sort of comes down to how well are you with the positional. Do you know what? There's a show on Netflix called The Queen's Gambit.
yeah,
Funny
yeah.
enough, and one of the things that one of the US chess champions said, he said the Caro-Kann is a game of pawns. When it's nothing more than a game of pawns. Now I completely agree with that, but it's almost for me. I don't know. I've looked into the Sicilian. I don't agree with the Sicilian as a lower player because there's so many different variations. I don't need to or don't want to learn them. You know.
Yes, that's the problem. I mean, uh, you need a simple position. Like, for example,
Okay.
what's this? Yeah.
What about
Uh,
the French? Let me pose that to you.
yeah, I started doing the French, but watch this. Oh, okay, I'll transpose like this. How do you play this?
So I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what the French is. That the French?
Yes, this is the French. And now they
Okay.
say knight c6, logical move. And
For me,
okay,
it'd be take with a bishop.
bishop e3.
Okay.
And this is according to the engine very, very good. But let me see, give me a second. What if I play b4?
No, as a lower player, I agree with that. Bring the bishop out to cover it so we can't take the bishop. Yeah, yeah.
c3, and you cannot recover this pawn. And now you have a pawn structure. It's easy when you have the engine to tell you. But how would I play this?
Hmm.
Where does the pieces go? Where will the
Hmm.
knight go? Where will this bishop go? Where will this
If
bishop
I was
go?
playing as black, I would feel very uncomfortable for the reason of, as I said before, it
Exactly.
defeats my fundamentals. I
It's
feel very underdeveloped.
first of all, he has space. So my
Hmm?
pieces, and it's very unpleasant to play without the computer. It's easy
The
when
queen can
somebody.
fly out. As I said, as black, I feel very vulnerable and
I
underdeveloped.
mean, it's better for black. Here, engine says it's
It's
minus
crazy. That is so
1.5,
crazy.
but I don't know why. And you
It's
cannot
crazy.
ask engine to explain this to you. So why am I so better? Why am I so close to winning? Can you tell me? No, I cannot. Well, then what can I do?
As I
Yeah,
said, for
go
me,
side.
I don't like black because it defeats my fundamentals.
Uh,
I'm underdeveloped. He has a lot of tempo. You know, he can bring the queen out and check us and do whatever. You know.
yeah, a little bit. Dream won't kill me. Yeah. So, so yeah, you see, you cannot make this work. I mean, for a lower rated player, this is not the position that I like. But let's just for a second, let's just for a
Hmm.
second do something like this. And if I tell you here, for example, queen b6, bishop
Hmm.
e2, I tell you this now.
Hmm.
White played bishop e2, and now a book or a coach tells you you need to, okay, you can actually play bishop d7, for example, and now when he castles, he threatens to
Hmm.
take and play b4 next. You are in danger. You take, and then you play knight e7, knight to f5 to put pressure on d4. Bishop goes to
Hmm.
e7, so if the
Hmm.
opponent plays g4 to chase away the knight, knight will go uh, to h4. You will exchange the knights. You want to exchange this knight, and if he
Hmm.
takes, of course, bishop retakes and then goes back to e7.
Can I say one thing? You see in this position, if I
Yeah.
was black, that I
Mhm.
see so much. As I said, me and you have spoken a lot about this. You see strong understanding of sort of like fundamentals and very
Yeah.
basic. It
And
goes a long way. You see, as blacks, do you know what I would see so much that the opponent would do? They would move their dark squared bishop from like c1, maybe to something crazy like f4, and then I would just take with the queen.
yeah, for example. And now the other part of the plan is you castle and bring this rook to the c file because this rook, let's use this color, is needed for the a5 push here. Now look how many moves you have and look at the plan outline. Look at the position.
Hmm? Okay, so can I talk to you about my ideas if we were
It's
to do
okay.
that?
I'll explain. I'll
My
explain.
ideas are almost we're casting on the same side as them. they haven't pushed any pawns to sort of like a normally when you castle on the same
Yeah,
side or
yeah.
opposite side or whatever, they want to push the pawns and create a tempo or attack.
Mhm.
They haven't created that, so we're sort of very safe.
Yes, we are. So the point is that you have like how many? Two, one, two, three, four,
Hmm.
five, five moves. Is that yeah, five moves in front of you at the very least, at the minimum, that
Hmm.
are outlaid to you that you can play, and somebody experienced, knowledgeable, some French authority said what to do. You have a plan. Who's playing on the
Hmm.
queen side? You know what to do. So on this, let's play out the position just a little bit. B3, pardon, who's okay? CD4, knight to E7. Let's say B3. Just stay with me. Bishop E7.
So I don't like the knight move.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
This is a thematic place for the knight. But okay, knight C2. Okay,
I think for me in my head, I would like to move the bishop and then the knight.
so in this position, somebody would tell you
Hmm?
this is all the piece setup that you are packing. You know,
Okay.
you will castle short, bishops go here, knights go here, queen is
Hmm?
here, and you're playing either f6 or a5, for example, with the rook
What would
going
be
to.
the ideas almost if I was black? And the ideas
So
for
those
me,
those
I'll
are
be
the
honest. You know
ideas.
what I'm scoping on? That d4 pawn for white. I
And
like.
of
I want
course,
to attack that.
you have pressure on this pawn,
It's three attackers
and
versus three defenders. So
and
for me, what? Let's remove a defender.
you can even play knight h4 here at some point. But the point is, as a lower rated player, as somebody who wishes to improve, when you look at this position compared to that
Hmm?
Grishuk Caruana game,
Hmm?
your king is safe. There is no pawn storm. There are no tactical attacks. Your
Yeah.
pieces, you don't have a weak piece. Every piece that you have can go somewhere. Nothing is blocked. Even this
Yeah.
bishop, you have a plan. The guy told you what to do. You have f6 at
Hmm?
your disposal. You have this at your disposal. You have this, and then doubling on the c file. You have at least some plan in the middle game. And this is simple position. There are no tactics. There is no pressure at you. You are not under attack. You are not space constricted. This is a simple position. These are the
Hmm?
positions that I like because in these positions, both of you will need to play your best, and you have a lot of leeway to play suboptimal moves. You won't crash and burn, and
Comes down to minor decisions,
yes,
minor adjustments.
yes, and you will actually gain instructive thematical positions that you can learn from, and you can actually find online sources for. And that's
Interesting.
very important for you because somebody who is strong can
Hmm?
evaluate this thematical position and
Hmm?
tell you, or even the engine. You can say, okay, I wanted to play on the queen side, and you, for example, play a5, and the engine can say, no, I want the rook fc8, and you can say, so this is more precise move for play on the queen side. But I was right. My concept, my understanding of positions was good. I do play on the queen side. I don't play on the king side f6, and
Yeah.
you all of a sudden, and that's the problem. You don't get these positions anymore in the opening. And now,
I'll be honest. If I was doing like a puzzle rush or
yeah,
whatever, I prefer sort of like, as I said, when I'm doing puzzle rush, the questions I always ask myself: Am I looking to win material or find a checkmate? And the positions that sort of get to me is number one when it's just king and pawns and it's a complete end game, and the other one is sort of like when it's a full board.
yeah.
What's the idea? What's the concept?
And the biggest
How
problem,
can I put it? It's almost like how do you sort of get from a neutral sort of ground? Okay, so in this position, for example, black is the one to drive the game. How do I bring sort of like the game to white and tell them this is what I want to do and this
you
is
can't.
how I'm going to win?
You can't.
Makes sense.
Chess is a democratic game. Every
Don't you know what? I don't know if it's my personality and I just want to destroy and almost
you
no.
cannot
I don't know if it's my sort of think the way I want to win a game.
because it's like I mean when he moves, for example,
Hmm?
let's say a5, you have no
Hmm?
way to fight anymore. It's over. somebody said to you, lay down your weapon and wait for the turn. And
Hmm?
white has full control now. He has options.
You know what I would see at white for white as at my level, believe it or not.
Yeah, and
I would
white
see a
can.
pawn push from G2 to G4
It's played.
at my level.
It's played, but it's not good because you remove one defender of the of the d4 pawn and whatever. But white now can play. I misplayed this, of course, but I'm just trying to show the
Hmm?
point.
Yeah.
White is still holding the line, and
Hmm?
in real games, it's much more closer to equality. But the point is that you cannot break anyone. You cannot break black. You cannot break white. They both have equal
Hmm.
position, but you
Interesting.
will not. You will not. You cannot enforce your will. That doesn't happen. You can only offer a choice. You can only say, "Look, I want to play an open game." The guy now. This is over. You had your chance. You
I
made an
think for me,
offer.
what's more interesting is that sort of discuss
No,
the position, what's powerful, what's strong, what's weak,
now
and that in that position, you see white with the two pawns that are forward on the black side. Knight is holding it down.
and now it's black to play.
I don't know. I feel like I draw a lot of conclusions from chess that are very, very, very high level. Do I need to understand them? Not really. As I said, I personally, with me, I have attention span issues. I play sort of lower time on purpose. If I was to play high level, I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably be a GM by now. um, I play sort of lower sort of time on purpose. I don't know. I like to sort of look at. Do you know what I love to do? Look at chess positions and draw a conclusion or ideas.
Yeah, but you need to draw a right conclusion. That's hard. Because look, now black has a choice. He can say, okay, I'm like you, we play the same. I will play a tempo down. Or he
As
can
white, I've never played e4, so
or he can say, look, you like open game. I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna play closed game. Go ahead. Or he can say, you think you're crazy. How about me? I'm even crazier. I'm gonna attack you immediately from the get-go. You call e4 and attack, you're a pussy. Look at me playing Alekhine.
Do you want to know the one that I
And
absolutely can't stand and I need to study a bit more?
what I'm trying to
When I
say
play
is,
when I have the idea of my London system, and I start off with white with pawn to d4, bring out my dark squared bishop, bring out my knight, and all that jazz, and they play King's Indian and castle as quick as possible.
I'm listening.
Um, how can I put it? Ooh, for me, so what they do is, as I said, I play the queen's pawn forward two, so I play pawn to sort of like d4 as white. They sort me, and sort of play pawn to d5, and then sort of like their main aim is to castle king size quick as possible. So they bring out their bishop, their
Yeah,
knight, or whatever. And it really, I don't know why it frustrates me. And this is one thing we've spoken about, but a lot of lower players don't sort of know. And I've said it to you before. You see players below 1,700. Do you know one of the main concepts that I would love to know? When to castle and when not to castle, because there's so many times for me personally,
you always
I've sort of
castle.
learned that even though I'm in a great position, I don't need to castle. It's fine that my king's in the open a little bit. If it does get caught in a check, I can just move it up one, and it's still very, very, very safe. It doesn't matter that it can't castle, you know.
It matters because castling, non-castling obstructs the piece coordination. So you always need to castle. When you see GMs not castling, it's because uh, it's too risky to castle. Actually, they're so committed somewhere on some part of the board that if they
Hmm.
castle, on the other side there is no way for them to defend. So they
I,
usually you see that with h4 push now that Alpha Zero modernized and
yeah.
Lila. So they play King
Hmm.
f1, Rook h3,
Hmm.
saying, "Look, I cannot go here because if I go to the king side, you will attack me on the queen side. So I cannot go there. I committed myself too much on the king side. I moved all my pieces there. You
Yeah.
know. So if I go there,
How can I'm gonna put this in my sort of terms? You get caught with your pants down,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So if I go
um,
there, I'm dead. So I cannot
but
stay in the
at the same
center.
time, I've sort of had it before from my point of view. It's sort of like I'm playing London system. I'm very open. I'm very comfortable, and sort of like they might castle. But as the engine says, castling isn't the best move for me because I should be on all out attack or almost try and catch them out.
It can
As
happen.
I said,
It can happen.
I would almost love for you to put a lesson on your YouTube. When is castling good? When is it important? What's the difference between if me and my opponent castle on the same side and if we castle on different sides? Obviously, I'll be honest, I know that. I'll be honest, the lesson that I learned is from that is very, very important.
Yeah, well, you don't, when you choose castling, you don't look at the opponent's king or whatnot. You look at your position and you look at the requirements of your position.
hmm
So it doesn't matter where he castled. The question is which castle supports your plan better. So, for example, if you are
Very good answer. I'm very impressed. Very good answer.
uh, let me find that game.
Well,
Uh,
as I've said before, and as we discussed, do you remember I said about that move with the dark squared bishop, and I sort of move it. They offered a trade, and then I move it back one, and I move my
yeah,
outside
yeah,
pawn
yeah.
inwards, and they take with rook. I'm not going to castle on that side ever. And
Here it is.
usually, I'll be honest. Sometimes it cashes them out, but usually they'll castle on the far side because they're like, I want to take the power away from that rook and almost make you have the weakness of the
So
doubled pawns.
I'll give you an example. Six, uh, whatever. Six, six. Pardon. Bishop e3. No, I'll play six. Queen. So I'll play bishop e2, bishop e7. Okay,
Okay.
queen d2. What can I make? Well, already here, it's hard for black. Why? White practically finished his development.
I was going to say, even if Black castles to make himself feel a bit more comfortable, he's behind in development quite a lot because he's got
Yes,
the
because
knight,
he made,
the rook hasn't got much. He's also got a backwards pawn.
and I'll explain now. We're talking about castling. So
Hmm?
now, let's say that he castles. He says,
Hmm?
okay, now both moves we see long castle and short castle are viable. So you need to see what is your plan. So you can say, bro, I am fully developed. Look at these pieces, you're busted. Then going into an all-out attack. I'm going for the all-out attack. If you do this, short castle will not support your plan nicely. I mean, your king will
Completely
be
agree.
naked. This rook is very useful on the h file. If he stands on f1, what about this rook? So
Completely agree.
if we are playing on the king side, then this rook is offside. He's not playing well. So your best bet is to castle long, and then you play that rook. Rook goes to maybe g1, and then you start pushing like a caveman and say, "Look, I'm gonna just blast you
So
away."
some of it, I've seen this position for Black quite a
But
lot, believe it or not.
but
And some of the things I sort of think
there
about or
are
see,
there are white players who
Black
say,
Knight, the Black Knight on B can't really go anywhere because if it goes to the C file, we're just going to trade.
"No, you
If it
don't
goes to
trade.
sort of
You don't
that
trade.
D file,
You don't
it's going
trade.
to block it. You wouldn't trade.
No, you don't trade. That's wrong.
Hmm.
You don't trade.
Is that because if they then trade, we take with a bishop and we open up the scope?
No, we take like this, and we play e5 next, and bishop can go to pardon to e6 if need be. We have semi-open
Yeah.
b file. We have now queen a5, and we have an attack. The other
Hmm.
idea is but you may play e5 definitely, and his attack uh, veins, because after f4 I will get e5 square, knight will get rerouted to d7 and e5, and I have tremendous counterplay. Just
I'll
saying.
be honest, if it was me,
Yeah.
and this is what I will say, if I was looking at this position, I said I normally play 3 minutes. I love this position for white, personally, because I've seen this position a million times. And the thing I hate about this position is the black knight on f6. And we have the idea of pushing the pawn and it being covered by one of our bishops. That is very nasty.
And yeah, the other type of players don't want to go to the attack, saying, "Look, bro, yeah, I give him chances. My computer found enough counterplay for black. So
Yep.
listen up, bro. I'm gonna go and finish development, And this is what I'm saying. I'm going to play f4,
Hmm?
for example, just saying, I'm going to play f4. And
Hmm?
listen, I have enough control of the center. I have nice piece harmony. And I'll play in the center of the board and play
Hmm?
f5 at some point
Hmm?
to gain d5 square. And I'm going to play strategic chess because I'm better developed, I have more space, and I have some prospects of pushing f5. And if you move or take, I will get this juicy square for my piece. So
Completely agree.
if you're going to play like this in the center of the board and trying to create strategic weaknesses, then a short castle is much better for your plan because black now has no mating counterattack. His b5 will be just a tempo loss and does nothing. So as you can see, in this position,
All I would say from my perspective, if I was playing as white and I
let me
looked
just
at black,
finish.
is I would say one of the things that I love is that the white bishop has 0 scope and it can't really do a lot.
A white bishop can be easily developed by playing
Of course it
e5.
can.
By
But
playing e5.
at that time, you're wasting 3 moves, so I need to be sort of purposeful
And
and make sure my moves are impactful.
but this knight will have to move, so it's actually two moves. So let me finish. As you can see,
Interesting.
White's choice of castling had nothing to
Hmm?
do with Black's choice of castling. White
Hmm.
chooses the move that fits his plan best. So if
Hmm.
I'm going to exploit short castle and the
Hmm?
lack of Black's development, it is very
Hmm?
logical that I will play long castle, maintaining the pressure on the d file to stop opening of the center, because you know this old adagio, old rule. The attack on the wing is countered by the attack in the center. So if I control the center, Black cannot fight back, and then I'm free to reign on the
So do
wings.
you think white to castle, a sort of long castle, is a sort of like a good or correct move?
It's one of the options, one of the good
Because
options.
personally for me, I very much love the move because when we castle
So do
long
I.
as white, we are turning around to the opponent in my head and saying, I'm in control of a game. I'm going to increase the tempo as I feel is okay, and you need to do something about it.
If I was preparing this opening, I would go for the long castle because it is very hard for the lower rated players, even FIDE masters, to hold
Hmm?
this with black. First of all, you're space restricted. Second of all, you're lacking development. Third of all, you need a very precise plan of equalization. Fourth of all,
I
white's
was going to
position
say,
is
normally, so in this position as white, because I have had this position or a similar position where I castle long, I normally get caught quotations with my pants down, where the opponent has an ability to take the sort of pawn on a2. I feel like sometimes it's always a good idea to make sure you move that king to sort of b1.
it is one of the moves later, but that's the point.
Yep.
I would say, look, I'm controlling the d file. You have no d5
Hmm?
yet. You're behind in
Hmm.
development. Yeah, fourth reason. So you're behind in development, and it's easy to play this for white. I see the immediate plan.
If I was black and at my level, they would play pawn to e5. 100%.
Yeah, and I
100
already
million percent.
and already I can play knight f5, and if you play like this, I have a bind on the light square, and I'm better. Actually, I have a strategically one position according to computer. So
Okay, but why? Okay, let me ask you a question from my perspective. Why do I care that the pawn's taken that position? Why do I care?
because you cannot control d5 anymore. I think, yeah, I have g4. I will kick this knight away from f6, so you no longer have d5 under control. My knight goes to d5. The other bishop goes to, pardon, why are you not giving me this? Give me a second. Bishop goes to d3, and after g5, I mean, I have f6
Taken. Okay,
sacrifices,
so
and
as
you're
I said,
best.
this is from my understanding. We've taken all other squares away from the knight apart from the trade.
And
He
you
can't
don't
even
have
trade. He just loses it.
you don't have counterplay. And I'm so superior that I can actually play king b1 at some point to be extra safe, and I'm just going blasting through you. But again, the long castle fits my plan to go into caveman mode. So again, it has nothing to do with the black. And again, I said why. I named 4 reasons. But some people say computer made counterplay on my king. I don't want to play risky
Hmm?
chess. I have better
Hmm?
development. I have more
Hmm?
space. You know what?
Hmm?
I'm gonna outplay you strategically,
Yeah.
and this fits my plan nicely. And you know what? After I play f4, nothing stops me to play rook f3, rook g3, and play on the checkmate. I still have that option somewhere in my back pocket. But I also have
Interesting.
another option of playing f5, forcing you to play e5, and then I can play on this weak square. And
Interesting.
and I can also play in the center of the board by bringing rook to d1 and play e5. I have that push too. I have a lot of options, and I'm asking you a question. What do you play? Where is your counterplay?
But if I was black or white,
Yeah, it's okay. That's what White says. Compared to Long Castle and practically the only plan that you have here, the only plan
well,
is
as I said,
caveman
as
mode.
I said, as sort of like white. Why is the reason that personally for me I loved Long Castle is because, as I said, from my perspective, my idea is almost what's the idea of checkmate? What's the quickest way to finish the game? I hate that black knight on f6. Can I get rid of it? Let me castle long and push the pawns and sort of deal with him that way.
So it's about the choice that you make. So where he castles makes no difference
Hmm?
to you. You don't care where he castles. You need to find a
The fact that
plan.
he castled a bit early, he sort of left himself a bit vulnerable. And as I said, I can
No,
choose the tempo.
he could play something like this, and I would still castle long. It makes no difference. And even if he somehow played this and he wanted to prepare Queen C7 in long castle, I still don't care. If he told me before the game I'm gonna play this, I don't care because long castle fits into my plan. That's the only thing you
About to
need to
say,
watch.
if you long castle in that position, how do I put it? You're an absolute idiot. You're playing it. I will completely, absolutely. You're vulnerable, very
No, no,
vulnerable.
he's not. He just needs time. Uh, let's try to play some simple moves.
But
Queen
in
C7.
my head, as I said, certain things I look at. Look at that light squared bishop. Has no scope. That is doing nothing.
Yeah, and okay, now give me a second. This, this. Look at the scope on the, and I'm attacking on a weak e4 pawn. I do have scope. Look, one exchange, boom,
Hmm?
I'm fine. Okay, now okay, we need this. Let's say that we don't take the g7 pawn. Let's say we play
Hmm?
a3,
Hmm?
king b8. Okay, he wants king b8, but I don't want it. I want to play bishop f6.
Hmm?
And I influence in the center. Okay, this is not good, but you get the point.
Yeah.
I don't care, even though he is there, I still have pressure along the d file. You don't have the freeing d5 break, and I will still play a pawn storm to grab more space. So you
Do
see,
you know what you can sort of like say whatever you want about this idea, but one thing I love that Black's done sort of in this idea is it's sort of taken a weakened pawn structure where it's castled on that side and it's moved a lot of its key pieces. So if you look, it's got the queen, the knight, the bishop on that side to sort of help it and defend it. That's one of the things I do with my London system is I always make sure if it does look vulnerable on that side, as I said, it's one of the craziest things that put me up 200 points in sort of like Elo. Learn how to defend and what defending means. If your queen is sort of like open and just attack, 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 bring it over and let it defend. You know?
mhm. So yeah, so that's we can conclude now with the conclusion. Uh,
Yeah.
you don't care where he castles, you don't care what he does. I mean, you do, but pardon. But the
The
point
only
is,
idea, as I said, for me, the only idea that I care about is if we castle on opposite sides, it's you need to sort of pick the time. It's very key that you pick the perfect time that
yes,
you want to increase the tempo and push pawns on the other side,
yes, you need to pick a
stuff
moment
like that.
because if you pick a wrong moment and he's faster, you're
Yeah.
busted. And the second thing
As
you
I said,
need to,
it can. As I said, I have a lot of like how can I put it? I have a lot of like higher level understanding. I need to sort of get the foundation and sort of things correct.
this is
You
even
know.
better example. This is even better example. That proves the point. Castles here
Love this
because
for white. That's the Queen's Gambit stuff, and that looks like a King's Indian.
yeah, I'll show you why I'm saying this. Doesn't matter. Knight e1, no, knight h8. Let's just play this.
Latvia. Do you know what I love in this position? An idea of sort of Queen to c2. I love that.
Let me explain. Look at this.
Yep.
Look at this position. It doesn't matter theoretical evaluation or anything else. Look at this. Black
He's
had a
pushing his
plan.
pawns and he's weakening his king side.
Yes, but he had this plan from the get-go, and he didn't care about the where white is castling. I mean, okay,
Yep.
yeah, he didn't try to prepare long castle. In his plan of
Hmm.
fast pawn pushing,
Hmm.
fast development, short castle fit the plan. So that's the takeaway from this story. Forget when you pick castling,
Hmm.
pick the one that supports your plan the best, and always castle, always castle. There are very few moments when you don't want to castle. If a professional player can castle, if he has that option, he will always castle. The only time
Interesting.
you will not see it is when they play something like h4, h5 at some point, and let's say
Or a bomb cloud.
or a bone clown, yeah, and
Mhm.
something like this. I don't know, and I'm just making it work. And they say, look, I don't know, I'm gonna risk it because I'm going all out, and I'm willing to accept this because I'll play rook h3, and I'm actually gonna go all in by putting every piece on the I don't know on the king side somehow, and I'm gonna either win or lose. That's the only moment when you
Oh,
see.
I got points reimbursed for cheating on chess.com. Very interesting.
Nice, congratulations.
Very.
So,
I
so
was gonna say, should we do? Do you know what hand and brain is?
yes, we can do it. But how did you imagine it?
Do you know on our Discord call? I'm gonna share my screen.
But let's do it for the viewers too. No, this is what we'll do.
Yeah, they'll be able to see if you show it on your screen.
You can see it on my stream. So
Yep.
uh,
I mean, I can check your.
I get it
So if you go
now.
on the Discord, if you go on the Discord call at the minute,
Yeah, I get it. That's what you're saying. I can share the Discord app,
as
I
I said,
guess.
I'm sharing my screen because it'll be low rating, and obviously you'll be the brain, I'll be the hands.
Okay, let's do this.
We'll
Give me a
do
sec.
10 minutes to make it a bit fairer. Um,
Let's go slow. I have a plan.
that's fine.
Okay. By
The
the
only thing
time
I'll say on my side is almost I play London system and Caracon. Please don't change that.
no, you play your thing. We'll try to make it work. Just give me a second.
I'm not gonna lie. You have to work with me. If when we get into the mid game or whatever, when you tell me to move, I will sit there and think.
Just give me a second. Let me increase the size of
No
the app
problem.
and let me
If you go
turn.
on Discord, as I said, I am sharing my screen, so you will be
No,
able to.
it's okay. It's okay. Edit. Change this. Edit, and now there should be a Discord. Where is it?
Oh, I've got you. I see what you're doing.
Give me a second. So we see the app, and let me just turn off the light because it's a daytime now. We've been
No
up all
problem.
night. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be back.
No problem.
Still dark. So, uh, how will
If you
you?
highlight your cursor about on that screen, you might be able to enlarge it and go full screen.
How do you mean? We are already. Aha! Give me a second. No, stop watching. There should be a full screen like this. No, pop out. Full screen.
It's in the bottom right.
Oh, wait. We can't because I cannot see the chat. But I
Here you go.
can.
Perfect.
Wait. I cannot. I can pop it out. And now give me a second. We don't use. Oh, goddamn it. Let me move the goddamn Goddamn screen. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, I can pop it out and I can now share it. Give me a second. And that way,
No problem.
just give me a second. Board.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited, but as I said, I hope you remember that I like to play London System and Carocon.
We'll use our brain to
Okay, you ready?
navigate. Yeah, wait a second. Give me a second. A second. Are you playing rated games on chess.com? Is
Of
that
course. I'll be honest, I don't play 10-minute games very often, but when I do, I win. Okay, let me throw this out there. I'm a 1,000 player, but I should be a 1,200. I just don't take it seriously.
hide members? We don't need
Okay, are
this.
you ready?
I am ready if you are.
Yes, I'm gonna hit play. Remember, you got to tell me to move.
Uh,
Okay,
okay.
I'll black on this one.
What do you want to play? Choose the
You,
opening.
as I said, all
Choose
you have
the.
to do is say a piece, not a move, just a piece.
No, you choose the opening. It's okay. Play anything you want.
Caracon, run with that.
C6 then. Okay. It's okay. Play the position.
What piece would you
C6.
say?
Yeah, C6. We play Caro-Kann, you
But
said.
don't say the move. You just say pawn.
Oh yeah, pawn. Pardon. Pawn.
Interesting.
Pawn again. Great.
Oh,
Bishop.
bishop.
Bishop, yes.
Okay, we're going to play the advanced variation. Is it the fantasy variation? I like the fantasy.
It's
We'll
not
have to see.
fantasy anymore. Wait a second. I have a mosquito attacking me. God damn. Okay, bishop. A pawn. Yeah, correct.
I know that. I'll be honest. I know this variation. I know the moves.
No problem at all. Knight.
I feel comfortable. That's what it is.
Knight.
Right.
Knight, yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's that knight. Maybe. Give me a mental knight. Okay. That knight doesn't block us anywhere. To be fair, you know what? If we move that knight there, it blocks. I'm gonna go with this. You can tell me it's right or wrong.
That's the move.
Okay. I didn't like the idea of moving the other knight because it blocks the bishop personally.
It's okay. Okay, give me a second. Pawn.
Pawn.
Oh, wait. So he wants something. No, sorry. A bishop. It doesn't matter. We'll wait. We'll wait a little.
I've seen this position quite a few times, so I know what I would like to do. Interesting.
Knight.
Knight.
Mhm.
Of course. Of course. Look.
We want to finish
that.
development. We want to complete development. It's slightly unorthodox, but whatever. I'll
I'm gonna
play.
defeat. You know what? I'll say this now. I'm gonna defeat my principles here and go
Yes,
back.
that's the move. Remember
Some of
that?
the room is grim, but I feel like
No, remember that
no.
French position that we talked about. Played a little.
Personally, for me, the future idea of maybe attacking that f2 thing, I don't know, might be
Okay.
get a bit crazy.
Give me a second. He has nothing here. He's just kidding. Pawn.
Pawn, very interesting.
We are attacking now. We are counter-attacking.
You
Actually.
know what? There's a funny pawn that I want to push, and I'm gonna do it.
Be very. Now you
Okay.
blundered the pawn on e6. The move was
Okay, dude.
c5. The move was c5, and we counter-attack. Queen, of course. Queen.
Queen. Oh,
Yeah.
where do we want to move the queen to?
You need to gain time to finish development, don't you?
Queen, yeah. Want to move the queen?
Yeah, the queen. I said queen. Queen must play. The game is lost. I mean, there is no need for you to.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes,
We're
it
playing at
is.
1,000, bro.
No, he'll play.
No. We're playing at 1,000. We're playing at 1,000.
Look, he's gonna play knight g7 and then collect the knight. You're a piece down. And he has e6 next. You got no counterplay. The game is lost. So, and of course, will he know how to win the game? That's a
I feel like
different.
you're overrating lower players. You're overrating lower players quite highly, as we see.
Okay, king.
King.
Yes, we need to protect the pawn on g7.
Yeah, as I said, from what you just said to me, we need to protect the pawn. Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
King can't castle that way.
No,
Funny
he
enough.
cannot castle. So the only
And you
move.
said king, yeah?
Yeah, king. I need to defend myself. So it's ugly, but maybe I'll live.
Five. I'm just gonna say one thing. No
Mhm.
position is lost when you're this low.
Uh,
The truth is, I've been plus 16. I've been minus 16, and how can I say it? Flag someone.
uh-huh. Okay,
Don't
give me a
worry.
second. Okay, king. Now we have,
King.
yeah, king move. We need to go into safety. There is no way for us
King.
to. Uh, win.
You said going to safety. Okay. Let me have a little think. Let me have a little think and have some creative ideas here. So obviously he's got a good pin here. Very clever.
Of course.
Very clever. I'll do this in my head. Very clever of you. You got a pin. If we remove the pin, obviously it creates an attack on that.
Yeah, you're
I want to
correct.
do. I really want to do E8. I really want to do E8.
But what did you achieve by going back to e8 when we escaped from e8 couple of moves before?
By going E8, as I said, it creates almost an attack on that knight that's on G5.
Yes, but is there any other move that can break the pin and bring the king into safety? You cannot go to e6.
If you say G8, that's crazy.
No, it's not. It's the best move.
G8.
Yes,
How comes?
because his knight needs to retreat. And I will play. Uh, what will he play? I need the move. Show me the move.
Then king to G8.
Yeah, king to g8. No, it's okay. I see the move.
Crazy.
But I'm asking you. I'm asking white. What do you play?
If I was white here,
What will he play?
if I was
He needs
white,
to
I'll
move
play knight to C3.
in nine. Okay, bishop,
Move.
bishop, bishop plays. Yes.
See some counterplay here. Okay.
Yes. I see counterplay. Okay. Pardon. Give me a second. No, no, no.
What about me? I just highlight and look at a lot of things.
Okay. Knight move.
A knight move.
Yes. That knight.
Yes, of course.
You know. Yeah.
Don't think it's that knight there. That.
Yeah. That's the move. Yeah. I want to attack.
Okay. And if we're looking at it, what is his knight doing? It's
Well, he has
attacking.
only one active piece. That's the knight, right? So I would like to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah. So when he takes with the knight, we recapture with the rook, and we finished our development. He didn't.
Yeah.
Isn't
Our
that
king's actually stronger than his
knight?
knight, you say, yeah?
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm going to do that. Who's natural?
And we have a tempo on his bishop. And d4 is falling, actually. He cannot protect it.
I'm just going to start doing some of the ideas that I quite
Actually, he
like.
needs to play c3. He has c3
I like
because
that. But I do.
we just need rook coordination and we're fine. King.
King.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm going to go there.
You see?
Just based on the squares that he's attacking, I think that's the
We'll go
correct
through
square.
this game again. It's very instructive.
Yes, please
Actually.
do. Because
And
as I said,
we'll
I'm not, personally with me, I'm not good with king moves and stuff.
pawn.
Yeah, I know that move. That's obvious.
It's time for us to attack now. I mean, he has only 2 pieces. Okay, let me see.
I have an
Knight.
idea.
Knight.
Right.
Yep.
I think you want to do that.
Yes, it's time for me to attack. You're
You want to
behind.
put a bit of pressure on that and show him what we're about.
He's behind a knight. Win the game.
Want to do a knight? Oh, I know what the knight move is. Is it this?
I mean, you cannot knight.
This?
Well, of course.
But
Don't
puzzle
be
rush.
okay. Rook.
I disagree. I think the next move should be bishop.
No, you don't have. You can play with the bishop, but let's. Yeah, I missed it. Okay, we can play with the rook. No need to be greedy. We can
Want to be
introduce
rook?
rook. Yeah,
Okay, so if I was doing a rook move, personally, I would move that one into the
I wanted the other.
open file.
I wanted the other, but it's okay. It doesn't matter
Okay. I just feel like because the other one's on
because
our king's over there,
the rook that you moved could be useful on the d file.
I
That's why.
wanted him to do that personally.
Queen.
I personally, oh no, that's not the correct idea. That's
Why
the
not?
correct idea,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Just start collecting. He has
But
no.
do you know what? I know there's we've got quite a bit of time left. I love a future idea. If he moved the rook over to here and tried to connect them, you have the idea of taking this and forking these two. I love that idea.
Yeah, but
For now, we'll settle for this.
yeah, it's okay. It's time to okay. Queen, of course.
I quite like
Yep,
that.
because he'll take on b7 rook.
Rook move, you say?
Yeah, rook move.
Okay, so I don't think it's that move
You're under
at all.
check, Fletch.
Oh, we're on the check. Interesting.
Yeah.
And I'll do this.
Yeah, we are slowly but gradually exchanging pieces.
Fine. I want him to do that, please. You know.
Exactly.
I sort of like unwritten rules. If it gets under 1 minute, it's just me to play on my own by speed. So
You're
be
fine.
aware.
You're fine.
Don't let get under 1 minute. I said I would love to analyze this game and go over the ideas.
Very
and
instructive game. So we'll go through it.
I feel like we've done a very good job though.
Well, we do have extra
I
queen.
feel like you lost a bit of hope, but
No, he misplayed, which is good for us. You'll see.
at this level, everyone misplays. You want to know the truth, and this is something I learned, and you even taught me it. Under 1,700, there's no point in resigning because they are likely to blunder back or do something crazy.
Yeah.
You want to know the amount of times you see sort of in like a bit of a Philidor position. The amount of times I've caught people out where either I managed to checkmate them with a king and rook, even though they're pushing a pawn, is absolutely insane. They get so focused on pushing a pawn, and I can catch them out with a king and rook checkmate.
Okay. Focus now. Focus now. Rook move.
A rook move.
Yes, we want to solidify our position.
Okay.
Solidify, Fletch. Solidify the position. We are not attacking. We are now solidifying. That's right. We have a static advantage. It's not going to go away.
See, just from that little bit of advice about solidifying, I understood. I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. So now we solidify because we have enough advantage to win. It's not going to go away. So we just want to kill opponent's counterplay.
As I said, in my head, almost, I want to go tunnel vision, turn around, attack.
No,
And when you said rook, I was a bit like,
no, we are going
do
to.
you want to trade rooks or whatever?
Yes, we are going to kill opponent's counterplay. When you have huge static advantage, when you have a winning position, you don't chase the win. You kill opponent's counterplay, and then you simply win without any effort. So
Interesting.
So that's yeah, Petrosian's rule. And Fisher's rule. Okay, let me see. Rook. Yeah.
Rook, you say. So then
Yeah.
he takes there. We go into check. We block with rook.
Yes. You calculated
Yeah, I
everything.
like that. Is that the correct thinking you're thinking, yeah?
Yeah. Rook. And his attack is beaten off. He has less and less pieces, and the static advantage of the queen becomes even more and more important. The more pieces come off, the more powerful the queen is. The more apparent will become her presence on the board. Okay, queen. Go nuts. You could have taken even an f2. It doesn't matter.
I've got an idea. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Queen.
Queen,
Yeah.
queen, you say?
Well, yeah. Queen is needed. Yeah.
What's none of that?
You see? Now rook. Now the knight falls.
What's the next move? Preempt it because you only got 23 seconds.
Rook. No, queen.
Rook
Queen.
move,
Queen.
yeah?
Queen. 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 Take the.
Queen.
Yeah. Queen. Rook. Exactly.
Rook move, you
prevent
say?
counterplay. Yeah. Rook move. That's right.
I'm going to play
Yeah.
defensive.
Yes, we are playing defensive.
I want to go all out attack, but
no attack. You have one pawn endgame. Just trade
if he
pieces.
wants to trade down, he's more than welcome.
Trade all the pieces. Remove them off the board and win the pawn endgame. That's the plan. No fucking around. Okay. Bishop. Bishop. Yeah.
You've got 2 seconds before it's just me.
Queen. Then rook if he takes. Queen. Rook. That's right. Just.
Right, it's just me.
No, rook. Sacrifice everything, at least having a draw.
No.
Or,
I got this.
okay.
I know how to win. I'll be honest, even though it's 53 seconds,
Hey,
I'm going to win this
pawn.
position.
Yeah, you know
just
how
for you.
to win this. Win,
Yeah.
pawn. Rook. Rook.
We troll him a
Okay.
bit? Let's troll him.
No need to troll. You can. Okay, rook. Okay, pawn. Whatever you like. Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to win this bit. I'm going to win
Yeah,
this
win
position,
this
I'll be honest.
the way you can.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll win this position. Let's do that. He might push king and then try and take the pawn and be clever. Pawn, push it, try and be clever. Try and get your stalemate, be clever. It's fun.
No stalemate.
It's fine. It's okay.
He cannot defend this. Queen, yes, queen d2. Fletch, you're losing. Queen d2. Keep it simple.
Well, and then the idea of b2.
Yeah. Or queen d2.
Interesting.
Rook f1. Okay.
Interesting. Can we analyze that game?
Yeah, we can analyze definitely.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to throw this out there. If we were playing hand and brain, number one, you broke the rules slightly because you're not allowed. How can I put it? You're only allowed to say a piece move rather than an idea.
Yeah,
and some of the ideas you should. Okay, all I'll say is you see the ideas. You see the second you suggested an idea, I sort of understood it in terms of this is one thing I really respect you for.
Mm-hmm.
The second you said let's defend, let's attack, let's do this, I sort of got the idea.
Look,
okay,
that's why.
Let's look at Lavis. Queen, pawn to e4, very standard for white, 100% standard. Keep playing the Caro-Kann makes me comfortable. I've actually never seen someone push that pawn to e5. I've never seen that.
He just wants to ensure that you'll play advance line of the Caro-Kann, or there are people who want to play exchange French, because when you play d5, he takes en passant on d6, and you take en passant on d6, and he says, look, we are playing exchange French. Bye Caro-Kann.
Sort of in my head, what I was seeing, first of all, is a bit of a weird or different sort of move variation of the Caro-Kann exchange, where I know I'm going to push the pawn, they're going to push their pawn on sort of, what is that, 4, and I'm going to end up, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, this guy.
Very alien, but
I played against people who played this. No, that's the point. Because instead of d5, you played d5. And
with that move, he can play en passant, correct?
Yeah, he should have played. People who play this line usually take en passant, and then you have to take en passant, and they say, look, that c6 move is slightly imprecise because you want knight on c6, and I gained something out of it. And
so if he took the en passant, and this is what I'd think in my head, taking away the power of my Caro-Kann, because the idea of Caro-Kann is keeping 2 central pawns.
Yes.
Both have sort of a central pawn missing.
We don't have Caro-Kann anymore. We have a symmetrical position. But you play d5 next, and you develop your bishops, they will have diagonals. You have no
But
weak
this is
pieces.
the en passant line. What would he play next?
D4, D5, D5, yes. And now my black bishop has nice diagonals. My white bishop has nice diagonals. So your opening strategy is bullshit. You're outplayed. We're changing, so confirms by giving minus 0.03. And there is no need
Hmm.
to analyze this line anymore because you can play by the general opening principles. Knight first, knights first, bishop second, castle, and
I'll tell you the
then
truth.
attack.
Do you remember? Do you remember when I said to you about Christmas 2020? I got a chessboard personally
Mhm.
because I love chess so much, and I played against myself. I know what the opponent would do, so I'm going to run what the opponent would do and what would happen.
Bishop
And then
f5.
black would play this. Then white would probably play this. Black would play
Knight
this.
f6.
White would play this. Black would play this. White would play takes. Play trade. And white would probably do the same just to make himself feel good.
Yeah.
Then you'd get into this position where black would castle and then probably
Yes.
white would
White
castle.
must
And it's a
castle.
very even symmetrical position,
Knight bd7, and we are finished. We play the game. And white has maybe slight advantage, but nothing special. After
This is
knight,
a position you would normally see where they would actually like almost copy each other. I know it sounds strange.
yeah, but now this is a very. That's the problem with equal positions. You need to feel them because it's
Personally
not.
for me,
It's not.
if I was black in this position, as I said, it's actually in minus 0.03. Okay, so I would personally strip it back down to basics because I've had it before where people try and do this against me, and because my foundation's quite strong, I can end up coming out good on the other side. So number one, I would want to personally move my knight here,
You
and then once
must.
develop it,
That's a
then
non-negotiable.
develop this sort of knight position where they're covering each other. Is it what was it? What was it? Someone called it. They called it a like a unlock. It's unlockable when the two knights are sort of like covering each other. You
Yes.
can't unlock it. No?
Yeah. You need to include all the pieces into fight. So knight bd7 is correct. Of course, it's logical move, the best move. And now you have a symmetrical position, very symmetrical, not 100%, but
You know what white
95%.
would do here?
In
White would
symmetrical,
do this,
yeah, in symmetrical
and personally
position,
as black, I would do this.
yes, in symmetrical positions, side that
Hmm?
controls the only open file has a very large advantage. The other
Hmm.
adagio that you must
Hmm.
remember is that in symmetrical positions, side that has better piece coordination has great chances to win. Side with the initiative also, uh, side with the initiative practically always wins.
No. As I said, like when we spoke about when we played that
So
game just before, it comes down to who is. You see in this position, I'll be 100% honest. It comes down to who's going to make that first brave move. Like the UK sort of or the British version of the Secret Service. They call it SAS. Dares wins.
yeah,
Eh, Sort of like, do you know what? As I said, as a lower elo player, you know what my straightaway idea should be. How can I take away this right hand
that's
side
that's
and then
one
sort of
idea.
form an attack on his right hand side?
That's one idea. The other idea that you have that few
Hmm?
people would actually take into account is to play a6 and c5. Uh, and you claim that you can play isolated queen pawn position because we talked about this in my
Sorry, do you
yeah.
mean what play? So
No,
sorry,
no, no,
this
no.
was the position
It's
originally. What
okay.
play the pawn?
No, no, no. Return. Rook e8.
What move that pawn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and leave it the way it is. Now,
What
just
would white do here?
nothing. White would play maybe a3 to stop. Yeah, a3. You see, it's the engine top line. If you take a look, a3. You see?
With the pawn?
Yeah, you see a3. It's the top line even. White has no plan because knight on c3 is misplaced. Why is this important to mention? Well, because knight on c3 blocks the c2 pawn, so white cannot have c4. Uh,
Interesting.
we Now this is where the knowledge comes into play.
Hmm.
Black can play c5 at some point, and After c5, white must take on c5, and we have isolated queen pawn for black. Now, usually that
Would we,
sucks.
in that position where we played the pawn, sorry,
Mhm.
when we move the queen, when we move that pawn forward, would we sort of like in my head almost, would we take back with the knight to put pressure on the queen, or
With
would
the,
we take with our
I
queen?
will take with the knight, and then the knight will gain tempo to go from c5 to e4. I will have a tremendous outpost on e4,
Force
and
their queen. It forces a move out of them almost, you know.
yeah, it will force. And now let's play c5 immediately. It's okay. Let's do this. Let's show
Yeah,
this.
no, let's do
Okay,
it for the sake of it.
take it. Yeah,
And then, as I said, we're playing at
take
someone
it.
my elo. We would
No,
take
it's
it.
okay. I want to show you something. Take with the knight. Your battery is running
And all
low,
that.
bro. Uh, Maybe you should plug it in the socket.
You know, I've got you. It's my work laptop, bro. We're good.
Okay. Then you should play. I'm just waiting for you.
No, we're good. We're good. So what? We would take with the knight.
Yes, and now watch this idea. Knight c5.
Mhm.
We'll play computer move. Rook e8, rook e. Okay, play the computer line. Rook e8. So he wants to exchange. White first takes off one pair of rooks.
White would trade here.
Yeah, you see the computer line at your right hand side. Rook e8. So you
This is
want to
X
exchange.
E8.
Yes, because you take back with the rook, of course.
Takes back.
Yeah, you take back with the rook. And he plays queen d4. You see how afraid white is. He must play queen d4.
Do you know what
Well,
it is? I don't know if you remember me saying when we were playing the hand and brain, is it becomes a bit like puzzle rush. And what I mean by that is, what I mean by puzzle rush is almost you need to think about ideas. So what are the ideas? We almost have the idea of knight coming to
that's
here
one
and then a
idea.
threat on that
The
square, an idea of a back ranker at some point,
the
possibly.
biggest
You know?
idea here, but computer stopped it. I didn't see the move. The biggest
Hmm?
idea is that when the queen moves, you play a knight to e4, the knight from c5 to e4.
Let's say he plays d4, for example.
Yeah, we'll just show the line.
Hmm?
Okay. You have 96.
We just pull it back one move.
No, it's okay. It's okay. The queen d4 is the strongest move and the only move because now I don't have 94 because a7 pawn drops. But if you put the queen on, let's put knight on e4 from c5, and we'll just,
The black knight
yeah, black's knight on c4. Yeah, that's the move.
on e4, did you say?
Yeah, on e4. And
E4.
let's try to put the queen on d1, just to make the position. Just to make the
Okay.
position.
The black moves a knight to e4. You
Okay,
take.
okay, he may even take. But no, but if he
He will
takes,
take.
then you have rook e4. You might have rook e4 at some point.
Oh,
Again,
that's
ignore that
nasty. That is so nasty.
ignore the rook, the queen takes a7 for the moment. And let's say that
Yeah.
he plays queen d3, for example. Just stay with me.
Well, in this position.
Yeah, just stay with me, for example. Queen d3, you have
Mm-hmm.
queen b6. Just queen b6.
Queen b6.
Yes, yes.
Why?
I'll explain in a minute. So queen
Because I see
b6.
that's a blunder from their side.
No,
The black
it
queen to
doesn't.
b6.
No, it's not. And now you see that queen hits the f2 pawn. You see?
Yep.
Now imagine the black knight on e4.
g4.
No, on e4, where the rook is. Just imagine.
Yep. Yeah.
You see how much pressure I put on f2 immediately.
Yeah, I've seen that in Puzzle Rush before. So let's say
And
the knight was on e4.
yeah,
You have the idea of
and
giving the check with the queen on f3
yeah,
or
yeah,
f2, sorry,
yeah.
and then sort of the king has to push back, then the rook has to cover, and then you
Yeah.
take, and it sort of
So
leads to a back
it
ranker. I've
doesn't
seen
matter.
that.
So the whole point of this pawn structure is that at some point I would have that plan where I put the knight on e4, my queen is on
Mhm.
b6, harassing the queen side and the f2 pawn, and that would actually pacifize white's pieces. And if I can somehow put the rook on c file, I would have rook c4, and I have simultaneous pressure on the f2 weakness and on the white's queenside pawns. And although I have a weak d pawn, I don't care because I can always allow you to take it if I can snatch some other pawn myself. And go back
Well, I
to
mean, you
the.
can say we've got a weak d pawn all you want, but our queen can very much start
But
doing
we
some
have tremendous
sweeping
piece.
duties.
We
You
have
know,
we have tremendous piece activity and coordination. So we have compensation. And
interesting.
okay, return now to the symmetrical position before all these shenanigans with c5. And remember this position. So return to
Interesting.
before c5. That's like, yeah, just roll back the, yeah, just roll it back.
Few more positions back.
Yeah, before c5, few more. It's okay. Now before c5, okay. You see, you see how much possibilities this symmetrical position
Forward
carries.
thinking.
So first of all, that's
So
one
crazy.
idea. The other idea is that you can play queen b4. Of course, that's harassment. The third idea is to play b5, a5, a4, and a3. So that pawn avalanche on the queen side would create holes on the black squares. And then your queen b4 would be very dangerous. Because if you put the a pawn to a3 and he plays b3, then your queen b4 may force the knight away, and you might have some winning chances in the endgame with queen b2,
So
queen
crazy.
takes a2. So again, it's a symmetrical position, equal position, but look how many venoms.
So mental.
Yeah,
That's so mental.
you have so many
To be honest.
options to outplay a lesser player. I mean, to ask some questions. Another idea that you can play is knight b6, knight c4. And now your knight presses the b pawn.
I don't know what are sort of my ideas or what are things that I quite like. It's almost like a, as I said, what would I be thinking about? Let me throw it out there like this. If you want to trade rooks, that's fine because I'll take the open file, so I don't care. What about if I start pushing this b pawn?
You can, I told you, b5, a5,
If I
a4,
start
a.
causing a bit of pressure on that right hand side, because as I said, in my head, this is the way that I understand the game of chess.
Yes.
Uh, the right hand side or this side will almost come down to the pass pawns and how well you are at attacking and defending and stuff.
Again, you can play b5, b4, chasing away the
Hmm?
knight, so your knight can hop into e4. You
Hmm.
see, there are so many options in this simple
Interesting.
position
Oh,
where you can slow the,
C5. I love you. You're so intelligent. It's crazy. I love you.
and
It's crazy.
look how many options you have for black. And somebody who is not technically schooled will look at this position and say, "Look, this is just a boring position. Draw. You're boring player. You're a lame-o," and
Oh,
so on.
you know what? It's
But
one of the things that I learned. It's not about saying it's a boring position. Draw some ideas about what's good, what
but
can you sort of attack or
but
whatever, and sort of do that. You know?
but look, you have so many ideas. For example, we covered the c5 push, where you can play the isolated queen pawn position. That's an option. The other option is b5, b4 push, dislodging the knight, so your pieces can get e4 square. The other plan that we went through was knight b6, knight c4, uh, using the c4 square to put pressure on b2. There is queen b4, where then you can play knight b6, knight c4, and queen b4, putting tremendous pressure on b2 and the queen side. Then you have
It's
a5.
crazy how much of a forward player you are, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah,
It's
and
crazy.
you can play a5, a4, a3, creating
I
holes.
can't. I can't wait. Are you going for FM first?
But you can't wait to.
So are you going for FIDE Master first?
Yeah, yeah,
I
sure.
can't wait to your FIDE Master.
Yeah. So you have
Can't
a5,
wait.
a4, a3, and that a3 pawn make queen in the rook endgame or queen endgame. You can play queen b4, queen c3, and then
Should we
queen
do?
b2.
Should we do another hand and brain? And I hope we get white.
No, we'll analyze first the game because we promised the viewers analysis. So we'll analyze the game first, and then we can do hand and brain. But my way, I think it's much better. It will help you much better. Okay. So
From what I have understood, or let me give you sort of like what I have learned from it.
Mhm.
As I said, as someone who is
It's
I won't
okay.
say a newbie or whatever, a lower level.
Just
What I've sort of understood is pressure, tempo, timing. Those are the
yes,
three things that I've learned.
tempo. Yes, timing. Time is a
Because
factor in
you
chess.
see from this position as black, whatever white makes next, we're in sort of like control of the tempo and timing. The game is in our hands.
Yes,
I remember
because
saying this to you before. There's certain times where I get confused where I'm a lower level player
Mhm.
and it's me to drive the game, and it's almost like when it's a very closed and defensive position, what do I do? How do I want to break it down? Stuff like that.
Mhm.
But you see in this position, I want to break it down, but it's almost what are the ideas, what are the tactics? So I said one of the ideas in my head is almost take my rook. I'm going to take back and take the open
But
file. I don't care about that.
he must do that. He must transpose into the endgame because white is the one who is slightly uh, worse here. And look at the engine evaluation. It gives minus 0.18, and that's because of the positioning of the knight on c3. And you see what he says:
Hmm.
you need to put the knight on e2. You need to make that c4 push happen. That's why he says
Hmm.
move that knight, because that knight has no prospects. Where will he go? e4 is taken, d5 is taken, b5 is taken. Knight a4 gives me knight e4. You don't control the e4 square anymore, so my knight can hop in, and your knight c5 idea fails. So
And do you remember I
that's
was discussing about sort of like just further ideas? Like you see with black, personally with me, and this is one thing I love. You see when the both black knights are covering each other like this, I love it to pieces.
yeah,
It makes me feel quite strong and
yeah,
comfortable. As I said, if white was to do that, the next move we're going to do is this. As I said, with me, what I love to do, and as I said, I know I'm a low rate player. I love to think about sort of like what are the few, because I know GMs do it a lot of the time. They think 20 moves ahead.
mhm,
What are future ideas? And I said the future idea I love, even though the knight's here and the rook's here, future idea is some sort of back rank,
mhm.
and at the same time, maybe some sort of checkmate with the knight and queen to that square.
There are a lot of
The knight's
options,
there.
as you can see.
You know what I mean? It's sort of like about
Yeah,
thinking what squares could be weak. No?
yes, yes. And one idea that I
Can you
failed,
explain to me? Is that correct thinking that I
yes,
think sort of like what could be weak?
and I failed to mention you one more thematic idea in this position, and that is knight h5, knight f4 maneuver. Remember, no, knight h5 to the edge of the board. Yep,
H5.
h5. Yes, draw it on the board, and then hop to f4.
So this position it would be white to move.
No, just draw it on the board. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We'll
What
just
knight to H5, black
and
knight.
then
Sorry.
to f4 and knight on f4.
Um.
Look how he harasses the queen. He takes away the e2. He takes away a d3, and you will always have some queen g6 ideas where she can threaten mate on g2. And there are also knight h3 ideas because of the king h8, and then you collect on f2.
Crazy.
So
Can I be honest? I've seen Hikaru talk about this idea, and I've seen him before waste 4 moves on repositioning the knight, and I
yeah,
never sort of understood it. Now, now from what you've just shown me, when it goes to sort of like H5 and then F4, they can't just push that pawn on G3 because
yeah, but
otherwise they're just
now
going to lose the queen.
he weakened the position of the knight on f3, and he weakened the light squares. Now you can play knight f6 back, queen e6, queen h3, and knight g4, and now you are threatening checkmate.
Okay, so let me just put some sort of
Put
like
some,
basic ideas. Let's say we push the pawn,
yeah, we play
move
something
there,
stupid.
and then sort of like they might move there or whatever. We move here,
Yeah,
and as
like
you said, we play this move.
yeah, he needs to
Okay,
play
so
queen d2.
what's the idea of a queen?
Queen d2. He must play this.
Queen what?
Queen to d2. And I might play, for example, uh, there is give me a second, knight f6. No, I may not play that. I can play maybe f6 in this position. Wow, thank you for the raid, Patrick. Let me do the shout out for Patrick.
All right, you know
Uh,
what? Even I will apologize. We've been missing chat a little bit. Sorry, we've been too deep into it.
no, I'm following chat like a madman. I'm multitasking very nicely,
On to
actually.
F6.
pawn to f6, so he doesn't have knight e5.
I'll be honest. You see, from my mindset, that's a very engine move. Pawn to f6.
I
Can you
think
explain why you would do pawn to f6?
I don't want him to have knight e5. I need the open file.
Don't want him to. Okay, all right. You see, when you say it like that, it makes sense because you don't want him to outpost and
Yeah, I said
block
so.
our rook from the open file.
Yes, I'm not gonna allow him to play that move. You know why? My next move. Yeah, let me see. So let's say he needs to play something. My next move will be knight b6 to c4, and look how my knights are annoying. Look, just look, just knight a4. Very well, I can play b5 and chase away the knight. Yeah, for 8 hours, I'm a warrior. What can I say? b5,
Yep.
and look how my advantage grows.
He goes there. We take with knight. He takes pawn. We
Nice.
take back
Out
queen.
of the no, you cannot because your knight hangs. So if he goes to c5, you'll
What
just
about there? Three.
go. What if he goes back?
I would do c3.
Yeah, knight b6 immediately. And you see
At
the
b6.
engine. You see the engine. No. Knight b6. You see the engine move. Knight b6, and I'm heading to c4. Look at the squares. Knight b6, and when I hop on c4, I'm harassing your queen. Look how many squares knights take away. Look
What's
how
the idea of knight b6? Is it the idea to go c4?
yeah, to c4, and you are taking away so many squares
Ow.
from the queen, and he's
Just
weakening.
hassling the queen and causing it problems.
Yes, and if the queen goes
Wow.
to well, queen would have to go to c1, and now I can give check with the f4 knight and hop in with my rook when he recaptures, and now I have the rook on the second
I was
rank.
gonna say let's play the engine move of
Yes,
b3
you see, he's
apparently.
afraid. He says, I have to uh, do something. What about g5?
e5.
No, g5, g5. I want to play g5. Yes,
e5.
yes, that move. I want to stabilize the knight.
An outpost the knight.
Yeah, I'm gonna
The
stabilize the
queen
knight
the
and
queen's attacking it, our queen's defending it.
no. Look, if I play g5, I can snatch the pawn on a3. Look at the whole board, Fletch. Look at the pawn on a3. He's free. And if he plays b4, I have the c4 square forever for my knight. What
Interesting.
you see that what
As I said, it still leaves us to the idea of the back ranker.
White has no play because knight on c3 blocks the c4 pawn. And remember what I said so many times on the stream: if you don't have a pawn break, you slowly die, and white cannot open up the position. He has no pawn break. So
Personally, if you look at the engine, white loves h4
yeah, h4.
move.
Okay.
As I said, can we take it with what we say in England is take it with a pinch of salt. Obviously, they're not going to play this move. To be
No,
honest,
they will. They
you know what I
must.
mean?
He needs to play
My
something.
level.
But okay. Yeah, sure. But we are just playing against a computer, and look, computer who
No, do you
is
know what it is? We're studying ideas.
yeah. But look, the
One
computer.
thing, as I said, I sit there and I watch the professionals of Wesley So versus
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Hikaru and Magnus versus Naroditsky.
Mhm,
You know one thing that I think is very interesting? You see sort of one idea or tactic,
mhm,
they apply it 10 moves in front of what you're thinking, and they apply 10 of them. They'll apply sort of like
mhm,
how can I put it? They'll apply sort of like a pin or
mhm.
an X-ray or something like that. It's so interesting to me. I picked up a lot of my. You know what? One of the things I'll say, I went from 700 points to 900 in 1 month just by learning the power of a pinned piece.
Yeah,
How powerful it is when you've pinned one piece and they can't sort of like
exactly.
you see when you got a piece pinned to like a king or like a you see when they move the knight out and it's pinned to the king and then all of a sudden you push this pawn and they can't sort of take with the
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
because it's pinned.
exactly.
Ridiculous.
So you see, uh, I don't see what will he play on g4. I would grab even more space and just bully his pieces. They're so passive.
What would you do in this position for black?
G4 immediately.
You would take on
No.
what? G.
No. Keep the position close. Grab more space.
You push pawn.
Push pawn. So so what will he play?
Interesting.
This
Oh,
knight? Where is he going? Show me the move.
He's not going to go there. He's not going to go there. He'd have to push backwards to e4 or e1. Sorry.
Look, rook e1 is an intermediate move. Look at the
So
engine.
knight to e1.
No, he wants to play the rook to e1 because my rook hangs.
Okay. Rook to e1. And if we take, and then he can take with knight and protect himself.
I'm fine. Okay. If that is what you have, that is what you have. Rook e8, he must rook e1. That's not a problem. Okay, you want to play it, and let me take a look. Does that e-file really matter so much? Give me a second, please. Now I need to think.
Oh, you're versing the engine here. You're more than welcome.
Okay, then where do you go? Okay. Give me a second, please.
This is what I love about the higher sort of level up players. As I said, while you're thinking, I'm just going to talk to myself or do a monologue.
No, it's
Is
okay.
you always think moves and tactics ahead, and
Here is the
it's
deal.
crazy. It's crazy to us.
Here is the thought process. If I exchange rooks, he gets enough space to maneuver with his pieces. His knight comes to e1, which is a good square for him, because from e1 he can go to d3, challenging my knight. So the exchange...
But at the same time, what I would be thinking is, if we take with our rook, we swap rooks, he takes with knight, we can then take with queen if
No,
we
you
want.
can't, because
and
your
just
knight
feel
on f4 hangs. Your knight on f4 hangs, Fletch.
what? Sometimes you're too clever.
Yeah.
You are correct.
So I don't want to exchange the rooks because we apparently see that that helps white. Now, if I move rook to f8, for example, where will that knight go? Now that's my question. And what by moving the rook away from e-file, how much does white gain actually? How much is important that rook, that e-file? These are the questions that I'm dealing with, because the engine says rook e6, but he can still take, and I don't like that. So maybe I would play rook f8. Again, we are playing against the engine. He played the best moves, and I'm reaching my limit.
I was going to say you're playing against your own mind here.
Yeah, but I would have...
I was about to say, if you want, I can throw in what someone on my level would play if you want.
Of course, but I would play rook f8 because
Okay.
I don't
So if
want
you
to...
would play rook f8 personally, okay, I'm not gonna. I'm covering up with my hand. I'll use my left hand for this, even though I'm left-handed. What would I be looking at as white? I love this rook personally. I love
Your
my
knight hangs.
queen.
So
I'm left-handed.
there are no
What?
options.
Let me think. What I would do as white. Hold up.
Knight h2. You have no options. That was the whole point of the rook f8 move, because now your knight has no good squares. And now I would have played f5 immediately to protect the g4 pawn, and I would say, look, buddy, I'm preparing a slow pawn storm. What are you doing? Simply f5.
Would you play as black?
Yes, f5. Or maybe even, well,
F5.
yeah,
I'm
f5.
playing that middle. We're covering it with the rook. Okay.
Actually, no. Give me a second. I don't want to give him e5 square. Let me play h5, actually. I think that h5...
So
no, wait. We need to wait.
craziest move here is apparently g3.
No, you are pushing back your own pieces. So we cannot
Three
sacrifice
gives
it.
you a plus 2.34.
No, he'll take. And thank you. He'll send you a gift for Christmas. Because now your knight is getting pushed back, and then your entire position collapses. So, no, on knight
Let
h2,
me read
no.
that again. When he pushes knight. Hold on.
I'll play f5.
Oh, sorry. Apology. It says apologies. H5.
No, I need to play f5. I understand now. Okay, I have to give him the square. f5. Okay, I cannot make h5. No. Not the knight. Just the pawn. Just the pawn. Yes.
That's where I don't. That's where I don't appease it, bro.
So, okay, I misplayed it a little, but notice that I play against a top-notch player computer who is one of the strongest players of the earth, and I'm nobody, and I'm still having a small disadvantage, 0.46. This compy is not so good, so he might go with rook e5, but I do have knight g6 actually, so I can chase him away, and actually that benefits me a lot.
I was about to say, do you want to know why you're almost like too good at your foundations?
Yes,
If I was to look at his positions and discuss what I almost want to see, is I love the idea of a knight being here and sort of like the queen can be brung over and almost get a checkmate. I love the idea of the rook attacking this file almost. You can open up this file and attack it.
yes.
But
So
I'm not going to lie to you. Do you realize for the last 20 minutes you've been battling against the computer and you've won? Oh, you've been winning.
well, I'm holding on. I'm not winning, but I'm
Oh,
holding on.
no. Don't ever put yourself down. You're doing very, very, very well.
Yeah, I mean 0.46 is a only slight advantage. So yeah, I misplayed it a little, but okay, I'm still fine because white has no counterplay, and I need to just bring my b6 knight somewhere, and I'm fine. So technically, when I hear echo. Let us try now. I don't hear echo anymore. So technically, you just need to bring the b6 knight. Now I hear echo again. I hear echo.
Oh, sorry. Let me deal with that.
Maybe you unpaused. Something is okay.
Okay now?
I think it is, yes. So now
Okay. Okay now?
I think I should be okay now. Huh? I think it is.
Wait. Oh,
No,
yeah.
wait. There is still okay. I think the echo is out now. So you
Okay.
see, yeah, there is no echo anymore. I hope. So now black just needs to bring the remaining knight from b6 into the king side, and he just steamrolls. And again, look at white. White has no move because on g3 I can play knight to. Well, I can play knight to g6, for example. So what will he play? What will white play? Knight f1 is the engine move. So let's play that move. Let's play the strongest move so we can try to fight to play a quality analysis. Knight f1.
Was it knight to f1?
Yeah, he wants to play knight to f1 because now he has a nice g3 square for his knight. He got some squares finally. So the question is, what do I do? And I would simply play knight d7 and knight f6. So this is the route that we are targeting for. Knight d7, knight f6, and knight e4. I would love to have that. So the queenside knight must come to help. Yeah, knight d7. I must play that move. There is no other way for me to. And he will play maybe knight g3. What does the engine say? Knight e2. Knight e2.
e2.
Yeah, he wants to get away, do away with this pesky knight on f4. Yeah, I understand. That is a logical move. And I would have played. Give me a second. I cannot play there. God damn it. Wait a second. Oh, crap. Then he enters. So I cannot exchange on it too. Knight h5 is the move I would like to play, but queen g5 gets enough counterplay. Just enough, but wait a second. Okay, but if he exchanges, then he is fine. Damn it, again he has enough. Knight e6, knight to g3, but then... Okay, knight e6. We need to move the knight. Yeah, 96. We have some space advantage, some pressure, so we don't want to exchange pieces. So he wants to play what? Queen b4. Oh dear lord. Queen b4. Okay, that's actually a very good move for him. I cannot allow the exchange, but I must. No, he gains a lot of counterplay. That's a lot of counterplay for him. But there is nothing I can do. Okay, this is the moment when I... Oh, an a7. Okay, I'll take the queen. It is his only active piece. I have no choice. And I'll play rook f7. Maybe. c3. Or by the... Okay, c3. f6. Huh. Okay, knight from... It's time to defend. We misplayed it. Knight from d to f8. But okay. This is already too much. We are playing the game. It was enough to illustrate the ideas in the symmetrical position. It's very complex, and I think I proved the point that even in such a symmetrical position, you see how many problems you can put to your opponent, and even the computer had to sweat. And I misplayed. So that's the difference between somebody who doesn't have that positional schooling and somebody who does. You saw so many thematical moves, so many maneuvers, so many ideas in a simple position. And that's the position that I like to play, because in such positions you can learn. Even if you lose, the position is symmetrical, you can see the plan for the opponent, somebody can explain to you, and so on and so on. And you never saw a tactical move here, only thinking and understanding. Okay, we need to analyze the game from the hand and brain and call it quits, because I too need to sleep. And
Let me put my headphones in. Should we do one more hand and brain?
no, I don't have the strength. Maybe after the analysis I will recover slightly.
Okay.
But I think it's too much. 8 hours, 8.5 hours is too much already.
Oh, you're perfectly good.
So let's do the analysis of the hand and brain game, and that should be it. What happened here? I don't have any screen.
I was about to say, hold on. Let me send you the link.
Oh, yeah, great. That's better. Okay.
Makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, it sure will be.
Here.
Okay, this is the chess.com. Okay, and okay, we can close the call now. Actually, we don't have to. No, but we have to because of the stream. No, no, let's try without the closing. There is an echo, so you just need to mute your stream because you hear me on Discord. Yeah, now the okay, now it works correctly. Give me a second. What's this? Blah blah blah. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, Fletch. Let me just minimize the Discord and okay, slightly adjust the screen size. Okay, people can now see a full size of the board. Okay, now let's see analysis. Good. So you have this analyzed. Hey, Fletch, do you hear me? Fletch. I guess you muted everything. Never mind. Okay. E4, c6, c5. We talked about this. Knight g5. I wanted to play h6 first, but he had something like this, and I thought that he might say, I have some attack, but king e7 is just fine. But I didn't want to play this because it's just ugly. So I changed my mind to play bishop e7 because he played twice in the opening. This is bad. You never play twice with the same piece in the opening, so now I have bishop e7, and now black is the one who is attacking. h4, knight h6. The idea is to go to f5, and then you play c5, and you hit on this weakness on d4. I mean, it's not weak pawn, but it is exposed. So queen f3, he wants to checkmate, of course, this is a joke. And I said pawn move, but I didn't mean this move. You can play c5 here, and you should be fine. Look, minus 1.29. His center is collapsing. What will he play? 96 is the recommendation of the engine. Okay, and then queen h5, very well. King f8, you play this, and I play king f7. Can I not play this? What is happening? It's a blunder. Why? Because he has this, and then this. Okay, so I need to play this. Okay, and then king g7, but this is a draw. He had a draw. Wow. Wow. I didn't see this. I must admit that. Aha. Queen to a5. Yeah. Intermediate. No, but wait. What's this? 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. I don't like this at all. Never mind. I would pick up a draw. Never mind. I didn't see this. I'm not gonna pretend. I didn't see this. I thought that we are seriously better here because now his center is collapsing. Takes, and you can play something like this. And now this weakness is exposed, and everything is covered in your house. Here, you can even take, and you don't care how he plays because now you have initiative on this guy. Bishop e3, queen b2, you're simply better. This was the point. It's c5, but you played the incorrect move, pardon, with f6, and now he wins because after queen b6, he has this, and if you play something like this, he can simply take. Queen b2 should not work due to queen c3. At the very least, I think the queen c3. Oh wait, he has this. You have this. Sorry. What about e6? Where do you go? Yeah, that's the move. He doesn't care about the rook because your king is boxed. You lose. Knight f8. Yeah, that's just it. Did you just close the call? I think you. Never mind. Yeah, you're just lost here. You can see this. So he didn't play this move. He didn't take on g7. He played castles. And now we have a chance to get back into the game. King f7, he still wins, but he plays this. And now we play king g8. And now we get a tempo. Just a small tempo to save ourselves. Horrible mistake. Bishop, knight e6. And at this moment, you have 4 developed pieces versus 3. So you're fine. You want to exchange, and your king will come to f7, and rook will come to e8. So you will get piece coordination because your piece, you will not have enough pieces on the king side to attack. That was the point of knight f8. this, and you have intermediate move. And now you have attack on the d4, bishop hangs, and b2 hangs. Queen g4, you should have played c3. And that's something that I saw, but I would have played king f7. And on this move, I would still play g6 and claim that I have something along these lines. And okay, knight d2, queen d8. He has a strong attack. Okay, very well, but at least I finished my development. I have some normal position that I can play and pray for the best. And that was the idea of king g8. 96. Okay, king f7. Bad move. Now we gain a crucial tempo for our counterattack. Knight d4. Now we counterattack. He cracks under pressure. So here, first of all, you don't have to always play automatically. You need to know piece setup. Knight f5, you see the strongest move. Knight goes to f5 to put pressure after c5. And in these positions, black bishop can become bad because of these pawns. So you can actually trade the bishop for the knight. Yes, you are weak on dark squares yourself, but your knights can hold the line. And maybe even, I don't know. Here, maybe even castling works. Does it work? No, it doesn't. So c5, queen b6 was the move, first attacking, and then after c3, for example, you must have c5 now. So you see, this is much better position for you. He cannot crack you out of the opening. Regarding the f6, you see that he does have a winning line after knight g7. Because if you go here, you can simply play something like this and he has a mating attack. He's way better. There is e6 coming. E6 comes, you don't have e8. It's taken by the knight. After e6, you will not have, f7, and then queen g4, queen g3 will kill you on the g file. That's all I wanted to say. It's too late. I mean, it's almost 9 hours of streaming, so I'll end the stream on this note, and then we can talk tomorrow. It's Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Jesus Christ. So there is no one to raid. There is nothing else left to be done. I mean, raiding with one person is not gonna help anyone. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the software does want to make to lie. So let me see. But I think the time. Okay, no problem. Yeah, let me see. One viewer. Maybe I have only one viewer. There is no point in continuing anymore. So I hope you had some benefit from this Fletch, and I thank everyone who participated in this stream. This is enough from me. I am signing out, and catch you some other time. Bye, people.